it's up to us. So won't you give me your emotions? You've been hiding them for way too long. Don't know what it was, that emotion. But sometimes you've got to risk it all. Just give me your emotions. I don't know if we can take the fall, but still we need to be emotions.
you live. Server room, identify perimeter breach. Over. Withdraw your men.
Say again, Grim.
I'm going in. My turn.
What's going on?
What the? Impossible.
Didn't think you spooked this easy.
Micro recon drones. Cute.
You forgot this. The data key on your jugular.
You were saying?
What was on that server?
QCR shipment records. Question is, who wants eyes on it? And why?
Welcome, operators. The time has come. Ubisoft has teamed up with the Esports Club to create a comprehensive esports ecosystem in South Asia for Tom-Clancys-Rainbow-Six-Siege. Over the course of the year, players from all over the region will have the opportunity to partake in events as they work to earn a spot in the brand new South Asian Nationals. The South Asian competitive ecosystem will consist of two stages, the TEC Pro Series and the main event that is the South Asia Nationals. Players and teams from across South Asia will join in a new set of events called the Esports Club Pro Series for Rainbow-Six-Siege. These events will have 3 editions: spring, summer, and fall. Each carries its own prize pool of $2,000, but more importantly, grants the top 8 teams coveted SA Nationals qualifier points. After the conclusion of the TEC Pro Series Fall Edition, the 8 teams with the highest number of SA Nationals qualifier points collected throughout the year will move on to play the first ever edition of the new South Asia Nationals for Rainbow-Six-Siege. The South Asia Nationals represents the highest tier of competition in the region and carries a prize pool of $10,000 split among the top teams. The event will be divided into 2 phases. First, all 8 teams will compete against each other in the league stage in a round-robin system with best of 3 matches and no possibility of a draw. The winning team receives 2 points and the losing team will receive 1 consolation point if they manage to win a map. At the end of the league stage, the top 4 teams will move on to the playoffs, where they will face off in a best-of-3 double elimination bracket. The grand finals will be a best-of-5 contest to determine the 2022 champion of the South Asia Nationals. We hope you're as excited as we are to get this started. To be sure you don't miss any important updates about Rainbow-Six Esports in South Asia, follow the Esports Club on Instagram and Twitter, as well as the official Twitter handle R6 Esports SA. Alrighty then, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back once again to the South Asia Nationals for Rainbow-Six Siege, presented by Ubisoft, powered by Zotae Gaming, hosted here at the Esports Club, and of course, alongside our broadcast partner Loco. I'm your host Blackjack. Joining me is of course my co-host Babagusta, and if you're wondering where CCV is, don't worry, you'll be seeing him later on as well. We're all going to be alternating between the maps because folks, this is it. All the Pro Series, Community Cups, the entire year of competitive Rainbow Six in South Asia has led up to this point, this one day and one match, the best of 5 grand finals between the top 2 teams of the region. They are fighting it out for the prize pool, for the biggest, for the biggest prize basically, and of course the largest bragging rights in all of South Asia. Babagusta, how you feel on this fine evening?
Well, I'm feeling great and also excited both at the same time, Jack, because this is the rivalry that we've been seeing for more than 2 to 3 years. MercenarieZ and Hunters. Boy, oh boy, do they have a lot of history behind it. All the way from 2019, MRCs. Actually, back then, Hunters LFO used to be called as a former Union Gaming at that time. They almost had a chance to have a spot at the Invitationals, right? But MercenarieZ, on the other hand, decides, you know what? If you are worthy enough, we will enter the doorways towards the towards the 6 Invitationals, but turns out they closed it, and MRCZ secured the win nonetheless in a best of 5, especially in the majors itself, right? And now, talk about this gruesome rivalry. We did get to see the example from Hunters LFO, where they have made a dominating performance all the way from summer, series, spring, SA Nationals, even at the SA Nationals group stages, and of course
here
the
they are,
finals.
grand finals, and I'm sure everybody at home has noticed this little beauty that's sitting between us right now. This is of course the trophy that will go to the winners of the Nationals itself. They are fighting for this fantastic piece here as well. And not just that, they're also fighting for one of the biggest cash prizes in the region, $11,000 the cumulative prize pool of the Nationals. Of course, to first place goes $5,000. Both teams are fighting for that, but unfortunately only one team will get it. The team placing second, aka tonight's loser team, will get $3,000. Not bad, but still $2K less than the top prize, of course. And mind you, the MVP of the tournament will be selected between these 2 teams, and said MVP will get 500 of their own. Of course, not just the top 2 prizes. Third place, which has now been bagged by the Shaheens, they'll be getting $1,000. Fourth place to KIRA Esports, $700 as well. And fifth onwards, of course, $250 and $150, respectively, all distributed amongst the players, amongst the teams of the SA Nationals. It's been a long journey from all the way to the first Community Cup, from the first Community Cup, I should say, now to here at the very top. These are the 4 teams that qualified for the playoffs. Of course, Hunters, Shaheens, KIRA, and MercenarieZ in that order, no less. But MercenarieZ, despite a rocky start in the group stages, have made their way to what is right now potentially the very best in South Asia. It is the age-old rivalry that has reared its head once again. Hunters LFO will be taking on MercenarieZ for all of our viewers, and for, of course, the 3 of us and everybody in production to be watching tonight.
Yep, MercenarieZ versus Hunters LFO, the grand finals. And I seriously cannot wait to see the plays that we will be able to see all those 5 maps, Jack. I mean, I seriously cannot wait to see MI7 make his clutch plays of 2v4. I cannot wait to see Rattler make his unbelievable headshots, long range with the SMG-11. And of course, how can I ever forget about Jittery and Sandy, the most destructible players that every single time in the early rounds, expect Hunters to secure an early kill or two, but for MercenarieZ, they always have a backup no matter what. And as we take a look at the brackets itself, we had our 4 teams. Unfortunately, 2 teams, Shaheens and KIRA Esports. Shaheens will secure 3rd place, and just like Jack said, KIRA Esports will secure 4th place. And now with the grand finals going all the way to best of 5, I've got to say this will be an amazing match to cast, Jack.
I gotta agree with you on that one, Baba. This will indeed be a fantastic game indeed. Both teams fighting it out for everything that is to offer here at South Asia. The biggest possible stage, and these 2 teams, they're going to be giving it their absolute all for this matchup, for this grand finals. Once and for all, in the competitive season of 2022, we'll see which team crowns itself the winner, the best in South Asia. It's been, like we said, a long time coming. We've had, what, 4 Community Cups?
Yep.
3, actually. 3 Community Cups.
3 Community Cups,
3
yeah.
Pro Series. And, of course, all the matches before and between. And it's all been leading up to this point. Will the 2-time Pro Series champions Hunters extend their reign and become the national champions as well? Or will MercenarieZ, who are effectively the underdogs of the day, be the ones to win it out? Of course, everyone knows, those who've been following the, us as a duo and kind of South Asian Siege for a while will know that we love an underdog story here. But sometimes when the going gets tough, the tough, they truly get going. It becomes really hard to stop them indeed. Hunters have been on top form for the longest time. And of course, so have MercenarieZ, especially in the playoffs. Their form has been amazing. Of course, as it were, these 2 teams, they are amazing. So with all that said, folks, let's have a look at the team intros. Let us go with the Hunters to start it off.
Alright, now that was Hunters LFO. My god, ICC cannot wait to see what's going to happen at the side of Team MRCZ. They're prepped, they're ready, and also we'll take a look at the introduction from Team MercenarieZ. Let's take a look at that.
Man, oh man, what a team indeed. MercenarieZ, Hunters, they're both here. They're both willing to take a stand. Haseeb, Sparko, everybody else that they are going to be leading their individual teams respectively. And these players, they've played with each other, against each other. The long history, all the way from CSBD and Mammoth Gaming, then to Quantum G1 and MercenarieZ, Union Gaming, and now Hunters LFO. MercenarieZ, in the meanwhile, they've had their roster changes. Their name has remained the same. It's been a while coming. This match, I'll tell you what, it is going to be an absolute barn burner. I would not be surprised if it goes all the way to map 5 and with a couple of overtimes to boot. Of course, if there were infinite overtime, I'm sure we'd be here all night.
Oh yeah.
But that I don't think is a thing, which in a way is a good thing. We don't want to be here for like 5 days after all. So, jokes aside though, folks, this game should be, and by all means is going to be, an absolutely amazing match. Hunters, they've been, of course, dominating the Nationals pretty much without question, right? Even up to now, in the group stages, they have dropped no maps. They have won every single map that they have ever gone on. And of course, in the playoffs, they've lost only 2 maps. They've still won their games. They still went through upper bracket. And now they're here at the grand finals to make one final stand. MercenarieZ, in the meanwhile, of course, like we said, a bit of a rocky start, losing out their first few games until they finally got their footing. Of course, Haseeb was sort of coming in and out of the roster as well. Nadia should have to sub in for Haseeb quite a bit because Haseeb had some other real-life commitments that he had to take care of. But since the playoffs, he's been a regular in that MRCZ roster. And Baba, we have seen exactly how powerful MRCZ has become because of that. And here we are now. 2 teams in top form. We've seen them fight against each other a couple of times now. In the group stages, Hunters won 2-0. In the playoffs, Hunters won the upper bracket match 2-1. Now it's the grand finals. 5 maps, 2 teams, 1 winner. Let's have a look at the maps that we will be going into, folks, for today. This should be very, very exciting indeed. All right, then I can see a couple of really good picks here. There is Clubhouse to start us off. Map 2 is Villa. Chalet is map 3. Bank, map 4. And then Oregon, the decider map to end all decider maps. Honestly, kind of poetic, wouldn't you agree, Baba, that Oregon is our decider map for this matchup here. And of course, you've got that bank map picked by Mercenaries. That one we'll get to in a moment, folks. Clubhouse picked by the Hunters to start things off. MRCZ on the attack first. What are we thinking, Baba? Map number 1. This should be a very, very good map to start on, wouldn't it?
Yeah, Jack, it's map number 1, Clubhouse. And interesting part about it is that Hunters LFO, we'd usually see them pick a different maps, different maps like either Skyscraper, Cafe, although we won't be able to see Cafe Dostoevsky, but all in all, you've got to admit, map number 1, Clubhouse, is going to be an interesting one coming in from Hunters' end. And then we have map Villa from the side of Team MRCZ. So Chalet will be a gruesome battle between Team MRCZ and Hunters LFO. So I've got to say, the amount of chances that Hunters LFO can secure map Clubhouse will be, I've got to say, not only just Clubhouse, all 3 maps that we're seeing right now, Clubhouse, Villa and Chalet, highly clear chances that this could go head to head up against them here, Jack.
It really could, all things considered. As for the time being, we are just going to have to try and see how they progress. After all, what happens on Clubhouse is kind of going to set the tone for the map, right? And then going into Villa after that, we will have another set of great matches, as it were, great rounds. And really, all things considered, it's going to be a great day, right? A great set of games, a great set of rounds. Villa, being the fact that Hunters are on attack first there, again, Villa being a defender set of map, attack first, it's an interesting decision. Of course, they're playing the long game there.
Yeah.
They're going to be defense second. They're going to have that advantage going into the second half, so on. And then, of course, we'll be going to Chalet. Now, that map was picked by the Hunters, means MRCZ got the side pick. They have chosen to go on defense first, meaning Hunters are going to be attacking there once again. That, of course, means that Hunters, while they'll have Chalet's attacker set at advantage first, they're going to need to play out of their minds in the second half. MRCZ and Chalet are no slouches. They were the ones to popularize that map, after all. Finally, this one I am very curious about. The fact that Bank was picked by Mercenaries. We did go to Bank in the Hunters Mercenaries games in the group stages, right? And that was a 7-5 victory for the Hunters. It was 6-5. Mercenaries really almost brought it to overtime, but it just couldn't quite finish the deal. They unfortunately lost to the last round, right? If I remember correctly, it was open area, the side that Mercenaries picked, and Jittery just busted into sight with zero regard for anything. Setup, extensions, Mercenaries were still busy making all of those. Jittery just walks in through the fax machine window, just jumps in, finishes everybody off in open area, clears out the side, plants done. MRCZ couldn't even recover. So that was a close game. And I feel like Mercenaries are thinking, okay, map 4, if it does go there, which it most likely will, let's be real here, then we did go 5-7. We can push Hunters on that map quite a bit. If Chalet doesn't work out for us, that's fine. We have Villa, we have other maps. And then, of course, there's Oregon. Mercenaries attack on that map once again. I think they got the side pick there, if I'm not wrong, which means, of course, they went attack first. They're playing the long game. Again, both of these teams, in pretty much all of these maps, are playing the long game for the second half. They want that advantage when they really need it. Say they go 2-4 down or 3-3 into the first half, well, they'll have the sites, the map's natural advantage going into that second half, which will then allow them to play even better in that, like I said, second half. I know I've repeated that word a lot so far, but it is what it is. When it comes to this sorts of analysis, we kind of have some words that get repeated, and second half is something we say a lot, but second half really matters. If the Shaheens games have taught us anything, is that the second half, folks, they matter so much. You never know what will happen once you go past round 7. Even if you're 5-1 up, if your opponent is capable, they could take you all the way to overtime without much difficulty. Shaheens did that yesterday against Mercenaries as well. They pushed it to OT. and yet MRCZ won it out. That was Cafe Map 3 as well. No Cafe today, which is a little sad, all things considered, but given how MercenarieZ kind of struggled on that map, right, I'm not surprised that they would have banned it outright, or that Hunters wouldn't have picked it, and MercenarieZ were in no rush to go to Cafe. Let's be real here. But of course, folks, those are the maps, and those are your teams. Pretty much everything is set and ready. The preamble is almost done, as it were. Just a couple of minutes. Once we get all the players set and ready, we'll be going right in to the grand finals. It's all come down to this. Everything that the South Asian scene has seen competitively this year, it's all come down to the nationals, of course. All for this beautiful piece that is sitting between us, the trophy for the nationals champions. And man, oh man, I cannot wait to see this, in the hands of the players, as it were. Once they get this, man, this shield, look at this thing.
Look at this.
Look at this thing. It's great, and of course, for all of those at home, if you're enjoying the nationals, if you're here for the grand finals, if you've stuck around with us for this long, get the game. Ubisoft is a great publisher of some pretty awesome video game titles as well. So, not just Rainbow Six, there are others, but of course, Rainbow Six is the game that you're watching right now. And to run this game and all the other games at your preferred frame rate, you're going to need some good hardware. Zotac, which is right here, I hope I'm pointing to it correctly. Yes.
Yeah, yes, you are.
Zotac Gaming is going to be your go-to for that gaming gear, as it were. Excuse me for that. Of course, if you're looking for more content as well, there's always Loco, our broadcast partner. Not just us at the Esports Club, there are other great content creators on Loco as well who are looking to make that place their home. So help them, go out, subscribe, follow, and all that stuff. And of course, the Esports Club, it's not just Rainbow Six we do here, of course. You've seen the other esports that happen on this channel across multiple platforms. Hit the subscribe button, hit the notification bell, get the follows going. Mind you, the nationals might be ending, but that doesn't mean that esports are coming to an end. It's only just beginning, folks. This year has a lot more to offer.
Yeah.
And of course, we all know that at some point, Rainbow Six will come back as well. There's going to be the roadmap for 2023 as well. I'm excited for that personally. Let's see what the region has got. But for now, let's scale it back a little bit. We're getting a bit too ahead of ourselves.
Yeah. Let's just head it back a bit.
Exactly.
Just slowly. It's the grand finals.
Yep.
We haven't even completed that just yet. And I'm still, curious to know what both Hunters and MRCZ are going to do in this grand finals, because let's face it, MRCZ has been through a lot of struggles. The same thing can also be said for Hunters. MercenarieZ, on the other hand, they used to be so dominating when you had Fatar, back in MRCZ's end, and Envy used to be on KIRA Esports. Since there's been a lot of changes in the roster. This time EX7 is not currently in Hunters LFO. He's currently working abroad, right? He's currently pursuing his studies in abroad itself, and I wish him the best of luck. Instead, we are seeing Sandy, to replace EX7 from his position, and my god, is he one of the most best talented frag potential players in this region. And of course, going up against Ayan will definitely be an amazing encounter to look at here, Jack, because it always comes down to those initial picks. If Sandy succeeds a lot of kills on attack, and if that does not happen, and if Ayan secures a kill at the earliest amount of rounds, that will be the whole deciding factor on who will initially get the round wins on first and two. But let's not forget, MRCZ have a very special backup plan, and that is none other than MI7. I usually call him as the king of clutches in the South Asia region, mainly because on no matter how 2v4 situations that MI7 has ever been in, he always secures a clutch no matter what. And to be honest, I seriously cannot wait to see him, come back in action in round number 1, folks. We are not wasting any time at all, folks. We are directly heading into our first match, the grand finals between Hunters LFO versus Team MRCZ. The grand finals. I seriously cannot wait to see what's going to happen in the ban phases itself. At this point, I'm pretty sure there won't be any standard bans, so expect targeted bans coming in from both the sides. And I wish both the teams the best of luck.
Absolutely. You've got the two teams here. You've got some nervous smiles, apprehensive looks from both sides, and they are definitely going to be very, very cautious as well. The bans, targeted bans, are to be expected, of course, and expect a lot of energy from these players as well. I mean, we've seen it, right? Sparko with his energetic reactions once Hunters win these matches. Of course, we're looking to see more of that. Jittery, the IGL, and who is pretty much the second top fragger for the team. Of course, right behind Sandy, they just kind of let Sandy do his own thing, right? I want to see more of that. I want to see MI7 clutch something alongside with Taha, 2VX or something like that. Or even if Beat and Rattler do it, let's have it, right? Let's have all the games here as we are in the ban phase. Map number 1, Clubhouse, is a go. Mercenaries are on attack. Hunters are on defense. And we are about to get things going with the first ban of the day and the first ban of the grand finals. It is from the Hunters' end, Thatcher. No surprises right there. Clubhouse is one of those maps where, reinforced walls and hatches play a big role, right? So Thatcher with his EMPs that have a 5-meter radius, and what is it, like, how long is the cooldown? 10 to 12 seconds, something like that.
Yeah,
right?
it's a lot.
It's a long time.
A lot more than the secondary EMP charges.
Exactly,
So.
nearly double on every count, right?
Including the radius as well.
Exactly. Speaking of, Lion will be banned by MRCZ. Now, that is interesting to me. I think it's primarily down to the fact that Lion is a great pick, not only for his E1D scanner, which forces defenders to stand still, but also for the fact that he has a great rifle and secondary EMPs, the gadget that you just mentioned. Both of those things make Lion a great pick when Thatcher gets banned. Now, of course, you still have Dukebi, you still have Osa, but they don't quite have the kind of oppressive utility that Lion still has, mind you. He's been reworked. He doesn't do outlines anymore. He just gives you pings for like 5 seconds. And even that can be so oppressive that Lion gets banned. And Hunters love playing Lion as well, mind you, on the attack. So that is why those bans are there. Kaid makes sense. Thatcher's been banned. You still want to be able to at least open up, reinforced walls and hatches and so on. So that's why the Kaid gets banned. And Valkyrie, we all know exactly why. We've been seeing Valkyrie unbanned for quite a few maps now, quite a few matches now. And her Black Eye cameras have been so powerful. It is no surprise that she is banned first map right here. Hunters have decided to do that. So, as we go into round number 1, folks, let's have, for what could be the final time this year, probably for Rainbow-Six-Esports, I mean, the team introductions. Of course, we've had the, the roster introduction video, right? But the call-outs that we normally do, I gotta do it, man. It is the finals. These two rosters, they need no introduction, but might as well do it. From the Hunters, we have Sparko, Jittery, Rattler, Sandy, and Beat. From the side of the Mercenaries, we've got Hasib, Din, Ayan, Taha, and MI7. They are locked, they are loaded, and they are ready. The first site, Gym Bedroom. Let's get this show on the road.
Let's get it, Jack. Round number 1, second floor, gym and bedroom will be the side, and with the action phase coming into play, we will see Team MercenarieZ proceed with their attack push. I can understand why they would ban Lion in the first place, mainly because Hunters love playing that aggressive playstyles on attack, but now they're the ones on attack first, and they've got to make sure to find some solutions to Hunters' strategies. So I believe they'll just start it off immediately by spawning into their respective sites, maybe in towards warehouse, and then slowly make their way, getting control on CCTV, and then afterwards construction, and then they would make their push all the way from that particular site. In that way, they'll even have controls on the windows of second floor gym in a way that they could hold out those good lines of sight that can force Hunters out, or should I say take them out very easily once they try to make a quicker, rotate all the way towards the side itself. So everything is looking well and dandy. You even get to see the Ace Summer Breach charges being opened up. So does Hasib. Cooked nade to try to flush out the players all the way from CCTV, as a deployable shield will be detected from the side of Taha. So there we go, these Summer Breach charges will be opened up. And looks like this will be a good crossbar angle being established here from the side of MercenarieZ. Ayan and Taha. Taha currently has the diffuser in hand, so he's got to be careful. Jittery still holding on to the ground of Cash Room while he's trying to contest the angle. Both Sandy and Jittery are holding on to this one particular place where they have ample amount of protection from utilities. But once MRCCs make their push, that's going to be a difficult task for them to handle out, especially Sandy, because he has one of the most good angles to start things off. There you go, the down from Ayan, and a second headshot to remove Hasib. What a way to start things off from Sandy as he removes out one of the players, but Ayan will be revived back nonetheless. And here comes Sandy once again, double kill, and Jittery comes here to save Sandy as well. 2v5, as we can see MRCZ just struggling a lot. Triple kill, and now it's all at the hands of MI7. 1v4. Sandy has been dealt major damage, but he's not out of it just yet. Down from Rattler. 1v3, despite MI7 being on 10 HP. A clutch can still happen here at the hands of MRCZ, Jack.
I mean, it very well could, but already Hunters off to an explosive start with the way that they just shut down Mercenaries all on that CCTV side. One breach happened, and that was all she wrote for the Mercenaries attack. This is what I mean when I say that Hunters are going to be starting off all on the front foot. MI7, well, okay, Rattler's going to, you know, bleed out on the floor. He was down on the garage side. Nobody came to pick him up, as it were. And yep, there you go. He will now see the guns on the floor. He'll make the inference that, yep, he is gone, aka the mute, and he can push up slowly but surely. But again, how far can he really go here? Diffuser's also dropped in cash, 15 seconds. He's kind of buying time for his team as well. And Sparko really wants this gunfight right about now. He knows where he is.
Oh boy.
My son finds another one. He could find Sparko. No, the pre-fire and the long spread from the Jaeger will finish it off. I mean, they kind of just, you know, ran into his bullets at the end there. The Hunters got excited. I can't blame them, right? It is the finals day after all. But good play from the Hunters. Good play from Sandy specifically. Holding on as a Frost on this front side, like this red breach, as it were. Ayan getting flashed. He immediately, you know, getting downed, excuse me. He immediately went down the stairs, dodged the flashbang, got another kill, went back up, got another one as well. And Jutri came in to save his hide because somebody was about to flank him from one of the windows. Beautifully done. Well played by the Hunters as the first side for them works out. They have now shifted things again, moving downstairs to the basement, church and arsenal side.
Yeah, I just love the composition from Hunters. Usually, you'd get to see a smoke being brought out to hold the angle all the way from tunnels aside. But this time, we see Sparko bring in the Goyo's Vulcan Shield, which means that the Vulcan Shield will be placed at the doorways of the tunnels. The second one might be all the way from main stairs, and also one of them at the default plant, if placed carefully in a way that they would not be able to remove those Vulcan Shields all the way from the hatch side. But I'm pretty sure that it won't be placed at the default plants. It will be placed in a way where if Mercenaries do make a decision to push all the way towards basement church, then the trap will be set. But in order for that to happen, Hunters needs to convince that the whole placement of, you know, kitchen hatch and also tunnels is fortified in a way that they that the side of Mercenaries has to force them to execute the side on basement church in a way that they will get stuck by wasting a lot of time. So let's see how round number 2, the way how Mercenaries will proceed. And round number 1 itself, Sandy was the main problem. Sandy was the main root cause of all problems while they were making a hold all the way from the red stairs hallway. The man has just delivered 4 kills, and now MI7, with the power of secondary hard breach, will be able to open up the wall in towards CCTV. Now, the main focus for Mercenaries is to ensure that they could hold out, or should I say remove, the roamers, Jittery and Sandy, in which both of them are just playing to it accordingly. So, if they can just remove 2 of the players, MRCZ won't be having any problem pushing in. But when Sandy has his eyes on that place and Jittery finding one of them all the way from Garage Catwalk, Mercenaries, they've got to be careful about this.
And like you said, right, Mercenaries will want to get rid of these roamers, but here's the thing. It's Jittery and Sandy who are on the roam. Sandy's clearly already feeling good about this, given how round 1 went. And wait a minute, he's being boxed in here. Can't really go too far because of the breach that's on the jacuzzi wall. His position is given away. They can't quite get him from across the windows right now. They can't get him from the breach either. He's not making much of a peek. There's going to be one in the hallway now. He needs to find him, and he will see one. He wants to peek, but he's being careful of the breach so much. Jittery finds one. He goes down as well. That's a big kill, and oh, a save with the double. Yes, Sandy really wanted the player in the window. Don't think that was quite the smart move, but of course you still have Rattler on the top floor here, trying to make another play, trying to get some going. But of course, he needs at least just 1 kill. He can't really fall back anymore because of how this round has gone and because of where these, you know, attackers are. As he's position given away, Rattler, no, he tried to fall back, but unfortunately, too little, too late. He will go down. That leaves it down to Beat and Sparko. The roam game, unfortunately, from the Hunters, not quite proceeding the way they wanted it to this time around. Jittery did find the buck. That is a big drop, but the sledge is still there. Verticality can still happen. You have Zofia with the breach charges as well. 35 and less as pings go off. Red pings at that. Hasib, got to be careful of where he takes damage from. Shots will be fired against these vertical angles. There is an echo in play, mind you. Beat is still alive, most importantly. Sparko is playing by a Goyo canister. He's got a Surya gate as well to help him in this situation. But Beat needs to stay alive. The drop is seen. Sparko needs to get one. Doesn't quite do it. Taha's still alive, and they've both dropped in now. There goes Sparko. It's a quad kill for Hasib, and the Echo Drone needs to get this planter. It needs to stop the plant from happening, but no, it's too late. Beat finds one, but now he's in one of the most die-hard situations for this round. His drone has been shot. His intel game is going to be very lacking at the minute. Here comes a flashbang. He is now dazed and stunned. His position effectively given away. He needs to find one, but can't quite do it. Taha will shut him down, and Mercenaries immediate retaliation as they win round 2.
Yeah, powerful performance from Hasib. He will secure 3 kills by removing all 3 of the players who are holding on from the second floor site. Removing Rattler, Jittery and Sandy forced Hunters in a 2v4 situation, and Sparko, he almost had his eyes on towards Taha, but unfortunately couldn't get the shot out right, which it did forced MercenarieZ to secure the win nonetheless. Even Beat almost had the denial of the plant, but since the attackers knew exactly what was happening, they decided to push in towards Hasib despite them not having any information of the Yokai drones. It really was a good decision from MercenarieZ's end, but the timing is what Beat will eventually lose round number 2. If that timing was given out right, then Hunters could have just stole the round away, securing an 8-2-0 scoreline. But for now, what's past is in the past. Hasib just secured a quad kill in round number 2, and that is saying something. Round number 1, it was Sandy's turn, who had secured 3 important kills, and now the retaliations being made from MercenarieZ will be so huge that for Hunters, they will be feeling a bit more pressure from their end. So high likely a chance that we could see a tactical timeout maybe in round number 5 or round number 6, but round number 3 will be the deciding factors to see whether if Hunters LFO will have a strong growth, or should I say a stronghold, in the second floor CCTV and cash room side. They're very confident in defending second floor gym and bedroom. They're even much more confident in defending second floor, cash and, CCTV. All they've got to do is that once the end of round number 3, they need to find out something. But wait, Sandy, even with the default cams being opened up, he got good amount of information. Gets away with the kill.
Baba, you saw someone was right there. Din was right there.
He was right there. Yeah,
Din was looking the other way, and Sandy just said, "I'm going," and they didn't take out the default cam. That's how he got that info, right?
Yes.
Oh my god, big mistake by the Mercenaries, and that is Ayan. One of your breachers gone. You still have Taha, of course, with his exothermic charge, and oh god, Sandy wants it. Sandy wants another one. He really wants to go for this. He wants to stop anyone from getting through that breach, but the wall behind him will be open. He is peeking, and he did damage! He actually gets that? MI7 to go down? We're only in round 3, Sandy. What are you up to? He's so low on HP, but he does not care. He has found his rhythm at the minute, and another Kiba barrier will keep him alive. MercenarieZ did not expect that. Sandy will finally go down. Hasib gets the retaliation, but it's 2 for the price of 1, and we're only at the minute 35 mark.
Yeah, and I'm just hoping that MercenarieZ has removed their default cams in the warehouse side, because they're having ample amount of information. Taha, on the other hand, still has the diffuser in hand, and he's got to be very careful in that CCTV balcony, especially with the amount of denials that they have. The C4s from Rattler and Beat with the kunai barriers, which could give them strong holdouts all the way from Garage Catwalk. And I believe that is one of the concussives used from Din to see whether if you can get a perfect information on players' whereabouts, and turns out Taha will find one, and Hasib will confirm the kill off from Rattler. 3v3 equalizer it is. What once we thought it was Sandy's turn to shine in the early rounds, MercenarieZ, they're bringing this back, and now they're slowly inching towards the site on CCTV.
Slowly but surely, Hasib confirms the kill onto Beat, and now he's looking for even more Jittery on red stairs, and of course you have Sparko still standing. Jittery's got to be careful, cannot afford to overpeak this. He does so just a little bit. Position now given away. He still wants these kills. Sparko gets the drop. That's Taha and diffuser outside of the breach. That is huge right now, but Jittery goes down. Hasib is looking for this. He's got a down confirmation. Mind you, I don't think he's quite on a quad kill, even though the game says so. Red stairs is being watched. Sparko's position now given away. He wants these kills. He will get one. Can he get 2? Yes, he does. He's alive, but then comes around and shuts him down. It was so close for Sparko. He very nearly made the 1v3, but then it was in the right position to take it back. Jittery, unfortunately, had he stayed alive, that round would have been far more comfortable for Sparko and for Hunters LFO. And after Sandy's performance earlier, I gotta say, that should have worked. It was Hunters' round to lose. A pause has been requested by the Hunters side. It really was Hunters' round to lose. I gotta say that. I'm not sure what happened on Garage, right? One player went down. I believe that was the Azami player, Beat, right?
Yeah, yeah.
And then Rattler went down elsewhere as Hasib got that kill. I feel like after Sandy's initial double, Sandy going down was fine. But the rest of the Hunters should have played on the back foot. Garage was being pushed. I get it. They don't want to give away their position there, right? But still, holding it down doesn't necessarily equate peaking everything, right? Especially with a big old hole that's staring into Garage Catwalk. You have to be mindful of that. The amount of room you have to move is very slim. And you have to be crouching and proning and all of that stuff, right? I feel like Beat could have played that particular area better overall. And I feel like Hunters could have probably, won the round. Again, it was their round to lose. After what Sandy did, it was quite literally their round to lose. Unfortunately, they couldn't quite hold on to that advantage that was given to them by, by Sandy. Sandy's especially not going to be too happy about that, of course. But I feel like the most unhappy is going to be Jittery at the minute. As you can see, he is trying to guide the team. He is trying to give them, what they need to hear at the minute. And then, Mercenaries, they'll be very happy. Already 2 rounds up. This is their map pick. No, it is Hunters' map pick, actually. So Hunters, again, they need to win this. If Mercenaries end up making a massive fight here, and mind you, they are defense second, right? So after round 7 onwards, for Hunters, things will get more difficult, especially if Mercenaries gets momentum here.
That whole round, I've got to admit, I was trying to explain something, and then when I looked at the screen, I just realized, wait a minute, what is Sandy doing outside from Garage, and how did he get away with the kill while Din was just trying to place a claymore, right, at that time? And the second mistake that I have to talk about is that Beat, once he was using his kunai barriers, he mainly used it to block the entry doorway of Garage Catwalk. And if he had placed at least one of his barriers all the way from Garage Catwalk, where Hasib wouldn't have a proper angle all the way from CCTV balcony, Beat wouldn't have been downed out in the first place, right? He didn't had enough barriers, mainly because he placed all 3 of them in the garage doorway entryway, where he was providing a lot of support from Sandy. And once Sandy died, Beat didn't had enough barriers left he didn't had any barriers left to protect himself. Walls have been opened up from both the garage side as well as on CCTV. And once the push happened, Beat was, he was completely compromised on every single directions, right? He was more likely being, weakness, he was more likely being, cooked out from a grenade. He could have been, picked out from garage entryway. He could have been picked out from CCTV balcony. If he had a single use of those kunai barriers, if he could have saved one of his barriers, he could have saved his life. But turns out, he used all 3 of them to save Sandy's life and to ensure that the pressure would be a lot more towards on CCTV balcony. Turns out they brute force themselves to secure that place nonetheless. And that's the main reason why Garage Catwalk is considered to be one of the most powerful control sites for the attackers once they gain control. And turns out, let's just focus on round number 4. Action phase is also present. Turns out Rattle has been dealt with some major damage, but he will be safe nonetheless. But not a lot for Hasib though. He's been down but not out. Confirmed a headshot to remove Hasib. Interestingly enough, all the way from the tunnels side, I believe, despite the side being on second floor gym and bedroom. So Rattle is alive, not from Hasib, as he already secured 2 quad kills from previous 2 rounds. So with Hasib gone, it all comes down to Ayan and MI7 to make sure that they got this round back on track.
It really does, and with Hasib going off, mind you, Hasib has been the premier player so far, right? He's been getting all the kills. Taha will finish off Rattler, and wait, he's got another one. That's Sandy down. Taha on second floor is doing a lot of work at the minute. Seems like it's his round to step up at the moment, as he's gotten the mute and the frost. 2 big downs at the moment. But you still have Jittery, Beat, and Sparko to worry about. Of course, we know the Hunters, it takes them a little bit of time, a hot minute to get things going. But once they do, of course, it gets very hard to stop them. Mercenaries right now are pretty much trying to do that. They're trying to stop the Hunters before things get too difficult, when the Hunters really start gaining momentum and really start waking up, as it were. No Jacuzzi breach from the Mercenary side. They are going all in on that construction push, I feel like. But they're probably going to make a rotate as well, rotating towards the gym window, towards that jacuzzi breach. Shots fired. Jittery doesn't know that he actually did a little bit of damage to Taha once again through that wall. And in the meanwhile, there you have it. That mirror window has been made opaque by being smashed. But that doesn't mean that you can actually be safe around it. It can still be popped from the inside. That's going to be line of sight as well onto anyone trying to breach that. Something that I'm fairly certain, mercenaries will have to be careful about. But they're taking their sweet time with this. There's going to be a drop on the hatch of logistics. Sparko still is in flash. Will there be a third flashbang? Not quite. He's going to try and peek this. Can't afford to go too far. Does damage. Ayan is low on HP. Sparko falls back, but not in time. Ayan finds him. That's a big drop. MRCZ gets another one as well. Shots fired. Jittery can't do it. And MRCZ, beautifully coordinated, beautifully done. They will take another round. Hunters, this is not looking good for them. Not a good start, Baba. Not at all.
They're getting caught off guard every single time, Jack, especially when Ayan realized that, yeah, there is one player. How do you counter this? One specific player. He tried to use the third flashbang, and Sparko, he did make an attempt to peek at the exact time while he was throwing his utility. That was the main weakness from the Hibana, right? And once he had the opportunity, he couldn't get to secure a lot of kills, mainly because the hatch was more of like a pixel angle, and the only thing that he, that he showed was just the hand region, right?
Yep.
Not the hand, not the body, it's just the hand. So since Sparko dealt a lot of damage towards the hand side, the damage that it did take was a bit less. And since Ayan got the best of it, and since Sparko was forced to fall back, knowing that he missed the chance, Ayan's beautiful attempt of removing Sparko at that time was just so well made. And once they got a hold of the logistics, removing both Sandy and Rattler, all they had to do was just jump in towards the site and make sure those crossfire angles do its magic work. And MercenarieZ, they have done an exceptional job in doing so. 3-1, as securing 3 rounds on attack in Clubhouse means that there will be a lot of problems if Hunters will be facing the same thing in the second half.
Absolutely. MercenarieZ right now in Clubhouse looking mighty strong, as it were. And Hunters, they are definitely taking quite the, beating, as it were. But a double disconnect from the MercenarieZ side. Oh dear me, they did ask for the rehost, but action phase has already begun. Can't really do much about this. As it were, they'll just kind of have to play for the time being. Rehost will happen after this round, and we'll wait for the players to get back. It is Ayan and Hasib, mind you, who have been disconnected. 2 of the big players. Ayan is back. Let's just hope for Hasib to get back nice and quickly. As in the meanwhile, Jacuzzi Breach will happen. Taha takes a bit of damage in the meanwhile. That's going to be from an explosive coming out through that open mirror window. But no second explosive. Unfortunately, there was something thrown, but it didn't quite take out the thermite exothermic. One mirror window used up, the other one has been put in its place. Beat has to be careful about this in the meanwhile, as they've got all the info they can get from one player on the cams. That's Ayan, right, after the disconnect. He is back, but in the meanwhile, we're just going to have to wait and see how the rest of MercenarieZ play out the round, as they need something to go their way. They need a couple of kills, right, just to equalize the body count situation.
True, yeah.
And after that, they need more. They need an entry, some way, somehow, some sort of entry. As Sandy is now going to be peeking CCTV window. That's a big peek to do, especially after the last 2 rounds. The fact that Sandy's still going for this shows confidence. But can he back it up with a couple of kills? Shots are fired. Taha does kind of know where the frost is. But of course, you won't exactly get a ping from the shots fired through the suppressor. So you gotta kind of make an educated guess. He's guessing that Sandy's gonna make that move, and yep, Sandy did, but got a bit of damage onto Taha before Taha could really react. And that's one thing. But again, it's all gonna come down to what these next 40 seconds have in store.
Yep, these last 40 seconds for MRCZ is a difficult task for them to push in towards second floor gym. For Hunters LFO, they are yet to receive a down. Turns out Din will be captured from Rattler all the way from the bar side, forcing themselves out on a 2v5. Pretty sure they have no other ways just to push all the way from the second floor gym hallway. As they will be easily either caught out from a C4 or from a line of sight that Rattler is patiently waiting from the main stairs. And yeah, there you go, Sandy all the way from the logistics will secure those 2 kills. And just like that, we will either head in for a pause time or a rehost, which will be done at the hands of Team MercenarieZ. So I'm just hoping that both of the players from Team MercenarieZ would, you know, just arrive and make sure that we'll be able to proceed with round number 6 without any hiccups.
All right, Mercenaries have taken a pause at the minute while they wait for their players to rejoin, and of course while they get themselves back up on their feet. And of course, the longer they need to take, the better for them, because after all, it's that last round wasn't quite up to what they, you know, wanted, as it were. The pause has been unpaused. We are going right back into the match, folks. The site has changed its basement. Now, let's talk numbers. Of course, everyone's favorite part of our broadcast, as it were. The numbers specifically being that what if Mercenaries go 4-2 into the second half? Now that puts them on a pretty good lead, I'd say, right? They still have momentum. Hunters winning that last round doesn't really do much for them because it was a disconnect, right? So you can't really count that round as losing too much momentum when literally half your team was disconnected from the lobby. It was unfortunate as well, don't get me wrong. The disconnect happened at just probably the worst possible time. But that means Mercenaries are still playing with their full potential here, right? They've got all their players back. Everybody's in. You've got the Ying being swapped in. MI7 going for, of course, the blinding lights, as it were. You're going to have a lot of things to worry about. And Hunters only still bringing the Jaeger as their sort of utility denial. Wamai against Ying, of course, isn't exactly the best counter pick, right? Because Wamai doesn't blow up the Candelas. He just sort of redirects them with his magnets, right? They still go off as intended. If anything, if a magnet that's in a, you know, important thoroughfare catches a Candela, well, you can say goodbye to that area being used by the defenders, right? But going back to what I was saying, if Mercenaries make it 4-2, they go on the defense, they have big advantage. However, if Hunters make it 3-3, they'll have taken 2 rounds. Mercenaries' momentum will be put on hold. And on the second half, Hunters can do a lot in terms of how they want to play the Sandy, peeking through a punch hole in the garage wall, or garage lounge wall, I should say, doing a lot of damage to Din, taking some in return, but not a whole lot. Din will now have to play on the back foot. Can't quite go out and take as many gunfights as he wants to, as he will instead, along with Ayan, probably drone out the first floor properly this time. But the Hunters, where are they? I think they're probably turtling up, minus 1 player on the first floor. And yes, thank you to our producer Assassin for very pointedly pointing that out, that that hatch on blue is unreinforced for whatever reason have you. But okay, Sandy's just gonna not let them breach that hatch. There is a Sophia, mind you, and a sledge, but still, he's going all in. Finds one, that's Ayan, that's one of your breachers already gone.
Yep. Double soft breaches, double hard breaches. You still have the backups from Taha. Extra atomic charge should be more than enough to open up the hatch all the way towards the kitchen side. They have a lot of time left to do so. Currently, we do get to see Din trying to hunt down the roamers in a way, but apparently they don't have any information on players' whereabouts. Wait a minute. For a moment there, I thought Taha was about to like drop down once the breach is done and proceed with the plan, but turns out he will, you know, safely fall back.
That would have been...
yeah, that would have been a huge thing. I mean, if they had a Ying alongside with him on kitchen, that would have been great. But turns out they're losing a lot of time here once again. Hatches will be opened up from the bar side. Drone works to give some ample amount of information towards the tunnels side and also in towards the arsenal room. It turns out they're losing a lot of time here. 35 seconds. Information drones will be present. So does the denial from the Echoes yokai. All they have to do is just let Sparko secure a kill or 2 and then let them drop down from the hatch. Turns out tunnels has still been covered up from Rattler as he secures to remove Den, and now it's just a 3v5. Time's ticking. Mercenaries aka Taha will find out Sparko's whereabouts in Canaan position but will not secure the kill nonetheless. Beat still patiently waiting in towards the church's side, and Mercenaries still making a decision to push in all the way from church's end. In which Beat, does he have any idea on players in towards the church's side? Yes, they have, I believe. Jittery will secure one, but the plan is still going on. Beat, can he deny it? Yes, he does. Close encounters, but Hunters will still secure the round on defense nonetheless, and they will end the first half on a 3-3 equalizer as we will proceed to the roll swap. Round number 7, it's still reset, Jack. And for Mercenaries, being the ones on defense, how will they encounter Hunters' attack? Let's find out.
That's the thing, right? Hunters with that last round, it was a very strong performance from them as well. It wasn't as if it was a 1vx or something, like a 1v1 or a 2v1, nothing like that. It was a 4-player advantage Hunters had when the, timer went to 0 and, Taha went for that plant. So, unfortunately for MRCZ, that takes a lot of their advantage away, right? Their momentum that they had used, right, that they had gained going into that 5th and 6th round, unfortunately, a lot of that has been dashed. Hunters have put a break, have, basically pressed the brakes on that. Now, in Basement Church, what is going to be MercenarieZ's play? They've got a very info denial kind of setup going, right, with the Meet Mozzie combo. On top of that, they've got information gathering from, again, Mozzie with his pests. Once he gets control of the appropriate drones, he can gather info, basically kind of like Valkyrie cameras, but instead they're drones, right? And of course you have Taha with the prismas of the alibi that can give away some information on some areas, but they have to be well placed, as it were. On top of that, of course, you have Hasib continuing his maining of the trap operators, of course. On Villa, it's Capcan. On Clubhouse, apparently, it is Frost. Hunters will have to watch out for those Frost mats, as it were. We've seen Frost do a lot of work as well with those mats recently.
Oh, yeah.
So I want to see how things, go from here for them. But for now, let's zoom back into the actual round. Action phase is, of course, already in, and the drone players coming in. Grenade is out, and there's Ayan. Beautifully done. There was a drone giving away his position, and Jitri will get that beautiful first kill.
Yep, Ayan was unaware of the information being gained from Hunters, and Mercenaries, they need to be careful about this, because Hunters, they have every single drone placed at a certain spot where they could easily detect players' whereabouts. And for Mercenaries not being able to succeed, Jitri catching off Din just like that is going to put MRCZ on a major disadvantage. Both Din and Ayan have been cleared out, and with the side being on Basement Church and Hunters having a total of 1 minute and 45 seconds, they are now just clearly focused in towards the hatch. They'll just open it up, and now they just need to make a decision to see whether if they can plant all the way from the church's side or from the arsenal room.
Yeah, I mean, that's really all it's going to take, right? One area to be opened up, made vulnerable, and boom, you've got yourself a site to be taken. Sparkle's going to get the kitchen hatch open nice and quickly. Hibana, the queen of hatches, for a reason. Only expending so very few Excalibur pellets on that. 4, to be specific. The Hibana does start with 18 of those things, right? You only need 4 to break a hatch as well. So he's got, another 8, and then he'll still have 6 more to go. That is a lot of utility that the Hibana can bring. Very versatile hard breach. But that is besides the point. Right now, you've got Reach going on that church wall, but Rattler droning in the open does get shot up for his trouble, but he's still alive, and that's what matters right now. More damage done, as that is that Jaeger MI7 doing a lot of work at the minute. Drones there, and that's a big drop. Diffuser is in MI7's control right now, but no, there's a drop from right behind him. There's a player above as well who's going to give him, unfortunately, put him 6 feet under, as it were. Sandy needs to find one more, and he will do so. Beat from the background did get the other player. That's how it was, a 1v4. And that is a very, very strong attacking start for the side of the Hunters. Basically, they didn't even let Mercenaries move, and they managed to catch a couple of these operators in very awkward positions, right? Which lent, which was just great stuff for them. So once again, Mercenaries a little bit pushed back on the back foot for now. They'll have to once again retaliate. Hunters back on the lead.
Yep. And I'm just hoping that they have good amount of denial of information. Maybe in the prep phase itself, have at least one of the defenders just focus on removing out those drone works first, because Hunters, they're getting every single information all the way from second floor. I mean, how do you even know that there was a cooked nade with unaware Ayan, who was just like, I have good protection from the deployable shield. What wrong could happen here, right? Well,
I think that drone was pre-placed, right? Ayan probably didn't get it on he was the Mozzie, right?
Yeah.
So he didn't get it on his pests either. He probably didn't know, because I feel like Hunters, they do this thing, right, where they pre-place their drones in just the most off-site areas that you could possibly think of. Like, for instance, now you have... Yeah. Like, for instance, you have this side, which is Cycle vs. CCTV. Expect drones in, pool table, in stocks, one in basement, they are going to cover as much of the map as they can just for the information, right?
Yep.
8 drones currently active. I mean, well, 4 active, 4 in the pockets. That is a lot of intel, by the way. Mute can't stop all of that. So that is going to be a big plus point for the Hunters. It just matters how they use all this intel.
Yeah, and since, like, we did get to see one of the drones in towards the pool side, Sparko still has one of his attack drones, which means that they have ample amount of information towards the first floor. It turns out Sparko will initiate using his exothermic charge to blow up walls of, wall in towards CCTV. Walls will be opened up. MercenarieZ won't be making any efforts to go in for an aggressive peek, nor they will bring up the Azami, interestingly enough. They will make do without it, and Taha will just heavily rely on the ADSs to make sure that the attackers wouldn't, think of using those grenades. But it turns out Hunters, their main focus isn't on Garage Catwalk, but turns out their main control is in towards construction. Sandy will detect one of the players on the side of defense. MI7 needs to be careful on that line of sight. Breach will be made from Rattler. Some major wall banks will be made in towards the bathroom side, but won't be able to confirm the kill nonetheless. Minute and 45 seconds, they've already secured opening up CCTV wall. They are also slowly progressing all the way towards construction. All they've got to do is just make sure to find one of the roamers in which they will be detected, but turns out MI7 will secure one, and that is Rattler off the board.
Only barely getting that kill as well. MI7 so low, but he gets another one. Beautiful shot onto Sandy. 1 hard breacher and 1 soft breacher for your trouble. That is the alibi striking true and striking firm. Gets those 2 off the board. That's going to put Hunters on the back foot quite significantly. And that alibi is not done yet. Sparko, of course, still has 1 more of his exothermic charges. Din takes a lot of damage, mind you, from that concussion. But no, the flashbang didn't quite go where Sparko intended. Fell at their feet, flashing both Jittery and Sparko in that moment. Shots fired as one has been spotted. Beat, only barely catching MI7. He's got like 1 HP left, but no! Team kill number 15 in the playoffs, and it's going to be Jittery who takes down their own hard breacher. That's probably the worst thing to happen at this moment. Beat is still there, trying to find what he can, but it doesn't matter. He got taken down by the Pog mat, and there was Hasib to get the final kill as well. Oh dear me.
I kid you not, Jack, this is actually bringing me the nostalgic feelings of map Villa. Remember Hasib securing 2 kills with just the Frostmat trap?
Oh yeah.
Jittery got caught, so did Rattler, from the same position of the Frostmat trap.
Yep.
Red stairs. And Hasib, he has now secured his 3rd. With the Frostmat trap, he ended up catching, I guess he caught out Rattler at that moment, but yeah. Hunters LFO, despite having good information of their drone works in the prep phase, and I admire them, mainly because they have every single roamers, which eventually shuts down the entire rotates being made from the side of MercenarieZ. So they just have to play it in a form of a turtle hold, in which it did work out for them. And MI7 securing those 2 kills was just more than enough for MercenarieZ to hold their ground on second for CCTV. A job well done for MercenarieZ to hold their ground out in the mid phase and then just let Hunters LFO get confused when it comes to the execution phase itself. So round number 9 still at an equalizer, folks, 4-4, as we get to see Taha bring in the Mira, MI7 once again with the castle. And let's not forget, if MI7 is included in a 2v4 situation, Hunters, they really got to be careful about this one main player right there, because he could bring MercenarieZ back even if Hunters have control in their man count advantage.
That's the thing, though. Hunters need to get that man count advantage first, right? And sure, they did it in their attack for Basement Church, but you look at how that last round went. It wasn't all that great, right?
Yeah.
And of course, players, viewers might have noticed that, we've been keeping track of how many team kills happen over the course of the playoffs. I don't know, it kind of was started by CCV, right?
Yeah,
he was
CCV
the one
was the one
starting
who
to
started,
keep track
yep.
of all this. And just kind of going on from that, because why not, right? It's a fun statistic. It's nothing particularly crucial. I mean, sometimes team kills are very detrimental. Don't get me wrong. That last round, had Sparko stayed alive on the thermite, had they gotten construction breached, I feel like that round could have been still won. But it is what it is, right? It's a what-if scenario. For now, the castle has to be so careful about this beat. Probably knows the position of one player there. They probably got a ping, right? That there would have been somebody. Oh, he sees him. Can't quite get the shot. The castle is peeking and running. And Beat knows better than to peek that constantly. Needs to stay alive at the moment. Goes for the rappel instead. And that's a head angle that he can take up. As in the meanwhile, CCTV has pretty much been cleared out. So has Cash. The grenades will come in slowly but surely. And Jittery will find Ayan. That's a big starter. As that is the Jaeger once again. Ayan has had a pretty quiet map. There goes MI7. Rattler getting the second. Once again, body count advantage. But the Hunters have to hold on to this with everything they've got.
Still a 3v5, and Mercenary losing both of the players is just spelling danger. But turns out Hasib might be able to bring things back around by getting a headshot back to remove Rattler. But Sandy just says no, not gonna happen. Hasib will be taken down. 2v4, and it's Den and Tahoe needs to figure out a way. Beautiful, like just shot from the shotgun to remove Sparko to put themselves in an even chance. But turns out Sandy will deny that, and also Beat to secure the final frag. Headshot to remove Taha, and just like that, Hunters, I believe they will secure match point, and also we get to see it from the Sandy's perspective. Yeah, I just like the I just like the how can I call it, the text.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
I just like the text. Siege land when, Jack? Siege land when?
The question that's all on all of our minds, right? I mean, all of us would have loved to have this been a land, right? But it is what it is. Just, you know, difficulties and all that. We don't need to get into that right now. But I mean, I appreciate the thought. Don't get me wrong, Sandy. I appreciate the thought a lot.
No, it was Sandy's friend who.
Sandy's friend, but I mean, I'm pretty sure Sandy orchestrated that, right? So, yeah.
Why would they orchestrate that? I mean, Sandy was just busy playing the match. I mean, he was.
Yeah, but he would have told his friend to, like, you know, in one of these rounds, you know, come around and put this on the cam so that it shows up and all that. You know?
Yeah, just imagine in a LAN event where Sandy's actually having a seat playing a video game, and turns out his friends come by and says Siege LAN when, especially in a LAN event.
I will say that that was a nice way of you know, asking that question, as it were. But jokes aside, I gotta say, Mercenaries, these last couple of rounds from them have not been great, have they? They have lost quite a few now. I'm just doing a quick count here. 5, that's 6. Yes, they are map point at the minute. I just had to verify, right, because I lost count. It was mostly for myself, folks, don't worry. Baba is the expert counter amongst the three of us. I mean, CCV is the accountant student. I can't exactly have him count things.
I mean,
right?
I would obviously just focus on CCV because, I mean, he's still pursuing accountant, right?
Yeah,
so if I have to make some calculations, like...
But he's got enough on his plate. He doesn't need to start counting numbers.
Here's the thing.
In competitive esports.
Here's the thing. When
so
it comes...
that's what you're here for. I'm here for the numbers. You're here for the counting. CCV is here for the jokes.
When it comes to exams, and if there is an option where I can take a simple calculator or CCV, I'd just ask CCV to do all the calculations for me.
Yeah, all right then. Well, it looks like in the meanwhile I was wrong in my counting. So see, this is why you need
we are
to
not
verify.
that great at maths, all right?
This is
We're
why
just
you
not
need to
that
verify. It is not map point. It is in fact 5 and 4. Hunters and Mercenaries still haven't gotten to that 6-point advantage just yet. And now that I'm counting my tally back, yeah, it was 5. I am just dumb. So, for the time being, let's just go into round number 10. 5 and 4 is the scoreline. Hunters, just again, taking the lead. Back on the lead for now. Great play from them. Again, let's just, jokes aside, right? That last round from them was very clean, all things considered. They lost a couple of bodies to Hasib, who was playing the Frost. Hasib this time going on the Echo. They have gone back to Basement Church once again to try that site. Can't go back to CCTV just yet. They just won it after all. This round, afterwards, they'll be able to go there again. Until then, we'll have to see what this MRCZ roster has in store. They did just take a tactical timeout as well, giving themselves a little much needed breather. How will the Hunters now proceed? Everybody going for some, you know, attacker repicks, as it were. Hibana, Nomad, Thermite, and Sledge all brought in. Beat was the only one who didn't actually repick, interestingly enough. Of course, I'm not expecting some radical pick like, I don't know, the Fuse from the Hunters, right? That's never going to happen. Let's be real here. But you never know. They might decide to go for some Monty play, right?
Sure.
It's happened before. Or if they really want to be wacky, as Jittery gets the first kill, that's Taha down. That's your Azami gone as well, mind you. I want to know where that kill came from, because the Azami is meant to stay in the site, right?
True.
And, you know, oh my god, Sandy just went in. He got one. Ayan did get the refrag, but again, it's one down whereas 2 defenders have been taken clean off the board. And that was a daredevil play by Sandy. Just drops down the hatch, so, you know, gets tagged up as well. It wasn't a clean drop. And he still walked away with that kill onto Din. That's a huge one. But Hasib gets one in return. That's Jittery gone. And Ayan finds Rattler.
Uh-oh.
Hunters, what just happened? That is an entire dropping of the plot. But Ayan gets caught trying to retreat back into the site. Beat and Sparko, the last 2 standing. Same with MI7 and Hasib. Let's just see how things go from here.
Yeah, it's still a 2v2, and Hasib placing those yokai drones in a way where you could not expect is actually a great way for Hunters, you know, knowing that they might, usually the yokai drones will be placed from the side instead of placing it towards first floor. So they have ample amount of information, plus they'll be able to disorient in a way that they could get the upper hand when it comes to winning those challenging gunfights. And this time they don't have to forget about those impact nades, because Taha only had 2 of them, and since he was picked out quite early in the round, the hatches will be opened nonetheless. What's more interesting is that the tunnels wall hasn't been opened up too, so they can just usually use some sort of soft breaches to open up that particular wall and just proceed with the push. So turns out Hunters, they will head off with a normal push by getting control on tunnels control, and also the hatch control all the way from the kitchen side. They only have 45 seconds left. Spark, on the other hand, will open up a vertical line of sight using his weaponry. Since he doesn't have any breach charges and has flashbangs, he has to make do without it. 2v2. Only 35 seconds left. At this point, you could say that both the trap operators, MI7 and Hasib, there is likely a chance that MRCZ could succeed this 2v2 situation, but it all revolves around those initial frags. Sparko, on the other hand, tries to remove the barricade all the way from the tunnel side. He will succeed in doing so. Hasib, on the other hand, will be tagging some minor damage towards Sparko, but let's not forget Beat is also there, and MI7 will secure a kill. It's 2v1. It's all in the hands of Beat. Hasib will secure as well. 1v1. Only 10 seconds left, and it's MI7, the king of clutches in the South Asia region, to secure round number 10, and for MRCZ they will equalize it 5-5, which means that there is still no match point just yet, folks. It is 5-5, and let's take a look at that in the instant replay as well. Sandy just dropping down without having a single care of the Surya gates that had been placed from the hatch. Will still get one, but that was the explosive entrance that both Sandy and Jittery made. All Hasib had to do was just deny both of them and put Hunters in a major disadvantage of a 2v2.
Once again, of course, MercenarieZ doing all the work they possibly can to keep the Hunters away from map point. We're in round 11. No one's taken map point yet. It is 5-5, and we have the disconnection in the meanwhile, of course. That is Taha, who got, booted from the lobby, as it were. But he will rejoin nice and quickly. Shouldn't take too long, as it were. We still have his cam, of course, so it's not an internet thing, probably just a crash, as it were, right?
True, yeah.
I like these cams, you know. They allow us to infer so much from the players' monitors as well. You can see a lot that's going on.
You can even see their expressions too while they're
and their
focusing on
expressions,
the game,
of course,
right?
the most
Yeah.
important part of all this, right? Like Sparko's reactions that we've seen, right? And you have, like, for instance, Beat and his ever-changing perspectives where he puts that camera, right? Today it's right above his head, mind you. It's like staring straight down at him. And right now his cam's off, but when it was there right at the beginning of the game.
Yeah.
Sandy and Jittery, like Jittery's one is also quite interesting. We barely see him. We see his monitor, and then there's just his face, you know? He's not even there half the time. But jokes aside, Jittery being the IGL, I gotta give him credit, right? For leading the Hunters as far as he has, and for putting them in this position where they are very clearly comfortable playing the way they are. And same with MercenarieZ, right? With Hasib in the lobby, right, once again as a permanent fixture for these playoffs, MercenarieZ have looked so comfortable, so very comfortable.
True.
It really is a testament to their team, to their leader, and to just everything. Even Usher from the back, right, who's been giving them advice, who's been coaching them and all that. He's done a great job. And Usher, great player as well, right? We saw those shotgun plays on Chalet back in the group stages as well. So I know Usher's watching in the chat probably. So, you know, shout out to him for giving MercenarieZ a lot of help, as it were.
Coach, analyst,
Yep.
player. He's an all-rounder for MRCZ.
He's the South Asian everyman, right?
Yeah.
We've got some crazy dedicated analysts, right? You have Leo, Music J. I mean, he hasn't done much analysis recently, but Music J, when he did, valuable information. Leo as
absolutely,
well. But, you know, Ashrit just takes it to a whole nother level, right? He does analysis for the team. He gives them tips and for whatever maps and strategies that he can. He, constantly talks to them as well in these breaks, in these pauses between maps. He's constantly helping them, just kind of figure out what things are going wrong and what they need to do better. And of course, he's also like, whenever, one of the players needs to sub out for whatever reason, right? Real life stuff, whatever have you. He comes in, he will still lead them to victory because he is a great player in his own right, Never underestimate Ashrit. If you recall, right, during the last stage of the Pro League days, we had the Naughty Indians, right?
Oh, man.
Ashrit used to play for that team, remember?
I remember, yeah.
Yeah. That was a team and a half, right?
Like it feels like I'm an old man now, Jack. It feels like I'm
It
age
hasn't
50.
been that
I'm just
long,
having
Baba.
to sit and be like, oh yeah, I remember the team back when Vector Sports used to be a team. My God.
Okay, Vector Sports, I'll give you. It's close to 3 years since we've last seen that?
Yeah, it's been 3 years. Yeah.
2 actually. We saw them at the beginning of the Pro League days, right, in 2020. So it's been 2 years.
Yep.
But yeah, Vector Sports, Virtual 5, that's one we haven't seen in a while.
Virtual
of
5,
course.
Vector Sports.
So many teams have come
Akatsuki
and gone.
Gaming.
Yeah. But right now...
Ishan used to be on that team, yeah. Ishan used to be on Team Akatsuki, I remember that.
Yes, he did. But all that aside, once again, just waiting on the players to get back into the lobby. And as soon as they do, we will go forward with the game, folks. Don't you worry. Not much longer will be needed from here on out. And once they're in, once they're ready, we will be a go. 5-5, mind you, the scoreline. That is a close scoreline if ever I've seen one. First map as well. Both teams giving it their absolute all. Going forward from here, I don't really know who could take, map point, who could take the map itself. Honestly, overtime feels likely for every single map now that I think about it. But already in Clubhouse, I'm fairly confident that overtime is going to end up happening.
Yeah, absolutely, Jack. For now, we just have to wait and watch. Map number 1, even though if it's a map being picked by Team Hunters LFO, this map could go either at the hands of Hunters or at the hands of Team MercenarieZ. And I just realized, at the entirety of the playoffs, we haven't seen Hasib's face yet, right? We
Not
only
really,
just
no.
we only saw the usual photo of him just smiling, right?
Yep.
At this point, you could say that his every single expression is that face. One of them gets caught from a frostmat trap. Hasib with the smile. Hasib secures 4 Ks for the past 2 rounds. That's the same expression. MercenarieZ loses a single round, still the smiling face because he knows in the next future rounds they'll be able to secure the first round back. So technically you don't need a face cam for Hasib. That smile is more than enough to give a good highlight reel for the entire face cam. All in all, folks, I'm just giving it away. Hasib, he is an amazing player back then as well. A strong leader, a good anchor when it comes to playing as the smoke, and also playing accordingly to the team as it requires it to be, giving vital information to both Ayan and MI7, and playing with MI7 too when there's a 2v4 situations are the main reason why MercenarieZ is considered to be one of the best teams in the South Asia region. Currently in second because Hunters are leading as of now, but maybe this grand finals will be able to determine who will go all the way to the top of the leaderboards. MercenarieZ, I'm pretty sure that they have their fair share of ups and downs. Hunters are currently the one who are undefeated in this season. So this could have a major upset if things could go out wrong in map number 1 itself, but we still have 4 more maps left, right? So round number 1 is a go. So does the action phase. The breach will be done from Sparko nonetheless. Breach will be very quick, that is for sure. But the only difference is how would they get control on the site, knowing that garage catwalk and second floor construction will be heavily guarded from MercenarieZ.
Post-breach is exactly what you're referring to there, right? Post-breach, how do the Hunters play around this entire map? You've got Rattler on the upside down repeller overwatching the garage catwalk so that the player in there doesn't get too jumpy. Sparkle's drone is going to go in, give away info. There is the frost mat, of course. They now know full well that there's a frost in play. Position given away of the player in garage catwalk as well. Jitter is going to be droning down the first floor in the meanwhile, of course, because the first floor is where he's going to be grenading from. We saw that work out so many times so far. Jitter's been pretty much on point with his grenades. I gotta give him that. MI7's position, meanwhile, towards the main stairs was given away. I believe there was a drone there. He did shoot one, but there was one up on the pipes on the roof of that, the ceiling of that particular part of the map that gave his position out. So, of course, the call-out will be there that, hey, watch out towards gym bedroom. But no, wait, what, B? Was just standing there. I think he wanted to go for a grenade.
Oh no.
Oh, B going down. That's a big first drop. And Sandy taking damage as well. Trying to peek Garage. Rattler, not sure what's going on there. He's trying to take out that shield. He will get one, but Tha peeks out very aggressively. Sandy fires back instantly. But here's MI7 on the cross. Finds one more. That's Sandy gone. And now it's all down to Jittery and Sparko versus Din and MI7. It's back to this again from the two sides here. And they have got to be so careful with how they approach this grenade from Jittery, but he knows full well that there isn't really anyone there. Can't really afford to do much about it. MI7 playing in cash could get taken out if he's not careful, but Sparko finds MI7. That's a big one. Then now his position is given away inside a garage, which means that they'll probably try to get inside a cash, but no shots fired. Din's position now even more given away, but he finds Sparko. That's Diffuser as well. Jittery on the shield, tries to get something, can't quite do so. Needs to find this Wamai. Where's the Wamai gonna go? He sees the player on the shield. Jittery's gonna push up very aggressively and gets it as well. Again, the 1v1, and it got so close, wiping the sweat off his brows. Jittery will be the one to secure the round for the Hunters and put them on map point. The first map point of this BO5 has been secured. It is going to be for the Hunters.
There it is, folks. Hunters on map point 6-5. And then the young gun from Team MercenarieZ, he did all he could to at least neutralize the situation to a 1v1 situation. And Sparko, having the important frag out of removing MI7 was such an important part for Hunters to secure this, because the more MI7 being alive on defense, the more dangers that it posed towards Hunters, and Sparko eliminating the main cause of the threat was the main reason why Jittery had to secure had no problem securing those 1v1 gunfights nonetheless. But for MRCZ, they could still put this round on overtime. They could put it to 6-6, and with the side being on second for CCTV, they'll not make a decision to change the side, but they want to adapt to it. They want to change some minor strategies. So since that there's always an attack drone which has been placed from the pool side uncontested, every single defender from the side of MercenarieZ have no idea that there is one simple attack drone that has been placed all the way from the pipes of the bar side. So for Hunters, they have ample amount of information of the roamers. If they do make a decision to push in towards bar, high likely chance that either Rattler or Beat would get away with a simple win, knowing that they have ample information towards the bar's side. So MI7 really needs to be careful, because for the side of MercenarieZ, especially in the prep phase, they have good drone works, and turns out they still have all four of them. So one of the drones has been, will be used to get some information on the site's whereabouts. And once again, we will see Sparko use his atomic charge to blow up the wall. Shouldn't be much of a problem of that. The main problem is always the post breach. So since MRCZ has always forced themselves on a 1v1 situation, almost a clutch situations where they could have won, Hunters were usually the one who would recover back a very gruesome round. So hopefully on this match point, we'll get to see some major changes being made, especially with Jittery, who will bring in the Nook.
All right, then. That is an interesting decision from Jittery. I want to know where he's going to go and how he's going to play this round. You have another breach being thrown out by this by the ace, the Selma, that is to say, towards Garage Catwalk. Again, position of the Garage player is very important. Take him out of the equation early, and you've got yourself a very, well, not very smooth round, but a round that will go far smoother than with that Catwalk player still alive. Rattler's drone giving away more positions as he continues to gain them. Where is Jittery in all this? I want to know. Is he going to be coming in towards stocks? I feel like he is, but there's two players on the first floor. He's going to find one. That's MI7 gone. Taha wants to peek the breach, but again, we saw what happened the last time he did so. Minute 15 on the clock, so there's not much time remaining for the Hunters. Well, plenty of time in a way, but of course, they got to make do with what they have. Now, Sparko's got to be careful. That lounge opening is pretty dangerous, but Ayan is even more so. Hasib finds one, and Rattler comes back with another kill, but it's all falling down so quickly, and Jittery is the last one standing. The one player we haven't seen much of in this entire round is now the last one to do just about anything. Now coming into lounge, will be spotted, but he's going to get that first kill, and a big one at that. His position given away. He's going to go into garage. He should know where one is. Beautiful shot. Are you serious right now? He's got grenades as well. He could do something about this. He's going to send it on top of red. That's going to give away his entry, and he will be seen. Taha will finish him off. Jittery goes down, and that's round 12 going to Mercenaries. And folks, it's early. It's only the first map, but you know what time it is. Ladies and gentlemen, are you ready to rumble overtime? Round 13 is in play.
Oh, how I miss this, Jack. Round 13, overtime. From the side of MRCZ, Jittery almost clutched the 1v3,
Yeah,
but
he
it
did.
will be Taha who will secure the recovery of the clutch. 6-6, which means that extra 3 rounds will be added on map Clubhouse. So we will see Hunters LFO on defense first, which means that there will be 2 rounds for Hunters to be on defense and only 1 round where, actually 2 rounds where, Mercenaries will be on attack. So you could say when it comes to being on the site-wise, Hunters has the advantage if they secure their most important defensive rounds. But round number 15 will be the final round to declare the winner on map number 1 itself. So the site that they're going to pick will be on 2nd floor gym/bedroom, the same site where Hunters had secured without facing any issues, and Mercenaries making a little bit of changes in their attack strategies, ending up winning in their favor. So at this point, it is 50-50 chance for both MRCZ and Hunters LFO to secure this one particular site, and it heavily relies on Sandy's and Jittery's hold all the way from the catch side. So if Sandy makes a ridiculous play, if he secures a kill or 2, then that would be more than enough for Hunters to just play to it accordingly and play for later rounds. It should be better for Hunters to not go in or, follow it up with an extra 2 kills. It's best for him to just stay calm, let Sandy do his work, and once the damage has been done, you just have to wait for Mercenaries to waste a lot of time and secure a kill. But turns out Sandy, oh boy, that's a headshot. Immediate kill. MI7 was unaware of Sandy's presence, whereabouts, and now with the early peak, with Buck being gone, there goes your soft breach.
That's a big one as well. Like he said, Buck gone. That's the soft breach stopped. Well, not stopped, but halved, I should say. That, of course, is not going to be too good for Mercenaries. They're going to need to try and pull this back a little and to try and get a trade. No trades yet. That's the important thing that matters here. Zayan's going to make a small opening on this top half of the construction single wall. That's not a vaultable hole, I don't believe, but it's a long little slit that's been opened right on that wall. A line of sight, as it were. That line of sight, of course, allows anyone to rappel by that construction wall and get a long line going. As in the meanwhile, we've got a bit of a scuff breach going here. Sandy will go down. In the meanwhile, oh dear me, that's 2. Taha and Din doing a lot of damage at the moment, as they have found 2 very important players as well, Rattler and Sandy. Sandy's 15-9 now after that death, so that's a lot of kills Sandy has gotten, but he's been shut down, which leaves it up to Jittery, Beat, and Sparko once again. Jittery 11-7. He's done a lot of work, but he needs to do even more, as Ayan is looking to get rid of the mirror window that is currently sitting in construction. Sparko, of course, being the one to man that, but there could be somebody on the hatch. He knows full well, as Jittery's going to find one. That's a Seeb gone. That is, in fact, the sledge taken care of. We've seen this situation for Sparko before. The flashbangs are out. He is going to be flashed this time, but where's the drop? It's not in yet. Jittery's watching. Ayan does get one, but Ayan takes so much damage. Jittery have to be careful. He's being pushed from both sides right about now, and he will go down. It's a 1v3, all down to Beat. Last one in the bathroom. He needs to find himself in a position where he can make a play that could help his team. But no, Ayan will peek the hallway, get the kill. Mercenaries get the first overtime round.
Yep, and that's for sure. I mean, take a look at the cam itself. Look how happy Taha and MI7 is right now, securing map number 1. All they've got to do is just win a round on attack, in which Hunters, they're not going to give that round very easily in round number 14. But for Mercenaries, they still have a chance. They still have this opportunity. They could claim map number 1 and, end up the grand finals by securing 1 point. And that too, it's a map being picked by Team Hunters LFO. Will it happen, or will we go the distance? Let's find out with the site, where Hunters will be defending on Basement Church. Actually, not Hunters. Mercenaries will be defending on Basement Church and Arsenal Room. The same site where MI7 had to secure a 2v4 clutch.
Yep.
And that's the main thing that we should be worried about, because, like I said, the more time that MI7 is alive, the more dangers that it poses a threat towards Hunters. And if they cannot figure out a way to remove this one specific player, then chances are, even if you are at a major advantage, even if you are in the side proceeding with the plant, MI7 always finds a way to deny those players, deny the plant, and ensure victory would be in their hands. And the best part about Hunters is that when it comes to the attack phase, most of the time we haven't seen them proceed with, you know, having a most success rates on post time, mainly because MI7's presence. You don't usually see Hunters proceed with, you know, post plant, because there's always that one player who you'd usually see them deny those plants in the first place, right? So for them, in the last round, knowing that there's only 30 seconds left always for Hunters LFO to push in towards the side, I'm pretty sure that they will focus on the roamers first, in which they don't have any problems with it. The main problem has to be the side itself once they've completed their job.
Absolutely. And Sparko, I think he spotted somebody inside a construction, couldn't quite confirm the kill. Of course, at that range, the AR's recoil is a little bit jumpy. It's a little bit hard to control, but it is what it is. That one will be simply chalked up as a missed opportunity right now. But Hunters have had a lot of those so far. You got to be careful as the Yokai drone's position is given away. That is a Twitch beat. Oh, he's actually manning a regular drone. Yes, of course, you know, the player playing Twitch doesn't get the Twitch drone right off the bat. It's a regular drone first. Shots will be fired to the breach, and meanwhile, Sandy wants to go for a grenade, but no, Ayan pushes up aggressively, and he's still there. He's still doing things. He finds Rattler, and Jittery fires a one back, then to go down. Taha taking damage, but my goodness, that is a play and a half from Ayan. What a time to do this. As Hunters have once again been put on the back foot, they need the diffuser back. They need their players with them as well. They need this mute gone. They were going for a heavy roam clear right now, and Ayan has to be careful. The Twitch drone has been sent out, but no, he's going to go for a big push. He's gone for the jump, but he's going to go down. What was that run out? Ayan, completely unnecessary. The amount of time it takes, you're detected in just 1 second now. I don't think that was quite what Ayan wanted to do. He didn't quite know where the Twitch was either. And the amount of the distance between the top of the Twitch's head and the top of the railing as well, all of that miscalculated. But mind you, only a minute left. Hunters don't have any soft breach to go off of, so they need to get to the site somehow. It's a 3v3 and Echo is still alive. So this is still very difficult for the Hunters to confirm.
Still is, Jack. It's 3v3. Ayan has at least managed to waste so many times, and they haven't focused on removing the breaches yet. Sparko will do that as of now, but they still got to worry about some certain push which will happen from the side of MercenarieZ. Currently, they are just currently holding their sights accordingly. No roams being made, which means that Hunters are the one who needs to move the chess piece and let MRCC proceed with their counter spell. Here comes the shock drone, providing some important information. One of them will be detected, and that will be Hasib playing as the Echo. All he's got to do is just figure out a way to get the confirmation on the kill. Hasib will be dealt with some major damage. Beat is still holding on from the main stage, but they're losing a lot of time. Only 10 seconds. Here comes Jittery, pushing all the way from basement church. Plan is going in. So does the protection from Bleed. But no, it's been denied from Taha. Only 2 seconds. What's going to happen?
There's
Beat
no
he needs to
time.
get for the plan. And here comes Hasib, sprinting all the way towards basement church. Where is he? Where is Beat? There he is. And Hasib will make sure to secure the win for MercenarieZ. Map number 1 is at the hands of the defenders. And just like that, folks, MercenarieZ will secure map 1 1-0 in this best of 5 series.
What a way to start for the MercenarieZ. And of course, that now means that they have taken the first map. Map number 1 goes to MRCZ. They will be very happy with this performance as well. 15 kills to Hasib as well, mind you. He absolutely outperformed everybody on that. Oh, okay, maybe not everybody, but he really pulled his weight in that map, and I gotta give it to him, you know. Hasib, beautifully done. Again, it just comes down to the fact that Hunters in the mid-round to the execute, very sloppy towards the end there, right? So many rounds they lost because of that, because they just could not confirm rounds. They got body count advantages only for the trade to immediately come in from MercenarieZ, only for MercenarieZ to then pull themselves into the advantage because they started making those aggressive plays, right? The best example of which, of course, was Ayan in that last round. On Jacuzzi Wall, who would expect the meat, after getting that first kill, to then push up that aggressively and still be there? I believe it was Sparko, right, the Thermite, who was with the diffuser on top of the balcony, right, actually standing on the balcony.
Yep.
Didn't know where the mute was. So couldn't get that kill, and because he couldn't, it just kind of devolved from there. And because it became a 3v3 with 0 soft breach, no grenades, just the 1 grenade remaining from Jittery as well, not much could be done there, right? Not much could realistically happen. And even though Jittery was trying to cover for the plant going down, he didn't have the right angle, because the player who denied the plant came in from blue. And blue had, would like to rotate that Mercenaries made, right, has a direct line of sight to that vending machine that the church wall does not cover. So just really good stuff overall from the Mercenaries, of course, and really, really well played. They take Hunters as map, folks. That's not an easy feat, not on any day. But Hunters LFO, they are not going to be happy about this. They're going to be livid, I'm sure, in the player comms with themselves, and also talking about looking forward. Map number 2 is Villa. It is Mercenaries' pick as well. And we'll talk about that in just a bit, but let's go into the highlights to talk about what we have seen so far, what map 1 was, what it brought out, and what the teams truly showed us as the stage and now the tone for this matchup has been decided.
Yep. The whole first half, you could see how confident Hunters were in the initial early rounds, but then it slowly toned down to the way how Mercenaries played to it accordingly in the mid half itself. Expecting the aggressive play styles from both Sandy and Jittery, they played to it accordingly, they adapted to the situation, and this round, on round number 3, even with Sandy having an amazing performance while playing on defense, playing as the Melusi, there were some certain moments where it didn't work out well in this end. Especially when they, pushed in towards the side, and Taha was the one who had to bring things back up for the team. And Ayan, my goodness, he has done an amazing job on securing most of those important kills in the second half. And boy, oh boy, Hunters, despite them having good advantage in their drone works, having ample amount of information, somehow when it comes to challenging those gunfights, it was usually Hasib who ended up winning most of the fights in the first place. And there were some situations where there was an accidental team kill that had been made from Jittery, where he removed Sparko. There were a lot of mistakes that had been made, but early rounds, Hunters have done an amazing job on showing their aggression, and Mercenaries, they also did an amazing job at countering them in the mid phase. That's all I can say on map Clubhouse. But on map number 2, which is a map being picked by Team Mercenaries, the map being on Villa, you could say that's, for the Hunters, expect a lot of aggressiveness, as you can see, but in the mid phase they will make sure to tone down the aggression and just play accordingly to crossfire angles and contest those trades, because the trade needs to happen. Hunters, on the other hand, lost a lot of trades, whereas MRCZ, even though if it's a 2vx situation, they will end up securing 1 kill and not getting traded on the other hand. So they've got to be careful on that. Hunters needs to make sure that they win most of their challenging trades and make sure that they won't make those, like tiny little mistakes like the team kills that they, did from the side of Jittery,
I mean, only 1 team killed in the grand
only
scheme
one
of
team
things,
kill,
it doesn't really
not
do
a lot,
too much, right? However, I do agree with what you said. Hunters, normally when the aggression goes against them, they do play a more reserved game, and we could see them trying to bring that out here, but it wasn't quite to be. As we go into the match summary, folks, we have all the statistics here. Look at that. Jittery and Sandy really pulling the team by the shoulders right now. 49 and 15-10, with pretty much Jittery having the highest cost percentage there as well. Sparko a little bit quiet on this map, 410 and 50%. Couldn't really do too much support because he did go down in the mid round quite a bit sometimes, right? And on the other hand, for Mercenaries, look at that, 15-10 to Hasib, 62% on cost as well, 11-11 to MI7, 64%. Everyone chipping in. Then having a not so quiet map. Okay, so then recently has had some pretty quiet maps overall, even by the support, or even by support standards. But today, a bit better performance from him. 5-10, 57%, some very important kills as well. Those 5 that he got were some pretty important kills. So that, of course, is something that Mercenaries will be proud of. But Hunters, they will need to step it up. What I want to see from them on Villa is those odd plays, Mercenaries, they are very good when it comes to standard siege. Hunters, one thing I noticed was that they kept bringing the same operator lineups on the attack without too much difference, right? Site-specific stuff, yes, but only minor differences, like, say, a Thermite for a Hibana, or a, Sledge for, like a Buck for an Iana, something like that. Stuff like that. What I want to see them from them is those weird team comps that they play, right? We joked about them doing a blitz rush, right, in the middle of the map. But honestly, that might even work because Mercenaries were fully expecting the standard stuff from Hunters. And they were playing aggressive because they knew that they could rely on the Hunters to bring the standard stuff and to not get too out of hand. Hunters, on the other hand, kind of played into that. So on Villa, which is a map where they have one of those very weird side picks, right? Living room library.
True.
I want to see them make plays like that. I want to see them keep Mercenaries thinking. Keep your opponent thinking. Make them guess and then take that guess and show that it's wrong. Hunters are capable of doing that. And I feel like map 2 onwards, we're going to see more and more of that. Let's go into the map veto, folks, of course. Map 1 has happened. It is, after all, the Hunters map pick as well. They lost their own. And Mercenaries 8 and 6. It was all the way to overtime. Mercenaries were the ones to push them there, by the way. Hunters were the first ones to get map point. But Mercenaries, with 3 back-to-back rounds in the end, will take map number 1. Map 2, Villa. It's going to be a very interesting map as well. Mercenaries with this first map, I'll tell you what, they'll be very, very happy with this overall as well. So, map 2, Villa. It's going to be a game and a half of that map. I am fully expecting another overtime there. It is Mercenaries' map after all, and Hunters will have to push them out of the advantage going forward into map 2, map 3 onwards as well. They cannot afford to lose another map. They don't have that kind of luxury anymore. So we'll have to wait and see how things progress. But before that, before map 2, we'll be taking a quick break. We'll be right back with the action.
Back out fresh on the scene, 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 back out fresh on the scene. Franchise best on the team, 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 back out fresh on the scene, back out fresh on the scene, back out fresh on the scene. Back out fresh on the scene, 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 back out fresh on the scene. Franchise best on the team, 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 back out fresh on the scene, back out fresh on the scene, back out fresh on the scene.
someone to save. I wanna tell you something new. You drove us both into a wall. I drive away into the night, and I contemplate for a while. Don't you think you wanna be for the best? If I back my stuff, I ain't sooner than this. Don't you think you wanna be for the best? If I back my stuff, I ain't sooner than this. Don't you wish I would've been someone else? I wanna feel your gap without making a mess at you. Won't you tell me something new? I wanna tell you something new. I wish you all the best I can, and I stop myself for a while. I'm saying things I don't believe. The panic's rising up in you. Why won't you tell me something new? Don't you think you wanna be for the best? If I back my stuff, I ain't sooner than this. Don't you think you wanna be for the best? If I back my stuff, I ain't sooner than this. Don't you wish I would've been someone else? I wanna feel your gap without making a mess at you. Why won't you tell me something new? I wanna tell you something new. You drive my stuff and leave sooner than this. I drive away into the night, and I contemplate for a while. Don't you think you wanna be for the best? If I back my stuff, I ain't sooner than this. Don't you think you wanna be for the best? If I back my stuff, I ain't sooner than this. Don't you wish I would've been someone else? I wanna feel your gap without making a mess at you. Why won't you tell me something new? Wish you all the best I can, then I stop myself for a while.
The grand finals are upon us, ladies and gentlemen. We welcome all of you back from the break to the South Asian Nationals for Rainbow-Six-Siege, hosted right here at the Esports Club, supported by Ubisoft, powered by Zotac, alongside our broadcast partner Loco. I am CCV, joined alongside Babu Gusta and this lovely trophy, and we are bringing to you map number 2 between Hunters LFO and MercenarieZ. Baba, you were just right here, casting map number 1. It was Clubhouse, and just the initial map. The first map of the grand finals already went to 14 rounds. Do you think this is going to be the benchmark for the rest of the BO5?
Well, the benchmark, last time I remember, it was 7-5 when MRCZ secured the matchup. So, up against Hunters, you could say Villa might be their kryptonite. But hopefully, we might see Hunters LFO come back stronger on map number 2, realizing what the mistakes were made was mainly because of the information being gained from the side itself. But all in all, MRCZ, they are currently the ones who have the highest morale, mainly because they defeated map Clubhouse, which is in fact a map being picked by Hunters. So, map number 2, Villa, which will be the most strongest map for the side of MercenarieZ. Things will not go as easier as expected from Hunters' end, but who knows, maybe we might see miracles from Sandy, or we get to see some major upsets from Ayan. As we take a look at the map vetoes itself, all 5 maps right in our screens, as we did get to see map Clubhouse being claimed by Team MercenarieZ. And now Villa, let's get to see whether if Hunters can do the same.
Hunters are going to try their best, and again, credit to Hunters. It's not mainly about Villa that went wrong the last time we saw them face off against the side of MRCZ here in the playoffs in the upper bracket quarterfinals. It was just Hunters' performance in general. Most, if not almost all of their players just didn't have a very good time in the server, right? Blatant kills were being lost, 50-50 duels that honestly, again, should have been equal 50-50, were majorly being won by the MRCZ squad, and ultimately Hunters got no footing in that map whatsoever. They did manage to get, I think it was 4 rounds towards the very end, they did manage to try and surmount some form of a little bit of a comeback, but sadly all of that ended in vain. Meaning, yes, the last time we saw Villa up against, both of these teams up against each other, MercenarieZ did emerge victorious, and on Clubhouse as well, it was a lot of back and forth. Every single round was coming down to the plays that were being made in the round itself. There were no carry-on themes and tones majorly, with a couple of exceptions of course, the operator compositions and such, how and what kind of playstyle these teams were going for. But even with the same operator comps, it's mainly it's mainly about the kills that were happening in a particular round, or someone who either in the previous round had a very good time and then just was ended up as the first casualty that ultimately made the difference. So yeah, Clubhouse really went on a very much round by round basis. We saw the blows being traded back and forth, 4-4, 5-5, then 6-5 it was, but it was pushed into overtime, and eventually MercenarieZ took the win. So keeping that in mind, yeah, MercenarieZ will be feeling themselves, but for Hunters, it's a task to come back into it.
Yeah, it's a difficult task for Hunters, especially the way how Ayan, who actually did make his aggressive, risky plays all the way from second floor gym, really shows that MRCZ can pull up tricks like this that could catch Hunters off guard. So they better be careful for it. They better be prepped up for a certain situation like this, because Ayan, he was the one who was popping off quite a lot after the second half. In the first half, it was usually Sandy and Jittery who was making a lot of impactful plays, and then Hasib had to step up, which in fact did secure twice quad kills, 2 quad kills on round number 2 and 3, which it did, shake a lot on Hunters' defense. So on map Villa, you should expect the same thing, because since Hasib will still be playing as the sledge most of the time on attack, although I believe I don't have an idea on who's going on attack first. I believe it should be Hunters that are going on attack first, and MRCZ will be going on defense. But all in all, talk about the ban phase itself, I'm pretty sure it won't be the exact same bans as we did see on map Clubhouse.
Yeah, no, bans gain on Villa, especially for both of these teams, they could opt for the target bans. Yesterday what we saw from the side of Shaheens when they were facing off against MRCZ, they wanted to ban the Twitch, and the Twitch and Flores were banned actually on that map of Villa, particularly because both of the teams really heavily wanted to rely on that on that area denial and utility placement side of it. But that playstyle was then countered from the attackers by those guys starting to pick up the Lion, the Jackal, and focusing on, hunting down the roamers. It was a very, very messy matchup, ultimately, that map of Villa, between, MRCZ and Shaheens, and then we moved on forward, then we went to the other maps as well. But yeah, point being that both of these teams will indeed be looking to make those rapid changes and, you know, those improvisations on a round by round basis. We saw a little bit of that in Clubhouse, but again, those operator compositions being shifted here and there if something wasn't working out both on attack and on defense. But I think on Villa, it's going to be even, it's going to be brought out to another extent, really.
Yeah, it always comes down to this, folks. Map number 2, Hunters, has faced a severe loss on map, on the first map. The only difference is, can they recover on map number 2, Villa? As we can see in the face cams itself, MercenarieZ are prepped and ready. They are smiling, and they will face any encounters on what Hunters has to show up. But the major difference is that what kind of bans do we expect from map Villa? Will we see the same bans as we expected in the playoffs? Maybe some targeted bans, or the usual standard bans as we see. Alba ban has been, quite a rise in the playoffs itself. We saw Shaheens go in for those usual bans, right? Bans like Sledge, bans like Twitch. But this time, since this is the age-old rivalry, Hunters versus MercenarieZ, I'm pretty sure they will have a targeted ban of their own. Starting off, it will be MercenarieZ. What will it be? Will it be the usual Thatcher ban, or will it be the Flores? No, it will be the Lion instead. I can understand why. Usually, I believe it was Rattler or Sandy who usually brings this specific operator, Lion,
Rattler,
who has those secondary hard breach, and you have those 2 weapons, which the weapon almost has a form of an LMG into it, having a lot of magazine capacity, versus a marksman DMR, in which, let's not forget, Twitch also has the same weapon. So they could bring in the Twitch, again apologies. But talk about Hunters, they will go with the usual standard bans. Thatcher will be banned on attack, which means high likely a chance that Valkyrie will be banned as well on defense.
Could be. Hunters could be going that way. Maybe they see Mira as a problem for, Aviator in games they want to potentially get rid of her, but it's highly unlikely. I think rather they would be focusing on that Valkyrie, and yeah, like you mentioned, it is going to be a Valk ban. So far these teams not really shying away or not really straying away from the usuals. Hunters LFO stick to their guns, MercenarieZ opt for a targeted ban, Lion is off the board, and it's MRCZ who do their due diligence by getting rid of the Mira. So quite interesting that the Thatcher has been banned. However, both of these teams, or neither one of these teams shall I say, have gone for an anti-breacher ban, which means that Cade, Bandit and Mute, all of these operators can be picked, and I believe will be picked on the defense from the side of, well, whichever team is defending, first, and then of course the side swap happens. So yeah, MRCZ right now, Taha is going to be going for that Mute choice. Still on AVG, it's quite interesting, not having the Cade Electroclaw. I know the Twitch is there, and the Twitch definitely is going to be a nuisance, but you can hide the Electroclaw in such a way the drone doesn't see it, or you can already establish fronts to, destroy or disable the Twitch drone. Keeping all of that in mind, still, the side of MRCZ, they are readying up with their own their own defenses, and it seems like yeah, a couple of players going through some technical difficulties means like, yeah, a rehost will be taken from the side of Hunters LFO.
Yep. And should we also include a team kill number 17?
No,
yeah, we don't include that. We only include that when the action phase comes into play. So those 2 team kills that we've seen, yeah, forget about it. We don't know anything about that. But all in all, yeah, a mouse bar, apparently there was this issue coming in from Sparko's end, so we just have to go in for a rehost, and by the time we'll be back, we will resume a map number Villa. But talk about the ban phase itself. I can understand why MercenarieZ wants to ban Line in the first place, is because the playstyle that we've seen, that we always seen from Hunters LFO, is more of like in-your-face gameplay, right? Especially from Sandy's end. Whenever there's an action phase, by almost 20 or 30 seconds, you see Sandy be on second floor master bedroom. He's that quick. Playing as a Zofia, all he had to do was to spawn from Fountain, rappel from the balcony side of second floor master bedroom, and then enter in towards the window. How fast can you be? And in a span of 20 seconds, he does it very quickly, including removing the default cams. And being that quick into a statuary room and having this aggressive playstyle mainly requires them to have, you know, good drone placements in the prep phase itself. And Lion could usually help that by not being able to place those attack drones and just use a single use of EDD that could force Mercenaries into a, you know, try not to shake challenge, maybe the mannequin challenge. It's been a long time since I've seen those, but yeah, mannequin challenge, you know, once the Lion uses the EDD, everyone has to just stay for more like 2 to 3 seconds, and then, you know, Sandy could just get the opening pick knowing that he might have good amount of information from them.
Yeah, that is obviously a huge benefit for the Lion as well. Not only, I mean, again, if the defenders disobey it, if they move around, location will be known, otherwise they are stuck, and the attackers will have that small buffer period to hunt them down. But it's also good to know, Baba, that you are still, you know, catching up with the 2016 trends and all. Man, that's really old.
Oh
But
man, I'm such a
still,
boomer.
you know, coming back to the case at point of how the attackers want to take this, I feel like there are both the sides to the story, right? How are MRCZ looking to defend this entire map and on a round by round basis, depending on the objectives? Because what we have seen from MRCZ is usually they do indulge in a roam. I feel like every single South Asian team, you know, these days a roam is very much necessary unless you're playing maps or unless you're playing a bomb site where having more anchors is suitable. But Mercenaries go for that, you know, again, Mercenaries go for the hit and run tactics. They really go for, you know, we'll see you. They're going for the contact plays essentially. Someone like Taha opting for the alibi, you can, as an attacker, see the alibi in towards first floor kitchen, first floor living room, library, engage in a gunfight, maybe, you know, fire some bullets and some bullets are traded back and forth. But the ulterior motive of the alibi is essentially going to be to slip away from these gunfights and to just again lure the attackers in further and further. This is on the contrary to the style of a team like Shaheens, who, if they have a roamer, that roamer is going to take gunfights. If the roamer sees an attacker, you will send that person to, you know, make sure they are taking in their duels, to make sure that they can get that advantage for them and potentially push it to a 5 versus 4. But on the side of Hunters as well, even they have their focus on the roams. We did see that on Clubhouse, you know, constantly for their basement defenses, they were sending people upstairs. They were always looking around, you know, on a lounge even for their second floor CCTV and cache defenses. I think Sandy was in lounge for like 50 to 60% of that round, just roaming around, peeking towards garage, peeking towards stockroom, peeking towards bar or wolf entrance even. And if he found a kill, he stayed there. Otherwise, if he saw too much imminent danger, he was like, I'll just retreat back from a top red stairs and I'll get to the site safely. But then again, Clubhouse is structured very differently to how Villa goes, and I feel like on Villa, both of these teams, a lot needs to be decided from their side in order to, you know, make sure what kind of necessary arrangements need to happen for the defense.
Yeah, absolutely, CCV. And when it comes to a site like first floor kitchen and dining, you always expect to see a pulse being picked out, no matter even if it's on the side of Hunters or from MRCZ. So maybe on a map like Villa, you could say that, you know, taking out the pulse or maybe banning pulse would actually be a good idea to have better control on first floor sites. But doing that would help the defenders to pick out other operators like the Mira or Valkyrie. So knowing that, you know, when it comes to the ban phase, the main goal from both the teams is to ensure that whenever there's an operator that gives you a higher chances of success rates in any of the rounds, you need to make sure that you ban those certain operators. And that's the main reason why you see you know, operators like Thatcher and Valkyrie being banned, because Valkyrie, she can give you tons of information with a single use of the gadget. And now with the rehost coming to an end from the side of Hunters, we are not going to waste any time and proceed with round number 1. Villa will be the site. The same site will be made second floor aviators and games room. Defensive plays will be the same nonetheless from the side of Mercenaries. And just like that, we will see MI7 bring in the Goyo. Very important while defending this particular side, because those Vulcan shield will be so crucial on denying a total of 20 seconds if timed right. So they need to make sure that the timing that Mercenaries has on defense needs to be precise. And for Hunters, there will be a lot of distractions which will be made from Statuary Room.
That is true. And even on Clubhouse, right, we saw one of the core principles mercenaries always stand by is wasting the time of their opposition if they are on defense. I mean, again, we think of the final round, right? What had happened? Beat had to stick that diffuser. There was no other choice. And Hasib simply, he waited for the clock to run down. It came down, it boiled down to that 1 versus 1. Hasib even had the Echo Yokai drones. He was like, that doesn't matter. I'm just going to rush in towards, you know, church and figure it out myself, get the kill myself, and that's ultimately what ended up happening. So yeah, point being, mercenaries are going to do everything in their power to waste as much time on the Hunters side as possible to make sure Hunters have, you know, again, little to no chances of having a proper execute. Still, I feel like Hunters will launch an execution, that is for certain, but it's really about how much damage can MercenarieZ deal to the attackers prior to that happening. Are they looking for the roamers? Yet again, talking about the roamers as well, let's have a look around the map. Many of these defenders, yeah, they're holding these off-site angles. Jittery seems to be on his own roam clear, but Ayan is going to be the first casualty gone. Taha as well severely tagged, and even he's taken off the board. A little bit of retaliation from mercenaries, but really too many early casualties relies on the fact that Hunters LFO are looking for a better round for their side.
Yeah, that drone work that gave away so much information from Statue. Hasib just turns it around, equalizing the man count to a 3-3 by removing both Jittery and Sandy, one of the heavy hitters from the side of Hunters. But also the same thing can also be said for mercenaries, because it's Ayan and Taha, in which both of them have been removed. And let's not forget, the shock drones can detonate Voyo's Vulcan shield, and with the amount of information being gained from the drones, they will be able to detect exactly their perfect whereabouts on those Capcan EDDs. So a minute and 40 seconds left. They have dealt a major damage towards Statuary Room. Now all they've got to do is just focus in towards the side where we see Rattler push all the way from the red stairs. All he's got to do is just find the information. Drones will be given away, and look at the amount of utilities that have been placed all the way from second floor Aviator Room. 2 ADSs and 2 Vulcan Shield, in which both of them can deny a total of 40 seconds. That itself, just by listening to 40 seconds, is a lot of time. So Hunters, they need to figure out a way here.
Yep. Yet again, do Hunters speak through landing? Do they send someone on classical hallway? Beat takes the risk, assumes that gunfight in towards AVG. Lot of damage dealt to that Twitch, and the F2 needs to work its miracle. Meanwhile, then makes an escape for it, goes towards Vault. A lot more of a safer angle, but the attackers want to push up. The Vulcan Shields yet again are being a nuisance. The attackers are forced into classical hallway. Hasib waits there. Impact range with him. MI7 is there for backup, so the Capcom can anyways say to the Goyo, you also need to swing wide on towards Aviator entrance. There's yet another Vulcan Shield prepped up and ready. Din is watching this angle. How do Hunters proceed? Well, there's the breakthrough. Rattler gets rid of Din. Now, Aviators is up for grabs, and the attackers can enter from there. Hasib and MI7 both holding the angle towards hallway. One of them has got to rotate. It's the Goyo who takes up the task. It's the Goyo with the Vector who's going to be peeking this angle. But with 14 seconds on the clock, the pressure still on the attackers. Rattler's going to go for it. He's going to hold the diffuser. Wants to plant it. MI7 wants to swing. Oh. That's one for him. Diffuser now planted. No, C4 denied. It's all down to Hasib and Rattler. Rattler swinging around. Goes towards hallway. He's not checking the angle. Hasib gives away his location. Drones behind the map right there. But what he's not got to realize is that he doesn't know the location of the attacker. Rattler can push in. Hasib can only wait and swing blindly, expecting the punches to land. But Rattler yet again denies and lands the headshot. Thus, Hunters LFO win round number 1.
What a close round, and especially for Rattler. My goodness, how does he do that? MercenarieZ, they got their plan set up so.
Attackers need to locate and defuse as many bombs as they can.
Ambush set. Stay clear.
A job well done on securing that important round, and now we will see mercenaries going to the same side once again. No changes to the operators as of now. They have great counters from the Twitch shock drone, and that's the main reason why the Vulcan shield has still been alive at the late round itself, but it's mainly because of Taha's muse jammers. The muse
10
jammer
seconds
is
to go.
mainly used to deny these shock drones, and because of that,
5
the
seconds
Vulcan
left.
shields were more than alive and
Yeah.
more effective in those late future rounds that
Attackers
those
must
Hunters
locate
LFO
and defuse
to,
a bomb.
push themselves when the time is on their clock. So round number 2, the same side, same operators, no changes at all. What can be the difference from MercenarieZ?
Well, all MRCZ have got to hope for is that, you know, their own gunfights go their way. And again, I feel like so much of the burden came down to the final 3 defenders because of all the gunfights that happened early on, because of all the bullets that were traded. This time, Hassan himself, as the IGL, has taken up the responsibility of taking the early gunfights. He spots one, lands a headshot. Oh, he's hungry for more, and a pre-fire works. This is Hasib in his element. As the IGL, not only does he lead the charge, but he leads in terms of kills. On Clubhouse, he did it. On Clubhouse, after 3 rounds, he had 8 kills. He had 2 quad kills to his name. He wants to do the same, and again, he wants to influence his team to opt for the same. MI7 gets another kill before he goes down. He's in a down but not out state. Will be confirmed very, very quickly. Beat feels like he needs to rush things because now momentum lies directly with Mercenaries. Thanks to that Capcom, the 2 attackers, they're isolated with not many ways to, you know, play together and play off of each other.
Yeah, it's still a 1v4 as Din secures a kill off from Beat. So at the hands of Jittery, 1v4, Hasib has dealt major damage towards the Sanctuary room, and turns out Taha will secure the kill without facing any issues. MercenarieZ, they will fight back, and they will fight back hard by securing round number 2, and they didn't even leave a single chance for Hunters to push. Not a single bit. And it was all thanks to Hasib. Man, look at that instant replay itself. 2 kills, and still Hasib just stays alive and still pose a threat towards Hunters' push from their attack side. So they will secure second floor aviator and games room. And now in round number 3, they will proceed in defending on towards trophy and statuary room. So once again, for MRCZ, a quick shutdown is exactly what they need, and Hasib getting that major breakthrough in the previous round. The main problem is that he can't do that once more, right? Hunters can easily adapt to the situation once they have those, you know, perfect, you know, drone placements that could be placed mainly towards first floor kitchen to detect any roamers, and that roamers could mainly has to be either Din or Hasib. So they got to be careful on that. They have to be careful on those EDD traps, because once they get caught, they will be dealt with 70 damage, and it will be easier for the defenders to secure the kill with or without the headshot. So round number 3, with the action phase coming into play, Hunters, they've had a huge fall on round number 2, so they will make some changes here. See whether if they can play it nice and slow. But turns out Rattlers just said, you know what, I'll do the sneaky peeky way and see whether if we can get the early peek.
Attackers have recovered their diffuser.
Let's see. He definitely does want, you know, to get that early peak, get an advantage established for the side of Hunters LFO, because yeah, the 2 rounds that we have really seen so far, it comes down to the early momentum, right? Either in a back and forth, you fight everything, you fight with what you've got, and a lot of people are traded off from both the teams, or you have someone like Hasib ready to sacrifice themselves but still having such an exceptional performance today that it's going to be quite difficult, and it's going to be very tricky for Hunters to deal with Hasib and then all the teammates alongside Hasib, because if they're focusing on this one captain, someone can swing from behind, and that is Taha. Working in unison leads to a single kill for for the side of MRCZ, but it also leads to the death of Hasib and Taha. A lot has been happening. Hunters need to make sure they still have plenty for the bomb side. They still have a lot of resources for the execution, and indeed, with Beat securing the kill onto Ayan, it means that now MI7 and Din, the Alibi and the Goyo, are left anchoring, and the attackers have got 100 seconds to launch the execute. Once more, advantage lies with Hunters.
Yeah, but the main problem is MI7 is still alive, And for Hunters, they've got to be careful on that one specific player. He could change the whole round on round number 3, so they're just taking it nice and easy. They're going to take their sweet time, get those information from the attract drones, and see whether if they can find the opening. But turns out Jittery's been dealt with some minor damage from MI7's end, but in the end, he will stay alive nonetheless. 2 cooked grenades he could be used from Jittery that could engage in those, with those impactful kills, but he doesn't have he doesn't have those information in the first place. Again, apologies. EDDs are still present, so they need to focus on removing that out first. But in a 2v3 situation, time is currently running out, so for Hunters LFO, they've got to make their push. They only have 50 seconds left. Jittery, beat unfortunately gets downed out. I believe that is from the hands of MI7, and turns out Jittery will secure that kill. It's a 1v2. Actually, it will be a 1v1. Revival will be made from Sparko. It's all up to Den. The young gun, unfortunately, it will be denied once again at the hands of Sparko, as we see Hunters secure their round win once again.
Came down to that final gunfight, but yeah, the one advantage Hunters had of, time being with them allowed them to set up all of the methods necessary to secure the round win. They could situate their players anywhere. They could scope out the bomb site, get information on the defenders who were alive, and then they could play off of that info. That's exactly what they went for, and it's great to see it working. Mercenaries, I think, yeah, the early gunfights in the previous round, with Taha being right beside Study and Hasib also playing off of Aviator, it was a really nice 1-2 play they were going for, and to a certain extent it was successful. Only thing was Taha himself was picked off later, and that meant that, yeah, yet again the man advantage presided with the side of the attack, and of course they played off of it. I mean, even again, towards the very end, Hunters made sure the round count, the man count towards the end of the round was going to be a 2-0 or a 1 versus 0, and nothing along those lines, and nothing less than that. So with all that being said and done, Mercenaries need to essentially, either slow down their own defense, not be as provocative with the kind of plays they're making, as rapid with how they're taking things, or they just need to make sure that the kind of gunfights they're going for, even if it's early in the round, they are successful in winning them. I know Hasib has got a lot of confidence, Hasib has made sure there's a lot of confidence in the entire MRCZ bootcamp, but still, when it comes to the actual match, when it comes to the actual server, this is not like the playoffs. This is not like, the earlier matchup, the upper bracket quarterfinals, where Mercenaries were just running away with the kills. Hunters are giving MRCZ a really good run for their money. Clubhouse was an excellent example of that, and I feel like it's only going to get amplified the further we move down the BO5. But Taha moves further away from the building, almost spotting an attacker, but no, he backs off at the correct time. Can he go into can he go into Aviator from Study? Yes, he can. So he's still safe. Rather, it's Rattler who's gone off as the first kill.
Yep, if plan A doesn't work, plan B will still be in play, and they will secure the early peak nonetheless. There goes Rattler, and with it, the sledge. No soft breach, no grenades, which means more problems for Hunters to secure their important kills, especially with the cooked nade all the way from first floor kitchen. Now they just have to heavily rely on Jittery, who has been having a lot of issues from their end, not being able to succeed his challenging gunfights. This time is all the way towards red stairs, seeing whether if he could find an opportunity or not. No traps being laid, but maybe there's a Legion Go mine, but that does not matter. Ryan is still here. He still delivers an impactful blow, and turns out the rest of the player does it too. 5v1. It's all at the hands of Sandy. A very difficult situation from Hunters to be in this situation in round number 4. His location will be revealed and be removed at the hands of Den. Flawless round at the hands of Mercenaries, as they will secure round number 4. And this is the main thing that I was worried about from Hunters. This is basically a deja vu on the playoff match itself here, CCV, because Mercenaries, they had firm grip and control on Map Villa, just like they did on playoffs, and turns out it's happening the same thing here in the grand finals here.
Yeah, this time only thing is that Hunters are definitely giving the fight and bringing it to the side of MRCZ, the score still being equal, but yeah, the point you're making still stands, that when MRCZ are winning, the manner in which they win is just no competition for them. And at the previous round, I mean, again, the snowball effect, if anyone is unfamiliar with that, it's when one action leads to a consequence, that consequence leads to a bigger consequence, and then the ball keeps on rolling down and, you know, becomes a bigger problem for the side having to deal with the snowball in of itself, and before you know it, bam, it hits you. So for Hunters, the last round was indeed a great example of like the snowball effect working its way. Mercenaries got one kill, then follow up another, and before you know it, Hunters, you know, they felt the pressure of their man count going down so much. They were like, we need to equalize this. There are defenders in front of us. Even if it's risky, we will still opt for the gunfights. We will still opt for the duels. Yes, they opted for it, but of course, sadly, it just didn't go their way, and MRCZ ended up with a flawless round win. So Mercenaries are looking strong. So far, we've only seen 2 of the bomb sites. Either it's Aviator in games or it's going to be Trophy and Statuary. We haven't seen the tertiary bomb site just yet. Maybe if if MRCZ do take the win here, the tertiary bomb site will have to be chosen. But it's really up to the Hunters, you know, or look for that 3-3 half, because I feel like going on their defense on Villa, 3-3 still really good, but
Jesus,
the way in which MRCZ are playing, it can catch Hunters off guard. And I feel like Sandy, he was just caught snoring right there, and again another. It's Taha once more.
Man, it is Taha-tastic. 4 kill! My goodness, Legion is out of his minds right now, and Beat, being the only player left, he will secure the kill. It's a bird, it's a plane. No, it's Taha with the ace. MRCZ will secure this round. And my goodness, Taha will start things off with a bang. My goodness, what just happened? Hunters, how did they caught off guard like this? How? Like, how did this happen? Taha was just peeked from the door and was like, oh, hello there, I'll just take you one out. And then he just decides to take out the rest of the players on the side of Hunters. My goodness. This is the second time I'm seeing MRCZ gain so much huge potential in the early round.
The best strategy Mercenaries have, and I feel like, you know, Ashrit and Hasib, Ashrit being the coach and Hasib being the IGL, they discussed a lot about this strategy. The strategy name is Taha Go Kill. And I feel like the entire strategy coming into fruition right here, really, you know, very intriguing setup that they had. And Taha as well taking up the responsibility, but no, really. Again, that copy pasta and the jokes aside, Taha, he just swung angles. That's pretty much it. And Hunters, once again, I have this feeling deep down. I didn't want to mention it earlier because, of course, earlier in the matchup, Hunters were giving such an equal gunfight to Mercenaries. I know it's only been 2 rounds. It's still honestly premature for me to mention it, but this does indeed feel like what was happening earlier, you know, in the playoffs matchup in the upper bracket quarterfinals, where Hunters just didn't have any footing. I mean, it's been 5 rounds that we have seen. Jittery, as the Twitch, only has a single kill. Sandy only has 2. Sparko has been the, you know, dedicated support. That's perfectly fine. But Beat and Rattler are the ones getting a couple of kills. That is not what is supposed to be happening on the side of Hunters. You know, Jittery and Sandy are supposed to be their fraggers, and especially on attack, when you need that entry kill, you cannot fall off, or you cannot, you know, go off the map. Speaking of that, it's still going to be an entry kill for Hunters LFO. Doesn't matter who got it. In this instance, it's Rattler. Hunters will just be happy. A kill goes to their name, and one of the roamers is gone. But Taha, he wants more. He's got the cardiac sensor as well. He can spot where the attackers are. He can shoot them down. But really, no, it's Rattler on a roll for himself.
Yeah, and with Jittery being down, Sandy almost catches off Taha off guard, but can he secure the kill? Yes, he does. What? How? Pulse, he was supposed to be holding out on first floor, but he then comes out, he just goes out from second floor to try to contest one of the angles. But still, Rattler is still here. He will secure the triple kill, which could force Mercenaries on a very difficult situation here, folks. 2v4, Jittery can be revived all the way from the site, but the amount of damage that Taha had been dealt, my goodness, it is too much for Hunters to handle, and they've got to figure out a way to deny the C4 toss from Taha. Will that secure a kill? Yes, it does. It's a DBNO state. It's a 2v2. But where is the revival? Taha still pushing in all the way from the laundry side. Revival will be made nonetheless from Rattler, but the main problem has to be Jittery, because he's all the way towards Astro Stairs hallway. So reviving him could be a difficult task. So this can go in a 2v3 situation. Den and Taha is, in which Taha is so low on HP, and Rattler, he actually misses it. MI7 Frostmat trap catches off from Jittery. Oh no, 2v3. It's still an equalizer. Mercenaries could just bring this back.
Yeah, Jittery was downed and eventually bled out again. The teammates could not go for that. Beat as well, kill secured, Rattlers in a down but not out state, and this is genuinely a certain horror movie for the side of Hunters because they are getting picked off one by one. They don't know where the enemies are striking from. It's mainly the vertical angles and of course utility to aid them. No Capcom this time, so the attackers can make their way into the bomb site, but with Rattler being so low on HP, he's going to have to watch out for the angles. Doesn't have the support of Sparko. Sparko's still on the top floor, holding the angle. Now Din, the newest recruit, everything falls onto his shoulders. Needs to isolate the gunfight. He gets rid of the player with the higher HP. Rattler, 10 seconds as a sledge. He found the entries. He now needs to end the round, finish it in the books, but no, it's Din who causes and brings the night for the side of Hunters LFO. Yet again, yet another round going the way of MRCZ. The half comes to an end. What was looking like a very even Stevens half with a 3-3 scoreline ends with 2 rounds advantage for the Mercenaries.
Yeah, out of all the clutches that we've seen from Din, not being able to secure at least one of them this round, he definitely does. And he will put pressure to Hunters LFO, especially in the second half. So a pause timer, actually not a pause timer, a technical timeout will be requested from Hunters LFO because they need to think about this. The whole first half, for the previous 3 rounds, Taha ends up with the ace. We see huge control towards second floor. Taha, who was supposed to be giving information from the cardiac sensors, ends up heading towards second floor to engage those gunfights. Not only just that, he secured a C4 kill, which was a DBNO state. He even downs Jittery while he was, rotating himself back all the way from Astro Stairs. So I got to wonder from Hunters LFO what is happening once Hunters were presented itself with the opportunity to secure the kill. Turns out they missed almost all of it on map Villa here, CCV. Like, what is going on?
I think the one saving grace for the side of Hunters can be and is going to be the side swap. Perhaps after, Hunters are now on the defense, maybe they can strengthen up their own defenses and actually have a proper structure to their entire way of taking these rounds, because right now Hunters were on their attack. Either they were focusing on the roamers or they were focusing on the bomb side, but mainly it was the roamers, and the roamers really can be anywhere. You have to take those early gunfights, but with Hunters being the ones on defense, they can have their own setup, whatever they want. If they want horizontal extensions, kind of like what we saw from MRCZ, and kind of like what generally is the theory for defending Aviator in games, you extend towards trophy statuary, reinforce the walls, have a couple of your men there, and make sure that the attackers take a little bit of extra time, to roam clear. But apart from that, Hunters can try something different. It's really up to them. These guys, they are down a map. They are only trailing 2 rounds on Villa, but when you put it in the larger context, you get to understand that momentum presides heavily with the Mercenaries right now. Hunters, I feel like, are getting in the same state as what was happening on Clubhouse, especially towards the very end in those overtime rounds, where one thing didn't go their way. Either it was an initial kill, or it was the breach not getting done properly, or it was those guys taking too much time. Something being stray from the plan eventually caused a lot more of the things to go wrong, and again, that snowball effect happening. Hunters just need to take every single part of a round one by one.
Absolutely, CCV, well said. For Hunters, if they have to come back in the second half, they've got to make sure that they wouldn't get picked off in the first place, and especially either at the hands of Taha or from Ayan. Din, on the other hand, despite having him, being in those clutch situations, we did get to see him fail a lot on map Clubhouse, but this time he had come back. He succeeded the clutch, which could pose a lot of problems from Hunters LFO, knowing that since they had a lot of opportunity, like I said, couldn't get to utilize it well, and it did ended up ending the first half on a 4-2 scoreline. But now, since the second half will be the saving grace for Hunters, mainly because they'll be the one on defense, they can, however, bring this back to an equalizer of a 4-4. unless and until we get to see Mercenaries, do their magic once again on attack. But it's high likely a chance that, this could happen, because Villa, like I said, it's a heavily defender favored map, so anything could happen. Even when there's an early peak advantage from the side of Mercenaries, Hunters could still bring this back up, but turns out Beat has been dealt with a major damage, and he really needs to be careful if he needs to engage in the gunfight. Cooked nade from Hasib, will that connect? Not quite, but maybe the deployable shield that was in towards Statuary Room will be destroyed nonetheless.
Still looking for it. Hasib jumps in the bedroom. No defender to contest that just yet. Sandy's holding the ground. In towards Statuary. Waiting for the angle, but Hasib catches him slacking. And yet again, it is Hunters LFO. First blow dealt to their side. They've got no choice but to retreat back to the bomb side. The attackers are making good progress. I mean, yeah, a minute and 20 seconds have been spent getting trophy statuary control, but it also means that Sandy is off the board. Really, really good. Mercenaries, once more, you gotta complete the basic checklist of attacking a round in Rainbow-Six-Siege. Get rid of the roamers, breach done, execute, plant, play the post plant. So far roamers have been cleared off. Rattler is still holding this very cheeky angle towards red stairs. He can be successful in getting some kills. Maybe they don't see him through all these smoke grenades. Maybe he evades their line of sight. He's just holding out, and yeah, there's going to be MI7 who wanted to go for the surprise pick. What he didn't realize was Rattler was already at the staircase, and before MRCZ know it, the defender has scattered away, and yeah, that's a player now gone. So Twitch now off the board means that Mercenaries will have a little bit more difficult time getting rid of all of these Vamai magnets and dealing with all the utility that is present on the bomb side, thus making the execute eventually harder.
Yeah, and the best part about it is that since Sparko is holding down all the way from landing, he can and always will secure the kill. This time removing Ayan out, which means that they don't have any more grenades. Even more so from Rattler, who did eventually rotated all the way back from main stairs, will also secure a kill, forcing Mercenaries on a 2v4 situation. Now the difficulty is way too much from Mercenaries' end because they're losing a lot of potential growth on the site. So 2v4, once again we see Din trying to challenge the angles with the breach being made from the wall side. Taha once again securing or trying to remove the deployable shield, but somehow he gets away with the kill. So does Jittery. Headshot with the shotgun, and Beat will come up with a surprise attack that will end up favoring for the side for Hunters. A job well done on securing the side on defense, even with them not being able to secure the early kill. But Rattler was the main reason why Hunters secured that round in the first place, and I'm pretty sure they'll be happy about this.
Yeah, even the method of MRCZ undertook of getting that classical hallway and landing control, it was quite interesting, but again, to a certain extent, I wouldn't say it backfired, but it didn't work the best way they wanted. They just wanted quick control. What they didn't realize was Rattler was still holding the angle, and Rattler got a kill and got away with it, most importantly. Thus, the entire purpose of the smoke grenades being thrown for that quick control were deemed null and void, because not only have you lost MI7, the attackers now still need to spend more time making sure the Vamai is either killed or gone, and only then can you get proper control. Only then can you set up the flank watch, maybe have some claymores, and after that can MRCZ start focusing on the breach towards Vault and executing on the bomb side. But yeah, it got a little too messy. They wanted to cover off the classical hallway 90 angle. They wanted to cover off towards Aviator entrance as well, make sure someone like Sparko doesn't see the attackers pushing in. But what they forgot to count was, Rattler was present, and yeah, Rattler also did an exceptional job. He got one kill, really good situational awareness. He was like, okay, I am not going to be greedy. I have just equalized the man count. I have slowed down the attack, and of course, definitely laid water on their plans. I'm just going to run away, hold my own angle, make sure that I am safe and sound towards library stairs, and after that I can start participating in the gunfights once more.
Yeah. Rattler is, he did an amazing job holding that site from, from main stairs. Despite knowing that the whole line of sight was lost, securing the kill and getting away safely was the most valuable thing that Rattler had done in that round. And with the timeout which has been requested from Mercenaries, they've got to wonder now. Since, defending on second floor aviators in Games Room will be a difficult task, you still got to worry about statue and trophy, you still got to worry about first floor dining and kitchen. But the main problem of it all is that which site will Hunters go to first? Because the main side that we saw Hunters go to is usually in second floor trophy and statuary room, with one of the players still holding on towards armory, and that was none other than Rattler, right? Remember the matchup between Shaheens, where they decided to go with the same map against Hunters with the same map villa, but turns out it didn't work out well for them. Mainly it was due to the Rattler's plays that he had made on second floor trophy and statuary room. He had the deployable shield, he was playing as the smoke, shotgun in hand, SMG 11. He waited for the perfect opportunity for them to dump all the utilities towards Astro, and when he did get the perfect timing, knowing that none of the players were rappelling from the Astro window, he got away with 2 or maybe 3 kills in towards the bathroom side. So just thinking about that in form, round number 8, since Hunters LFO are on defense, the side is also the same, statue and trophy. Statue and trophy room, yes. And also Rattler this time will be playing as the castle. Interesting. Usually you see him play as the smoke, and just like I said, he was very powerful with that specific operator, but bringing in the castle means that they'll be blocking some certain lines of sight, and that has to be in towards the 90s angle, which means that they will present themselves with some holes being made on second floor AVG to nullify the push. But wait a minute, okay, Sparko, he just took out Haseeb. When did that happen?
20 seconds. He went for a spawn peek and it worked. Yep. Haseeb is now gone. Now knock off the board. And the one X factor, I guess, MRCs were looking for, the one person alongside Iano who brought the frag grenades, is now eliminated. So Haseeb will be watching this entire round again through the eyes of his teammates and through all the drones that are present. So a major blow dealt to their side. But yeah, overall, the kind of defense Hunters are having, it's that, extension into bedroom where you don't reinforce all the bedroom walls, rather you open up the leftmost one, you have the castle barricades, and of course, if the castle barricades are destroyed, temporarily, you set up the Azami Kiva barriers. But the attackers are still relentless with their own aggression. Ayan, MI7 find 2 kills. So already, whatever man advantage was present to the side of Hunters is now gone, and more people follow suit. Hunters are still wanting to peek the angles. MRCZ are just getting map control, and they are still being successful with it. Now, most of these attackers, where are they? Towards 90 hallway. Do they have time? Yes, they have 90 seconds to etch a proper execution. They can drone on the bomb site. That's exactly what MI7 is doing. They know where one of the people is. They know what kind of an angle Jittery is holding from within statuary. They can push up, can try to kill him, or they can even send that, they can go for a pincer maneuver. So they are sending the third player, that extra manpower mercenaries have, to enter from bedroom and then potentially look to apply the pressure. This is smart from MRCZ, but still all it needs for the side of Hunters is for them to isolate a couple of these gunfights. Very, very close this round. MI7 departs, and what a kill for Sandy. The Kiva barrier is also working in, and now the 2 attackers themselves are isolated away.
And now Jittery needs to be careful though, because that line of sight all the way from landing is going to pose a threat to him. But Sandy, if he secures this kill, this could be huge. But Jittery just decides, nope, Taha will be removed. So all you got to do is just focus on trophy. And that's where Din is with the diffuser in hand. Only 35 seconds once again in a clutch situation this young gun had to endure. And I've got to say, this is a very difficult task for him. Finding 2 players, information will be given from those bullets, but in the end, it will be Sandy who will secure the kill nonetheless. Round number 8, at the hands of Hunters LFO, despite their whole starting roam game that they had played was shattered from mercenaries, they still somehow ended up securing a 2v4 clutch. Let's not forget, it was a 2v4. Mercenaries were the ones who had the advantage, and turns out Hunters secured it, all thanks to Sandy and Jittery.
Yep, Hunters did secure it, and as was mentioned, all it takes for Hunters is for them to start isolating the gunfights, and guess exactly what happened. MI7 gone, and then the rest of the attackers as well. They wanted to peek for the angles, they wanted to do something, but by the time it was just, Din alive, not much could be done, not much could be said about that entire round. Forced off in such a difficult angle, Jittery holding the crossfire, holding an off angle all the way from statuary, Sandy being around that trophy, moving around, always jiggle peeking, ensuring he doesn't die but also gets info. A lot of pressure. So Mercenaries up against Hunters now. Hunters have indeed equalized the score count, And the bomb side they've opted for is going to be a proper, Hunters LFO choice. They have gone for living room and library. Very interesting. Not the first time we are seeing this from the Hunters. Let me tell everyone watching, what their basic plan is. If you are unaware, I mean, of course, not many people, on a regular basis see this bomb set. This is a special Hunters LFO classic. What's going to happen is, Hunters LFO, they set up their horizontal extension. Again, on Villa, it feels very weird to say horizontal extension unless you're talking about first floor kitchen and dining. Hunters LFO, how do they set up their horizontal extension? Castle barricades on 90. Make sure you have the keyed electric claws to prevent, aviator from getting breached, and the mute jammers as well to prevent the drones from coming in. So, castle barricades, electric claws, and mute jammers, bish bash bosh. That's how you have the second floor setup, and the attackers will have a very difficult time breaching in. Now, many people will ask, why exactly is so much focus being given to the second floor? That is because you need second floor control as an attacker in order to contest and in order to essentially plant the diffuser, go for that execute, which is why we can even see right now, mercenaries are constantly contesting. They are looking to enter from study, they want to enter from landing, get AVG control, but I feel like Sparko is going to have a field day with the amount of attackers he sees.
Absolutely, CCV. The way how Hunters have made their specific hold in this site is going to cause mercenaries a lot of confusion, especially because one, they haven't been in this site in the first place, they haven't practiced a lot, and since Hunters have chose to pick this site, a horizontal lane like that could cause disasters for Hunters if this strategy doesn't work out well in their favor. But you still gotta worry for Hunters because they're prepped and ready. And here comes Rattler with the initial pick. There goes Den. 4v5 once again, an attempt of a shot where Hasib is trying to remove the Rattler, but he is still unsuccessful. Secures the kill, and now MI7 and the Ash, who is currently all the way towards the side where they found the opening, they found the weakness. All they gotta do is just going for the plant, but no, it's just a trap. Beat just secures the kill. There goes Ayan, but still the Ash, the Twitch, both of them are gone from Beat. It's a 2v5. The hold is successful from Hunters, and now it's a 2v4 once again. CCV.
Oh, Taha very low on HP yet again. Damage dealt. He's got the diffuser. He has no choice but has got to fall back. Hasib, in the meanwhile, is out and away on his own adventures. Into the bomb side he goes. Beat awaits for him with open arms and a crosshair pointing directly towards the head of Sledge. And that's a headshot. Taha jumping in. Really nice find. But he's got 5 more players. Yes, he had an ace earlier, but I feel like the circumstances have changed a lot. And Hunters LFO, ladies and gentlemen, have gotten back into the lead on the map of Villa. What was looking at one point to be a strengthhold for the side of mercenaries has now been converted into a map where they themselves are trailing the opposition. Hunters want to get back into the best of 5. Hunters LFO want to make sure that, going into map number 3 Chalet, things are on level terms.
Oh boy, if that side comes back from Hunters LFO, this could cause disaster for Mercenary CCV because, I gotta admit, the amount of strategies that Hunters had placed on that site, and since they have to wait for 2 more rounds for that site to be unlocked, and yes, they'll be, going back towards second floor aviators and games room, this is, spelling danger for Mercenaries because if Hunters secures round number 6, if Hunters secures round number 10, they will secure match point, and that too, it's a map being picked by Team MercenarieZ. So, Hunters, again, great job, an amazing quad kill from Beat, knowing that they were trying to, use the weakness, knowing that they have immediate control in towards the side. Beat just denies it with the SMG-11, gets all 4 kills, and he didn't even let MercenarieZ push towards the side at all. So, the confusion was they made too much control. They tried to challenge the second floor side, didn't work out because Rattler secured a kill. Then they decided, you know what, let's just abandon all hope on second floor and just push in towards the first floor itself. Well, guess what? You still have Beat 2v4. Run out once again in round number 10. Taha will definitely look into it. And this time, Hunters won't be able to secure the early peak nonetheless. I believe it was either Beat.
It was Beat.
Yeah, it was Beat who just went in with the spawn kill all the way from the side of Fountain, not being able to secure one. So Mercenaries will take care of that and deny the opening pick itself. But what are they going to do from the side here itself here, CCV?
Let's wait and watch. MercenarieZ seems like they want to go for the study execute, at least have them towards study. I think that is quite important usually because having study control or just an attacker right outside of study can, cut down on the defender rotations by such a huge margin. And if especially the defenders are unaware, maybe there's a Zofia there, maybe there's someone else, that can spell disaster. But overall, looking at the rest of the attackers, these guys, they want to enter from the astronomy side. Sandy as well, a hidden angle. I'm not sure if his entire body is hidden by that feature or by the mechanic he's trying to achieve. But if MRCZ don't find him out, if MRCZ drone astronomy and don't see him, I feel like it's still going to be achievement unlock, and I feel like it's going to be objective, you know, achieved for Sandy himself. But regardless of that, the attackers want this vertical play to be established, and two frag grenade kills from the side of MRCZ. They held their angles, they watched the gunfire, and then they struck. Two defenders remain, make that only beat now. The entire site is gone. Hasib and Taha struck first. Taha extended even further, went to the bomb site, and MercenarieZ shall be securing another round, further equalizing the score. And once more, we are back to a 5 versus 5. Hunters LFO, they had the ace up their sleeve. They went to first floor, you know, living room and library. It worked brilliantly, but now I feel like Hunters need to go back to trophy and statuary, because that's the one bomb site they have the advantage. No, Hunters doing the opposite of what Hunters usually do. They are re-opting for a specific bomb site.
Oh boy, this is actually tough though, because usually the main problem was that in the previous round, 2 cooked nades from first floor. So I'm pretty sure that from the side of Hunters, we might see some roam games being made from both Sandy and Beat to have efficient control towards Piano, because I believe that's exactly what happened. You know, cooked grenade removed the player who was holding that angle all the way from the deployable shield from Aviator's room, and also the second maybe from the bar side. That's exactly where both Ayan and Ayan and Hasib were the one who initially got those 2 cooked nade kills. So once they realized that the whole side has been opened up, they immediately went in for the push. They did took a lot of time, but the coordination, the pushes, the cooked nades, the opening was just so perfect from MRCZ. They've got to be careful in round number 11, because if that happened once more, then this is definitely not good from them. Beat once again attempting for a spawn peek. He's not going for a run out here, but if he gets detected from one of the attack drones, then this will not look too good from Hunter's end. So he'll just back away safely, and this time it should be better if they have good control from the first floor side.
I mean, Hunters, they have got a couple of their, you know, roamers situated on first floor. You can just see Rattler holding that red stairs angle. He is going to, you know, set his home there. No matter what kind of roam clearance MRCZ are looking for, they want something similar to happen. Rattler has been isolated. These attackers are on the lookout. Only question is, this Wamai, how much time can he waste, and can he get a kill or 2 to his name? He's got plenty of support when it comes to utility. He can even have someone like, you know, Sparko in the bomb side to assist him to rotate back towards red stairs and go for that trade, go for multiple kills if things get way too risky. But still, it's all up to him right now, and most of the pressure relies on MRCZ, because they've spent a huge amount of time in this entire round. We haven't seen tons and tons of map progress, you know. Taha is in basement. He is on this proper roam clear. But what MRCZ have got to realize is, as good of a day Taha is having, 13 kills and only 6 deaths to his name, he is still the hard breacher. If Ace is eliminated, it puts MercenarieZ at such a huge risk. MercenarieZ are going to be in jeopardy of potentially even, you know, losing the round. They've got to be careful. Rattler still on towards red stairs. The attackers are looking to hunt him down. It's MI7 actually who finds the kill onto Sandy, who's really not been having the best of days. 11 rounds, it has been only 4 kills to his name. He is that star player. But today the star is a little bit dimmer. Regardless, Hunters still need to shine. Hunters still need to make sure the round goes their way. But it's the MRCZ train which is really swinging wide, and it's not going to stop until it's round victories for them.
Oh boy, here comes the denial, here comes the control. 4v1, it's all of the hands of Beat to secure round number 11, but I'm not quite sure if that would work out. Beautiful headshot all the way from landing zone, and another one. It's a 2v1. Beat is just trying to put a stop to the MercenarieZ attack. He will secure, he will know exactly that the diffuse has dropped, but there is one player, Ayan, who is still in the side, and Beat is so much more afraid to it. And that will give the information. Taha will go all the way from that specific place. He would go in for the default plant, and since vault has been opened up, it'll be even much more difficult for Beat to proceed with this. Post plant it is, which means that Beat only has 40 seconds to secure this 1v2. He's playing very aggressive. If he gets both of the players, this could be huge. 1v1, no denial from Ayan, and MRCZ will secure it with such close encounters. they will secure match point. And for the side of Hunters LFO, picking the same side was not actually a good idea because Mercenaries, they adapted to it and they have secured it. They're in match point now. They could end it in a 2-0, quite possibly a series point for MercenarieZ CCV.
Right? That's it. Hunters LFO. They are, yes, indeed, they are going to go to living room and library. So, ladies and gentlemen, we do actually have solid chances of this matchup, of this map of Villa, also being pushed in towards overtime. Much like what happened to map 1, much like what took place on Clubhouse. Villa can end up in the same fate. Which team wins on overtime? Let's not go there. I definitely don't want to make that prediction, nor do I even want to think about it, because every single one of these rounds, that previous round, could have gone the way of Hunters. Very well it could have, primarily because of Beat almost securing the 1v4. I mean, talk about, again, isolating gunfights, and Beat was having a blast as the Jaeger nonetheless. Again, another person on another operator you don't really expect, kind of like what has happened to Hasib and, you know, the Ian or Ash. Today we haven't seen that. Today Hasib has really been on the sledge, on Clubhouse, on Villa, but just an example of that. This time it's Sparko who is going to be on the Jaeger. Beat will be on the mute, and of course, yeah, it's a different bomb site, different composition, and different plan for your players as well. So, speaking of the bomb site, it's going to be defended, like I've said, exactly the same way. Mercenaries need that vertical control. MercenarieZ tried something very sneaky and very cheeky in the last round, when, of course, you know, the last round when Living Room was picked up, was attack the bomb site directly. Problem is, library is a bit confusing and the defenders have so many places to hide. We saw what Beat can do with that SMG-11. He managed to get a triple kill in that round overall, getting rid of Hasib, Taha, and one more player on the side of Mercenaries, just easily waiting for them. So Mercenaries need to attack this the proper way, get vertical control, establish those vertical lines of sight, and then they start the execution.
Yep. For Mercenaries, if they somehow figures out a way to crack the code from this side, they will somehow secure map number 2 Villa, and this could cause a lot of dangers towards Hunters' side. And then you can see the players on side of Mercenaries are taking the sweet time information from the drone works, and now they're pushing very closely in towards the side. This time they're pushing all the way from study room, but now they're pushing all the way from Astro room. There you go. Sledge is hammered, breaching up the walls, making sure to provide good lines of sight all the way from the half wall. And now, with the vertical line of sight being used from second floor side, clearing out players one by one, they are slowly making their way in towards their important place. And I believe there is high likelihood chances where a default plant could go into. No smokes, only C4s, but turns out here comes a denial. Vertical line of sight, they should have been careful in towards the walls' end, and because of that, Mercenaries will cause a major problems here. Once again, Ayan is going in for the plant. Will Rattler seize this? Reload will be made, but no, Ayan, he's still alive. Oh no, dangers it is, because Hasib, he will secure one. Revival will be made. 3v4. Mercenaries, they have secured post plant, and Hunters, they only have 30 seconds left for the defuse. This could go in the hands of MercenarieZ. They can secure map number 2. Yeah. But what can they do here?
Sparko, does he check the corner? No, he doesn't. He's still alive. He can contest then. He swings wide again. His teammates are putting in the work. Sparko also secures the gunfight, and now it's all down to Ayan. He did manage to plant the diffuser. Now he's got to protect it. That's one down. But no, Ayan departs. And Hunters LFO, they will be able to disable the diffuser. And thus, we go into overtime yet again.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are heading to overtime. Hunters LFO, what a miraculous clutch and what a miraculous save from their side. It was a 1v4, and it was all thanks to Beat, Rattler, and Sparko to push us all the way to overtime. 6-6. Everything's been reset, and now we will see MercenarieZ go on defense. Second floor, Aviators and Games Room. My God, what is happening? Hunters LFO brought this back. Now the biggest question is, can they secure map number 2, knowing that they have very difficult encounters, and with Sandy not looking good from his end, only 4 kills. It was always up to Beat and Rattler who had to bring bring things back up. 13 kills here, CCV, and it's very difficult to see whether if Hunters could secure those important rounds on overtime.
I mean, it's good to see Hunters, they have this one characteristic about their team. Even if the players who usually are supposed to get the entry kills and the major kills are not having the best of times in the server, my apologies, other people can stand up and do their job for them and of course help out. That's exactly what Rattler and Beat are doing. Jittery, Sandy not having the best of times. Sparko, he's doing the best he can. He's really given the entire hard support role and you can't really take anything away from that. Sparko has definitely, he has shifted a lot around. There used to be times where he used to play the Jaeger as well. Even in the previous round, he was playing the Jaeger, like overall on specific maps. This time, as the Hard Breacher, done his due diligence, and overall for the side of MercenarieZ as well, everyone's being consistent. It's just that Taha is having an exceptional day, and I feel like it may just be Taha, secure a potential round win or like something that can be highly influential for this entire matchup, given the kind of day he's having.
Yeah, CCB. For both Jittery and Sandy were not having the best of days. They're still trying their best efforts, and hopefully this initial kill from Jittery might be able to find the opening that Hunter requires. But turns out Rattler, he's all the way from Astro. Oh boy, this could cause deadlier from the side of Hunters, as we will get to see Rattler secure the kill. There goes Taha, and the Astro stairs still being at the hands of Hunters because they don't have good amount of information from that location whatsoever. With Taha gone, all they've got to do is just focus on the side, see whether they can take out the players all the way from AVG and have good control from Study. But you still have Ayan all the way from Red Stairs who could change this whole map around. All he's got to do is just find the perfect timing with the help of those default cams, in which Taha is looking at it right now. With a minute and 25 seconds, with the Rattler securing his first kill, the job is not done yet for Hunters because MercenarieZ, all they've got to do is just waste time.
Attackers have located a bomb.
That's exactly what MercenarieZ will follow, right? Yeah, they've lost Taha. They've lost that first line of defense. So now all the other members, they've got to take a backseat. They've got to be a little bit more restrictive with their playstyle. Not up for gunfights. Hasib, he doesn't have a care in the world. He still goes for it. Secures the kill onto Jittery. Yes, he manages to escape only by a sliver of HP. But Ayan, unnecessary swing right there. And what could have been a very sneaky play, much like what Rattler pulls off every single time Hunters defend on AVG, has now been converted into yet another man advantage for the side of the attack, for the side of LFO. How much can MercenarieZ hold off? That's the final impact now gone. Hasib can only sit and wait for the breach to be done. Time is indeed running out. Hunters LFO, it's going to be pressurizing. Hasib moves back, he takes a safer angle, but really there are just so many angles to hold. I feel like the attackers, they can push in at any instant. The Vulcan shields are going to be bursted. Vault, maybe the area of entry, then completely gone out of nowhere. He's caught off guard. MI7, he can opt for the revive, but it's way too risky. Hasib has got to take things into his own hands, but now it's down to MI7, it's down to Mr. Consistent. The diffuser's got to go down, but no, it's Sandy who finally, shows up for his team when it's needed really the most. Hunters LFO take overtime match point for the very first time.
Yep, Hunters LFO have finally brought this back. Now all they've got to do is just win one round on defense. And this is in fact a pressuring moment for MercenarieZ because they're the ones who had things under control in the first half, but now things are just falling apart as Hunters are trying to steal the map away with overtime match point. 6-7. The site will be on living room and library. My goodness, MercenarieZ. Last time I remember it was Taha who was, playing as the Pulse, but this time it will be actually, Taha was the one who was playing as Pulse while, MercenarieZ were on defense. But now MercenarieZ being the one on attack, Hunters making a decision to bring in the same site. Oh boy. How can they bring this back here, CCV? Because this is the third time we're seeing the same map. And if MercenarieZ, in which they almost cracked the case by pushing in all the way towards Astro Stairs, what kind of strategies does MercenarieZ do as of now? What can they do?
Yeah, MercenarieZ, they need something different here. They tried, a bit going for that vertical control, like you said. They have tried every form of strategy, even executing directly, and even that strategy should really have gone the way of Hunters a lot sooner had Rattler, not been confused and his line of sight not being obstructed by that smoke grenade. He could have picked up yet another easy kill, and just overall it would have favored the side of Hunters. But this time MercenarieZ, pressure completely on them. They risk not just losing Villa, but they risk losing their lead in the BO5 that they fought so hard to, get essentially in the first place and initially set it up. That Clubhouse win, that 8-6 scoreline, Mercenaries will not forget it, but Hunters LFO want to forget it, deal with it, and just, throw it away as soon as possible. And by winning Villa, that's exactly what will happen. The BO5 will become a best of 3, we'll go to Chalet, and things will be all even Stevens once more, and then we'll see which team takes the lead. But so far, MRCZ, still chances for them to make a comeback, still chances for them to, essentially get this map. I'm not saying it's going to happen. It is very difficult, especially considering the bomb site and the situation they find themselves in, but it can happen. It's really up to Hunters, and these guys, I don't think they're looking to make mistakes. Definitely not on their living room defense.
Yeah, absolutely. Hunters LFO, this site has a 100% chance for the defenders to succeed, especially if you're playing as the Hunters. But for MRCZ, the main problem is in itself how to get control on second floor. Look at the amount of time that's been wasted, and Beat already securing a headshot. Ayan has been dealt with, and Taha and the rest of the players from Mercenaries are still sticking with the same strategy that they used in the previous round, where they almost had a chance of success rate for, successfully planting the defuse. But since they have those C4 from both Sandy and Beat, they could go in for those denials. But how can they proceed in towards the site? They still have a minute and 14 seconds. Taha is just slowly inching his way towards living room, hoping to find a pick or two. He will open up with the help of the ASMR breach charges, but it looks like Spark has been taking quite a lot of damage, but he will still stay alive nonetheless. 1 minute left. Hunters LFO. This side is so strong, and Beak with a beautiful peek to get a headshot to remove MI7. Smoke will be laid. Taha, he knows that Beat is still proning from that specific door, but he is still not budging an inch. Beat, he's still alive. He's still proning. And he's wasting so many time that didn't secure one. Taha gets the second. 2v3. That's the opening that MRCZ needs. Now the site's been completely opened up, but Rattler denies it once again. It's all at the hands of Taha. Once 1v3. Can he secure this? He's all the way in towards the side. Dealt a lot of damage. No C4s. Only. It's just 1v2. At this point, Taha, he is currently in a lot of pressure. Information will be a lot. Plant will be made. That will be an extra 40 seconds. But this could also be a trap. Wow, man.
12 seconds.
10 seconds to go.
Oh, he's got to scramble around. He really needs to scramble around. Now he's got no choice but to stick it. Does he have enough time before the defenders can get to him? Yes, they can. Now he can escape. Does he? Yeah, he escapes. He's still in towards wall. He's holding an off angle. Jittery knows about it. He swings, and indeed it is going to be Hunters LFO who secure the map of Villa, and Hunters LFO ensure the best of 5 is now tied.
Defenders win.
My goodness, what a map, what a match. Villa, a hard-fought victory for Hunters, 8-6. And the site on first floor, living room and library was the main reason why Hunters won in the first place. Jittery and Sandy, both of them had a very difficult time on map Villa, and it was all down to Rattler and Beat who had to bring things around. My goodness. What just happened on map number 2? My good. I just cannot wait to see what map number 3 has in store for us, CCB, because it's going neck and neck. This is the second time we're heading off to OT, and on map number 3, pretty sure that this could go to OT as well.
The only thing is, both the times we've seen overtime, it hasn't gone to, overtime match point. So keeping that in mind, I gotta say that the team that gets the initial round in overtime, maybe they take the win. But still, just speculation here. If we do go to overtime, it's going to be highly entertaining. Regardless of that, man, what an amazing matchup we saw just now.
Absolutely, CCB. And it always came down to Mercenaries with their amazing approach in the first half itself, both on first and second half. I mean, let's take a look at the highlights itself, and we talk the entirety towards the highlight.
Yeah.
Highlights, sorry.
Alright, so yeah, having a look at the highlights early on, Mercenaries and Hunters, like you had termed it, Baba, neck and neck, back and forth, the blows being traded, 1 round each, 1 kill each, round each, 1 kill each, and keeping that in mind, it was definitely going that way. After that, Mercenaries showed their own prowess. After that, Mercenaries showed to everyone just how strong potentially they can be on this map of Villa, just how good they can play. They didn't allow, single opportunities to arise even for the side of Hunters LFO. They made sure, we just saw that ace in the highlights from Taha, the flawless rounds that happened from MRCZ. All of that ultimately leading to, a really, really stunning performance. But even after, the first half came to an end, MRCZ only had a 2-round advantage and Hunters could make that comeback, which they absolutely did. And once that happened, just like Clubhouse, things were level once more. And it just came down to that, back and forth per those rounds.
Yeah, absolutely, CCB. Well said. I mean, talk about Hunters who were looking very weak in the first half. Both Sandy and Jittery not being able to succeed securing those initial picks. And the main reason had to be Taha, because he was the one who was shutting down those aggressive attempts. No matter how many times that they got those drone works, no matter how many times that they try to get those useful information, the denial is already been made from the side of Mercenaries. A beautiful hold on defense. They could have done the same thing on attack, but turns out Hunters, they had a surprise card, or should I say it's more of like a surprise pick, and that pick itself was the first floor site. Living room and library is a 100% success rate for Hunters LFO, and that is the main reason why Mercenaries had no idea on how to proceed with the attack itself, because not a single match in the history of a South Asia Rainbow-Six-Siege do we ever witness a site like this. First for living room and library, only Hunters have done it, and Hunters, they technically took use of that advantage in such a great way that they did ended up on an 8-6 score line. And taking a look at the match summary itself, my goodness, it's Rattler and Beat, one of the most best players when it comes to playing as the anchors. They had to step up and they succeeded with a total of 16 kills. Rattler is currently the one who has the initial kills of 4. My god.
Yeah, even that, and then the survival rating comes into the mix for Rattler, 1.43, Beat 1.31, even Taha with the highest in the entire server, 1.5. So he's staying alive so much more longer, on par almost with Rattler. And then he's getting kills, and of course he's converting those rounds and getting more kills. That's why Taha has got such a high KOST as well. He's just essentially ensuring his team time and time again had that advantage for their side. As for Hunters LFO, it was more of a team effort. Yeah, Sandy and Jittery, there are not many times where you see Jittery at the bottom of the table, but this definitely is something that is happening to Hunters on Villa. I feel like no matter the result of the best of 5, no matter the result of the nationals, who wins, who loses, Hunters will be rechecking their wards and definitely rectifying their mistakes in the near future to ensure Villa is a good map of theirs. Because there's one thing where a map is decent for you, but Hunters just have been struggling here. These guys can be very, very solid on a specific map if the need be. It's just that it hasn't been the case right now. It's just not favoring their side too much. We saw it last time against MRCZ. Back then they lost 4-7. Now, yes, they've managed to take a win, but they had to pull out all the stops for that. All the plans that were preceded, all the plans that were, essentially made up, well, those did come to fruition, and it does mean that, yeah, we will all head into Chalet with an equalized scoreline of 1-1.
Yep, 1-1. And let's not forget about Taha, who did initially got the ace on defense. 18 kills while playing as the Legion. 86% cost, first initial kill. And I've got to admit, Mercenaries, they did what they could. We've even got to see some amazing plays being made from MI7 and Hasib. But unfortunately, that one single change that Hunters did eventually changed the whole map in the second half. So as we take a look at the map beaters itself, first map 8-6 favoring for the side of Mercenaries, and map number 2 8-6 at the hands of Hunters, which means that map 4 will be unlocked. We will get to see both Chalet and Bank being opened up. And seriously, I have to say, when it comes to map Chalet, once again, it is a 50-50 chance from both the sides, from both Hunters as well as on the side of Mercenaries. So on the group stages and also on the whole series of fall, spring and summer, we did get to see Hunters securing map Chalet, even though defeating Mercenaries on their home turf. So you could say that this map would favor a lot for Hunters, but Mercenaries, I'm pretty sure that they've had a lot of backup plans. So I'm actually waiting for that to happen. I actually want to see how MRCZ would bring things back and give an amazing fight up against Hunters.
Yeah, we gotta see, we gotta wait and watch for it, what essentially Mercenaries have prepared, because yeah, this is going to be a setback to, their momentum, but still, I've said this before, both of these teams are now equal. No one has the advantage. They've got to scramble for it. And all the viewers as well, definitely scramble around, get some snacks, get some drinks, ready yourself up for maps 3, 4 and potentially 5. Meanwhile, us right here, the Esports Club, shall be right back after this short break.
myself for a while.
Was hit hard. Here, live. Server room, identify perimeter breach. Over.
Where you go? Where you go?
Withdraw your men.
Say again, Grim.
I'm going in. My turn.
What's going on?
What the? Impossible.
Didn't think you spooked this easy.
Micro recon drones. Cute.
You forgot this. The data key on your jugular.
You were saying?
What was on that server?
QCR shipment records. Question is, who wants eyes on it? And why?
Okay, back out fresh on the scene, 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 back out fresh on the scene. Franchise best on the team, 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 back out fresh on the scene, back out fresh on the scene, back out fresh on the scene. Back out fresh on the scene, 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 back out fresh on the scene. Franchise best on the team, 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 back out fresh on the scene, back out fresh on the scene, back out fresh on the scene.
Was hit hard. He'll live. Server room, identify perimeter breach. Over.
Where you go? Where you go?
Withdraw your men.
Say again, Grim.
I'm going in. My turn.
What's going on?
What the? Impossible.
Didn't think you spooked this easy.
Micro recon drones. Cute.
You forgot this. The data key on your jugular.
You were saying?
What was on that server?
QCR shipment records. Question is, who wants eyes on it? And why? Was hit hard. Here, live. Server room, identify perimeter breach. Over.
Where you go? Where you go?
Withdraw your men.
Say again, Grim.
I'm going in. My turn.
What's going on?
What the? Impossible.
Didn't think you spooked this easy.
Micro recon drones. Cute.
You forgot this. The data key on your jugular.
You were saying?
What was on that server?
QCR shipment records. Question is, who wants eyes on it? And why? Was hit hard. Here, live. Server room, identify perimeter breach. Over.
Where you go? Where you go?
Withdraw your men.
Say again, Grim.
I'm going in. My turn.
What's going on?
What the? Impossible.
Didn't think you spooked this easy.
Micro recon drones. Cute.
You forgot this. The data key on your jugular.
You were saying?
What was on that server?
QCR shipment records. Question is, who wants eyes on it? And why? was hit hard. He'll live. Server room, identify perimeter breach. Over.
Where you go? Where you go?
Withdraw your men.
Say again, Grim.
I'm going in. My turn.
What's going on?
What the? Impossible.
Didn't think you spooked this easy.
Micro recon drones. Cute.
Alrighty then, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back once again to the South Asian Nationals for Rainbow-Six-Siege, presented by Ubisoft, powered by Zotac Gaming, hosted here at the Esports Club, and of course alongside our broadcast partner, Loco. I'm your host, Blackjack. Joining me is my co-host, the real CCV, as we are back, this time for Map 3 of the grand finale. It's been a couple of very exciting maps, couple of overtimes at that, and now we're here in Map 3. CCV, how are we feeling about this third one?
Ooh, it's really difficult to talk where these teams stand, because of course, if people were unaware, there was a scheduled maintenance going on for Rainbow-Six-Siege as well as for the game. So yeah, the players, they've had a long time to sit amongst themselves and sit also by themselves and go over what has happened so far. Now, to a certain extent, for both of these teams, they are on level terms. That is really good. There is no pressure on either one. I mean, of course, okay, you know what, let me take back that statement. There is plenty of pressure on these players and on these teams, but there is no immediate threat of, being eliminated or being at a severe disadvantage. So, as we have a look at the map veto, we can proceed with which maps shall we be expecting next, and of course, how the past has gone. So, we started things off on Clubhouse. It was chosen by Hunters LFO. Meanwhile, MercenarieZ ended up winning 8-6 there. Then we went to MercenarieZ choice, that was Villa. Hunters took the 8-6 overtime win right now. And finally, for the time being, Chalet is going to be brought up next. After that, Bank for certain is going to be seen. However, Oregon is still, amongst that reign of uncertainty, whether or not we see it. If one of the teams really takes the momentum, really takes the charge on Chalet and on Bank, we can end this off with the 3-1. But if I'm being honest, I do see this going to Oregon.
I gotta agree with you there. Oregon is a high chance of happening right about now. Given that both maps have been 8-6 to both of these teams, overtime, it's pretty much a given at this point, right? On Chalet, maybe even on Bank. But as we go on further, the teams will start to tire, right? Best of fives are already pretty long.
And of course,
especially with the double overtime and the whole thing that's been happening for the last hour. So, it's already a tiring day for both of these teams. I would expect by mid-Bank, even a team like the Hunters will start running out of steam. MercenarieZ roughly around there as well. So by then, Oregon, if we do go to Bank and say like MercenarieZ in the lead, right? Say MercenarieZ win Chalet, and Hunters strike back on Bank, then Oregon becomes a full certainty. But the opposite could also happen. One of these two teams could somehow end up edging the other out on Chalet and on Bank, continuing the streak and winning the Nationals itself. There's no real certainty to all of this, is what I meant, is what the whole conversation is at this moment, because we stand at the midpoint of the maps, basically. The third map right now is going to set the tone for what we can expect next. Clubhouse already set the tone that we can expect overtime on nearly every map. I say nearly. Again, as the team's tired, I feel like the number of overtimes will also start becoming less and less. 7-5 and 7-4s will become more common. But at the same time, Chalet will really give us that, first look, I guess you could call it that, as to whether or not Oregon becomes an absolute possibility. And of course, like we said before, we would have liked to see in a little bit more of Cafe. We did see some yesterday, as it were, but today, not so much. Hunters really do not want to go on that map, so
makes sense.
It is what it is. Yeah, it does make sense at the end of the day. But now, let's shift focus. Chalet will be our map that we'll be seeing in a very short while, of course, And once we do go there, I do hope to see some more explosive action. We already have an ace as well. Taha clocking in the first one for the grand finals. I want to see another one, maybe. Who knows? A 1v4 clutch could all happen at the end of the day.
Yeah, Chalet is also one of those maps, right, where no matter what kind of role you have, no matter what kind of operator archetype you're playing on attack or on defense, you still need to have a great day fragging. And I mean, technically, yes, this statement can be said for any map, can be said for Rainbow Six in general. But on Chalet, it's amplified because it is, again, one of the larger maps. Not the largest, definitely not. You do have Cafe, you know, to fulfill that duty for us. But, and even Bang to a certain extent. But still, Chalet as a map, there are many flaws to it. There is that aspect of verticality. Most importantly on Chalet, roaming becomes of the utmost importance, and both of these teams indulge in that many times. You know, they'll send the odd roamer here and they're roaming around the entire map. For MRCZ, it's dedicated. It's going to be Taha. On the side of Hunters, Sandy has taken up the role a couple of times. Rattler definitely. In more recent times, Beat has been having better and better performances. We just saw on Villa, right? Rattler and Beat, both of them jumping on the gun and both of them stepping up when it was needed the most. When Sandy and Jittery were having an off day or a below average day of sorts, they still made sure Hunters pushed it into overtime. They still made sure Hunters took the win. So keeping that in mind, yeah, the roaming necessities need to be completed from both of these teams, and yet again they need to fulfill that aspect of, you know, wasting the time of the attackers, wasting the resources of the attackers, further putting them in a desperate situation. Because they are in a desperate situation, they will overpeak the angles, and yeah, like I said, the cycle continues on and on. So keeping that in mind, someone needs to take the charge. We know very well what the situation is going to be on the side of MRCZ. They played this. They did this on Clubhouse. They did this on Villa. And it works relatively...
give or take.
Exactly.
There's a high success rate there.
Yeah. But it's a bit more advantageous to their side unless the opponents are really prepared for it. On the side of Hunters, it's been back and forth. Hunters as a team as well like to focus on their anchor-heavy setups if they think they can get away with it, or they're going to have an all-out brawl outside the bomb site, right? On Clubhouse even, we saw that so many instances on the Basement Church and Arsenal bomb sites where Hunters were sending a lot of their defenders outside, really, on second floor, on first floor, near lounge, near CCTV and cash to take the gunfights, and then eventually they were successful. They fell back, whatever happened in those rounds. So yeah, two very contrasting theories can still be put into practicality when you talk about Chalet. And really, that's the thing about Chalet, is that it's a very lengthy map. I mean, all of the maps we have really seen so far, without border being there, you know, all of these maps in the BO5 Jack are so long and strenuous for these attackers every single round. On Clubhouse, on Villa, you clear out the roamers, you then get the breach, you then get the map control, and then you execute. Villa still can be a bit more rapid, but Clubhouse, Chalet, and Oregon, these are extremely slow and methodical maps.
Especially, I feel like on Chalet and Oregon, you can even make the argument that depending on the defender's utility placement, attackers will have an even longer time getting into the site, right? Think second floor bedroom on Chalet, right? Where piano is pretty much the most important part of the map. I mean, library room, obviously it's always there. But then you have the shield on piano, hidden behind a couple of ADSs. There's a player behind that as well. Then there's the half wall that goes to bathroom. Someone's probably going to be there. Or the rotate from closet that goes into that half wall hallway. Somebody's going to be there. Somebody from office might peek you. Office might have half reinforced, you know, line of sight, which is pretty common, all things considered.
Right.
There may also be, you know, be all end all. A defender might just desperately peek from within bedroom, like running out into the hallway as well. All of that you need to account for. Then you need to account for the fact that any of your throwables might get zapped. There might be a magnet. There might be an ADS. There may be a frost mat on the piano window. There may be a Goya canister on the piano door. So many things you need to worry about. And then you can go into the site. And that's not even mentioning the fact that this is just a site adjacent room. In the site, you have even more things. We've seen Ella come off a lot recently on this particular site, right? So a Gershmot, another ADS, another magnet, maybe a Muse Jammer, maybe a Goyo canister. So many things that you have to deal with. So much time is wasted. So Chalet really, I think, in some instances, it's arguable, of course, but in some instances, Chalet really takes the cake for a lengthy map in Rainbow Six.
Absolutely.
Attackers have such a long and hard time getting in there.
Man.
And even then, to a degree, Chalet has shown to be attacker leaning, which is just ironically hilarious to me that it is the way it is. But this is Rainbow Six, folks. Anything can happen at any given point in time. So many attacker runs were taken on Villa as well, right? A little bit uncommon as
Villa
well.
definitely was a lot more equal. I mean, when you
Yeah.
think about it in the larger context, what we have seen from the Nationals, the Pro Series mainly, I'm not going to count the Community Cup in for this, but yeah, Villa has been pretty much dead center equal. I mean, it's really the couple of matches where defenders have an advantage, but there have been many matches in SAR6, you know, in the 2020 competitive year right here, where attackers have had advantages as well, and that essentially boils down to one team outperforming the other, and it gets away from the aspect of Villa as a map in the community. But yeah, Villa is truly equal. Chalet as well, defenders can pull off some of the bomb sites. It's really dependent on teams, because I've said this multiple times about Chalet, and as a map, I really like it. I'm very fond of it for this very reason, is that to a certain extent, every single bomb site is playable. You can go anywhere you want as your first option, no one's stopping you. Yes, once more, statistically, an objective like Basement Snowmobile Garage doesn't have the highest win rates for defenders, but that doesn't mean your team can't go there. We have seen plenty of teams. Hunters LFO being a great example. Hunters LFO up against, I think it was Shaheens only on Chalet. Was it in the, I think it was either in the playoffs or in the group stages where that happened. But there were instances where Hunters picked that bomb side and they end up winning. I still remember Sparko's 1v1 clutch. May not have been against Shaheens necessarily, but I definitely do remember that. Sparko was on the Echo, and that's when he prevented the person from planting the diffuser. All of that being said and done, yeah, Hunters are, you know, they're always pinging around the entire map. They can go to first floor bar, first floor kitchen, second floor basement. It's going to be a game of catch and mouse that, you know, mercenaries will be predicting where Hunters go. But yeah, that's the good thing about Chalet, is that even as defenders, it's really dependent on your own team's strategies. You can get complete control of a bomb site. Even if statistically it's not going your way, you can still play for it. We saw that yesterday. Bar and Stock was chosen. We saw that, I mean, then again, Hunters won the attack back then. But today, Hunters went for, you know, living room and library 3 times in a single matchup. We know it's a strategy of theirs. It's a full-on plan that they have established and refined over the course of the past 1 or 2 years, but they brought it thrice in a single map just because of how much they needed the Villa win. So keeping that in mind, Jack, I think even on Chalet, I mean, Grand Finals is now the best time to, you know, get all of those strats out that you may have been saving potentially earlier in the year.
Exactly. I was making that point, right, when they lost map 1 against Mercenaries. Mercenaries on map 1 obviously looked very good, but Hunters, in a weird twist, right, they didn't really do any of that odd play that we know them for, right? The thing that really puts even teams like Mercenaries on the back foot, because they just don't know what to expect. Clubhouse was very, you know, standard from the Hunters, which is an odd thing to say here in 2022, but I mean, here we are, folks. Villa, on the other hand, that was the Hunters I was sort of alluding to going forward, playing living room library not once but twice, even in overtime, no less, as it were. But we'll see whether or not we have those off strats and off plays from the Hunters coming up soon, folks, because the map and the match is ready. Map 3 Chalet will be going live on your screens in just a short second here, and that, of course, means that we'll be seeing more fantastic plays from these two teams. Once again, the grand finals, this all-out war between Hunters and Mercenaries will continue. And we will see, once again, some interesting bans and some very interesting plays as well. At least I do hope. So let's get into it, folks. Here we go. Map number 3, it is Chalet. Hunters LFO back in the lobby. Same for the Mercenaries. They are here. They are ready. And the map is as well. We've had a long break. The players are back. Taha and MSN, once again, all smiles as they are wont to do. Of course, you know, this Mercenaries roster is very interesting to me, how they are as a team, right? They're clearly just a group of friends deep down, right? When you strip away all the organizations and the sponsors and this and that, right? They're just a group of friends out here to have a great time. Even when they lose rounds, you'll find Taha or MI7 or Ayan just kind of laughing about a joke that somebody just shared in the VC. It's great to see them play like that. And we'll see how long that cheerful nature goes on for. Bomb! Of course, the game mode. I don't know why I pointed that out. as Chalet is gonna get started, and the bans as well. Hunters on the attack, Mercenaries on the defense. Ban number 1, let's see it.
I think you were talking about my personality and my looks right there when you called it the bomb. But getting back into the game. Sorry. Starting off with the
Yes.
operator ban phase as well, right? I mean, once more, do you go for the targeted structure, or do you go for the standard structure of just getting, you know, the regular operators out of the mix? I feel like, yeah, Mercenaries have made it adamantly clear. They just want Thatcher off the board. It's really been Hunters or at times even Shaheens. Yesterday, what we saw from MRCZ and Shaheens, right? When they went for the Twitch bans and the Flores bans on Villa and another map, I think the first map as well, they had opted for it. But right now, Thatcher, Flores, I feel like, Jack, these two are very, very standard, especially when it comes to Chalet.
Yeah.
With you talking about so much defender utility being there, without Thatcher and without Flores, it makes it even the more harder for the attackers to destroy and disable such utility. On the defender side, however, Valkyrie off the board, that's all good.
Yeah, we've seen it before. We'll see it again. Valkyrie, no one really likes to play against that particular operator. Mercenaries with the final ban on the map, and they will decide to take out the Mira. Again, very standard for Chalet, very standard for Siege in general. Thatcher, Valkyrie, and Mira, they kind of get banned pretty much all the time. They have, what, like a shared 80% ban rate between themselves, right?
Yep.
Which is massive to think about. But yeah, Flores really being the only one that you don't see normally, but for Chalet, it makes sense. Defender utility, you want to keep that present, you want to keep that going, and Flores can just kind of bypass everything unless there's a mute jammer in the play. But of course, speaking of mute, we're going to be seeing mute a lot on Chalet as well. Information denial on Chalet is extremely strong. Mute, Mozzie, operators like that, very, very good ops on this map. And also ops that can kind of soak up utility and waste time. Think the Castle, think Azami, think Goyo as well. Taha bringing out that operator. A lot of time wasted, like 20 seconds per canister. And he gets, what, 3 of those, right? So, he can really hold you off for a long, long time if he wants to. And add to that, you've got the breach denial and the info denial from the mid. You've got the castle barricades. You've got to deal with Hasib with the frost once again. I really like how Hasib's just started maining all the trap operators, right? Like Capcan and Frost. We mentioned this in map 1 as well. Lots of Capcan on Villa. I think here he'll mostly stick to Frost. Frost traps seem to be weirdly effective on Chalet every now and again.
And Skyscraper.
And Skyscraper, yes. So we'll have to see how long that holds for. Of course, the side being first floor kitchen means that there will be a lot of extensions up to the second floor. You need to hold this place down because verticality is very important to this site.
Yeah. The vertical extension needs to be established from the defense, and of course they need to, you know, allocate a lot of their resources to do just that. As for the attackers, they need to contest it as soon as possible, and well, speak of it, Jittery already on his way to, you know, go for that office control, breach in towards half wall, or at least clear out any defenders that are present. The defenders have backed off. The defenders don't want to take very early gunfights because granted, it's still quite early into the action phase, you know. In the first minute hasn't even passed, and yeah, a lot of the people from MRCZ actually are rotating down to back to first floor, sorry. And Taha, who wanted to stick up towards second floor, is eliminated alongside his teammate Ayan. So now, within only a minute in the action phase, you've had 2 defenders who are gone. Then, on severely low HP, Rattler rushing down the trophy room stairs, gets one, gets picked off, but that's still enough for the rest of Hunters to do and complete the job. They've got the man advantage, and most importantly, as highlighted before, time resides with them.
Absolutely. Over a minute and a half remaining for the Hunters right now. They can afford to take their time and really slow burn into the site as Hasib and MI7 have to try and hold this off. They really don't have much of a choice here. They have to dip and dodge through the verticality. There's no sledge, mind you. So they'll be safe from a lot more angles that otherwise would have been, but the hatch is open. There are other, you know, wall breaches that they themselves have made that could give them away. There is West Main, and that's exactly where Sandy gets that from. Jittery cleaning up on the final player. Very quick and very, you know, speedy take from the Hunters, especially on second floor. Like you mentioned, you know, the side of Mercenaries did seem to be giving away second floor control very quickly. And while that might have been a play to just save their lives, right, for the late round, I'm not sure how effective that was in the grand scheme of things, because as soon as Hunters got control of second floor with Jittery getting that double kill, I feel like Mercenaries were just backed into a corner with next to no way out.
Defenders, protect your bombs from being defended
Yeah,
by
Mercenaries were definitely getting a lot more restricted with the room they had, and this is one of the things that the attackers just had way too good of a handle at. I mean, I feel like as second floor roamers, they should have been looking to waste a lot more time, but they fell back immediately. I'm not exactly sure what kind of pressure Mercenaries felt from the attackers. I know for a fact 2 attackers were sent from mezzanine. Jittery was there in K9, and one other attacker, it may have been Rattler or someone else, was watching the bathroom window all the way from the top of the library roof. So they were holding all of these angles, and I think Mercenaries were aware of this. But to completely fall back, leave Solarium as well, and leave Closet, not even fight for it. I mean, yes, it is one of the theories of roamers to, of course, prioritize safety over kills. And this is something even I've talked about. I just want to know what exactly forced MRCZ or the roamers to make such a dire move solely, solely into the action phase that ultimately led to, Hunters, grounding them, and it became that contest of shooting fish in a barrel. But apart from that, for the side of MRCZ, this time yet again, they are pulling a Hunters LFO. They're changing the bomb site, and they're going to yet another tertiary bomb site. It's going to be basement, snowmobile, and garage, but still for their roamers, things are not good. Ayan had gone for a vigil pick. Very interesting. Wanted to disorient the attackers, but he's off the board, and the attackers seem to be gaining slow control with a lot of gunfights on the map.
Absolutely, but Beat is still around, and he could be a bit of a nuisance. But wait a minute, on the main stairs, Sandy finds MI7. Huge drop right now. Sandy onto another one. That's Taha gone. 2 massive kills. Hasib alone in the side. Then on first floor, Kitchen in the meanwhile will be down, will be taken out. Rattler now joins the fray, and it's all up to Hasib, the last one standing. There's a player in the side who doesn't know where the echo is, but Sandy quickly finds the location, quickly gets the shot, and Hunters once again speedy take, wasting no time on Chalet, and absolutely just steamrolling MRCZ in the second round. The only fight back was from the Kaid, right? Taha on the first floor, who got beat, but really, if anything, that just seemed to hasten the Hunters.
That is true. And what was the conversation we were having, Jack? Oh, right. Chalet is a very slow map.
Commentator's curse right there.
On point with that, definitely.
Yep,
But this is not the first time in a grand finals up against MRCZ. Hunters have made a fool out of me, so I'm used to it.
What is it now? The third time actually?
We don't. Why are you keeping track of the team kills? No, that's the one tactic we have as casters. Gotta unite. But okay. All jokes aside, no, Hunters really have taken the charge here. This is giving off the same energy as Mercenaries were giving off for a couple of rounds on Villa, where Hunters just really couldn't get any footing. Hunters necessarily couldn't advocate for any sort of map control, neither could they really go for kills. If we mention the kills now, yes, it's only been 2 rounds. There's not a major point mentioning it, but still in Hunters, Hasib has gotten a frag, Taha with 1 and then with a single. That's it, no one even has multiple kills to their name. Whereas for Hunters, Jittery and Sandy, the 2 quiet players, the 2 players who didn't have the best of times in Villa, have completely turned that on its head, at least for now. They are back on their entry fragging roles. Hunters, maybe psychologically, they are back on their same mentality that allowed them to, gain so many maps in the group stages, be flawless in the group stages, make it to the grand finals directly. If that is the case for Hunters, if that is what has been decided during the break that was there, Mercenaries may be in a bit of trouble.
Absolutely. For the time being, I like this pick of the Pulse that Din has gone for. Tons of information that this Pulse can gather, and there's no IQ to direct counter either. Of course, you wouldn't necessarily need an IQ on this side, bar gaming anyhow, so that's besides the point. But Taha, tons of damage done to him already, and that is, of course, the Oryx, and my goodness, Jittery just peeks that, gets one, MI7 with another. They're peeking these vertical angles that the defenders made themselves. Din with the C4 gets one, but wait a minute, on the side window, Sparko, he's gonna get Din back. This is, again, rapid stuff from the Hunters. They are not giving MRCZ time to breathe, As it's all now down suddenly to Ayan and Hasib. They need to do something about this. Ayan peeking the main window right now, but Beat is going to get him. And it's all up to Hasib, who's still on second floor, trying to get something from Office all the way up there. But is he really going to be able to pull this off? It's a 1v4, and he's coming off from a very far position. I think Beat ran out of bullets, didn't know it, but Sandy immediately trades it back. And again, a minute and a half. That's all it took for the Hunters to just completely storm the site, clear roamers. Not even roamers. Most players were in the site. I think it was only Hasib who was outside, and maybe one player in Library, right?
Yeah.
Library stairs. Yeah, the Oryx was probably there first, but still, wow.
I mean, I'm not going to lie, I am definitely seeing the cosplay Sparko is going for. He's cosplaying Hunters LFO fan, because every single time they win a round, my god, the celebrations are definitely ecstatic. But sorry, it seems like Mercenaries have gone for a tactical timeout. Makes a lot of sense. Definitely much needed for their side to, you know, recover from what has just happened, recoup what can be recouped, and, you know, essentially recollect themselves into a structural team and into, again, a core unit of 5 players, and then head on. Because so far, MRCZ have been anything but that. Whenever they're going for kills, they're being unsuccessful. Whenever they're looking for runouts, looking for frags, or essentially even just looking for survival, things are not going their way. So, Hunters LFO, they've got total control. And yet again, I don't think there will be much much discussions happening for Hunters. I mean, yeah, Sparko was AFK just there, Jittery as well sitting, Beat, Sandy, Rattler as well, I assume. They know what needs to be done. They know how they can move on forward, and they definitely don't have to overthink or over-discuss, you know, the matchup or like the match at hand.
Yeah, pretty much. There's no real need for the Hunters to stress things so far. These first 3 rounds from them have been pretty much near perfect, right? And there's no real mistakes that I can realistically even point out, because from what we've seen of the Hunters right now, they are amped up. We don't know what they went and did in the break in the middle while the maintenance was going on, folks, but whatever they did, it is working right about now. Everyone is all smiles, and even Taha and MI7, the 2 players you normally see smiling for Mercenaries, even when they're on the back foot, even they are apprehensive, they are serious, they know full well that should they lose this map, then that early advantage they took by winning Clubhouse, the very first map in this engagement, will have been completely nullified. Hunters will have taken the lead. They will not allow that. They cannot allow that. Tactical timeout has been done and dusted, and we're going to be going straight back into the game once again. I think it's Kitchen, which is the site of choice, back to where they were in round number 1. The main difference being they are playing into the utility soak and the information denial with the Mozzie combo and the Castle Azami combo as well.
Yeah, Mozzie mute for Infinite Line, and like you said, for Area Denial, you've got Azami and Castle. So, Mercenaries are focusing on 2 very dedicated aspects of defense. Like, you know, they're going for... we and Hunters LFO can understand what the plan of MRCZ is. It's not a very versatile lineup. It's, yeah, they are going for a specific plan. The only question is, do Hunters have anything specific, you know, against it? No, Twitch has been chosen from the side of Hunters LFO to, you know, maybe destroy the mute jammers again. If you can angle it correctly, it is possible, but it's really the Mozzie pest which will make life quite troublesome. And of course, to deal with, you know, the alibi prismas, any pre-play C4s, the bulletproof cams, which can generally help out. But since Thatcher and Flores have been banned, yeah, Hunters have just got to rely on their explosive utility, their frag grenades, and of course the Zofia explosives to eventually deal with all of these, all of the utility that has been placed in the side of MRCZ. Because yeah, they are playing quite utility centric, but it's still about the kills. Mercenaries have not had a good time in the server so far. Yes, it's been 3 rounds, but now pressure is building, and already the tactical timeout has given indication something may be wrong. Seems like something is afoot as well. Unfortunately, Haseb, I think a disconnection is bound to happen from his side. He seems to be undergoing some... Oh, he's back.
He's back.
Oh.
All right. Okay, tragedy avoided for the Mercenaries right there. Hasib will be back. He's got 3 Kiba barriers as well. He could really run some interference right now if he wants to, but no, he's going to start by getting killed. Jittery, gone. And that Kiba barrier on the trophy window that he's using is really, really good as well. But shots fired through the gap at the bottom of it, and he's taking damage, but Ayan goes down. That's Sandy with the first attacker kill of the round. Oh, wait, he's on the second floor. All right, for a second, I thought MRCG would be sent into a panic, but not quite. Hasib is taken down. Beat finally catches that, but second floor is still very much not in control. Beat gets Taha. That's another huge drop right about now. Din still being on second floor, though, is going to be a bit of a problem for them. Excuse me right there. And MI7 on the first floor. Of course, the castle so far has been unperturbed in his homestead. So I just have to sit and wait for the attackers to eventually make their play towards him. The rappel in, bad idea right there from Rattler with no info. They just kind of went for it. Then now taking damage as he pulls into the closet, pulls out from the rotate all the way out to piano, all the way out to blue hallway as well. He's going to go right back to the site from the long way around. It doesn't matter because a lot of time has been wasted. 40 seconds remain. Yeah. And this is now single-handedly the longest round in this map so far.
That is true, and this is also one of those rounds where finally pressure is off of the shoulders of MRCZ. It's Hunters who've got to make that move. It is still highly possible they are able to pull off and execute. It's really about, once more, getting the breakthrough. Either getting information and acting on it, or just, completely full sending it towards that execute, towards looking to plant the diffuser. 2 flashbangs now remain for Sparko. That's it. That's all the utility they have to work with. Beat wants to opt for gunfights, but 9 seconds on the clock. MI7 next to the bomb chassis. Sparko drops. What a find for him. And now he can stick the diffuser. It's all down to the castle.
Oh, no.
He sneaks by unnoticed, but Beat sees him out. And Hunters LFO will get another round. This time there's going to be shock on the side of Jittery as well. Sandy unfazed as ever by it. But yet another round win means that yet another opportunity for Hunters to further progress and further stabilize the entire matchup. I mean, they're looking for a clean sweep here.
Pretty much 4-0 already. Mercenaries now, any lead they take, even if they win these 2 rounds, they'll need to win 2 more in the second half to then claim an equalizer against the Hunters, which is a long, long road to say the least. They've gone now to second floor bedroom, the site that was the only one they haven't gone to so far. So pretty much this one site, bedroom, we don't really see Mercenaries go here too much, even on Chalet. Their main play has been bar and kitchen and the occasional snowmobile defense, even though bedroom is considered the best site for defenders so far. It's it's just a Mercenaries thing at the end of the day. Looking at their lineup, they've once again opted for Mozzie for info denial, but there's a Thunderbird now in play with the Kona stations, of course, passively healing defenders as they take gunfights. That'll give them a little bit more, freedom to peek, and even if they take damage, there's Kona stations waiting inside the site to heal them up. The roamers may not be so lucky, depending on where Taha has placed those stations respectively. You still have the Azami. I mean, Bedroom and Azami go hand in hand at this point, much like how Villa and Mira go hand in hand. So no surprises there. Same with the Goyo and the Alibi back for Din. Seems like Din is slowly finding the operator for the map that he needs to play, wants to play, to have a great performance, that being the Alibi. Of course, tons of info you can get from that op as well, so no surprises there. But again, Hunters will be quick about this. There's a drone in the first floor that's given away the position of the Goyo. Grenades out, but MI7 just about skates away. Jittery going down, trying to get a grenade kill, not anticipating the fact that MI7 would peek aggressively like that onto the main door. But that is a good peek, a good peek when you see it at the end of the day. There's another one on bottom trophy right next to Solarium Stairs that needs to be careful about their position as well. Sparkle going for a little line of sight to be opened into the closet, applying pressure where it is required. But I think there's somebody in the bathroom in that little hallway that might be running interference on the Excaros. Beat is now taking damage. That's from the player in trophy. They're still there. They're trying to peek. Flashbang will go out, trying to just sort of pull them back, like force them back, allow Beat to get some breathing room right about now. But still, the Nomad has to be very careful about this. That player is still there. Grenade from below, I think. That could have been the Sledge or the Zofia, actually. Sandy, who tried to clear things out. That's the Thunderbird that they're currently focusing on. And yes, it is Sandy on the garage. Big garage, that. Another angle all the way up the top has been opened up, but he's got to be careful. There's 2 players on the basement. He gets one. That's Ayan gone. But I don't think they know about the other one that's still all the way down in Snowmobile Garage.
I mean, now they're focusing on the players near or within the building itself. Taha being their major target. He has, I mean, his health is now down significantly, but he's still standing. He is still shooting around. And Hunters, now there's just sadly not a major chance. Sparko finally ends the the reign Taha was looking to have in towards trophy room, and yet again it's 2 attackers, but this time they face off against a horde of 3. They are outnumbered. Hunters don't have enough time. They will have to move on forward. Your Vulcan shield goes through, means that it delays even more time for the side of Hunters, and they will have to essentially rush their way in. Sandy, I mean, he takes the bait for it. Sparko as well down and outed. There was just sadly nothing Hunters could do. It's all down to Sandy right now. He gets 1 kill. Beautiful shot by MI7. And that is going to be the first round finally on board for Mercenaries. Not only were they good when it comes to kills, not only were they good when it comes to their utility usage, but both of those points in unison is what exactly forged such a good round and such a devastating blow on the side of Hunters as well.
Absolutely, and I like that from the Mercenaries. Up until that 5th round, they were playing very reserved, right? Almost trying to make the Hunters come to them, fall back when needed, waste time, whatever. But Hunters were just not having it. They forced their way in. They just did not let Mercenaries breathe. So Mercenaries said, okay, you want to play that aggressive? Let's play that aggressive. They fought fire with fire that round. They put themselves up to the Hunters' faces, and, well, it worked clearly. They caught the Hunters with their hands in the cookie jar still, and now that puts them with their first round on board. And that, of course, means things will look a little bit better for the Mercenaries. But again, 3 rounds for an equalizer. Still very long in Siege terms, as it were. They've gone back to Kitchen this time around, which is the 3rd time they're now attempting this site. After having 1 bedroom, I feel like they're going to be a lot more confident. Taha is sticking to the Thunderbird as well. So it looks like they found another operator who can help them in this situation. The Azami is back, the Thunderbird is in, and of course Mutant Castle, the 2 remaining, Mutant Castle and Alibi, excuse me, the other 3 who were present in the other Kitchen site. So pretty good picks from them so far, and those conversations definitely will be helping a lot more with this site, as it were, because defenders taking chip damage kind of tends to happen a lot when you think about it on Kitchen. I think there will be at least 1 station above in the meanwhile, as you have the Hunters now setting up for yet another and possibly their last attack on this map.
Yeah, Hunters want to ensure that their final attacking round is going to be a win for them, and extend the lead even more. Just make sure Mercenaries have little to no chance of getting back into the matchup, and I feel like it can be possible. But Hunters, the 5-1 is necessary. 4-2, there are still options, and there are still methods of MercenarieZ making it back, and Hasib wants to do exactly just that. He has been having tremendous time in the server, day in, day out, this entire playoffs. He has been a person who has stepped up. We didn't see him during, the group stages, but once he came back from his sabbatical, he was like, all right, I'm back, boys. Who do I need to kill? And that's pretty much the mentality with which he's been running, and it has been amazing seeing him. So yet again, just like Villa, just like Clubhouse, Hasib will secure an initial kill, put MercenarieZ foot forward against their counterparts. Hunters LFO, once more, they're looking for that frag, they're looking for that kill, but they can't just, rappel into it. They can't walk into the crosshairs. And it's interesting seeing even, Hunters not going for that library take. Rather, they want to rappel in, and, well, we see the consequences of that right in front of us.
Yeah, I feel like going for the library take might have actually helped them this round, because Mercenaries were fully prepared for this particular attempt of the Hunters. It really feels like it, right? Pre-play C4s, defenders in their important positions, everything is there, and it's so hard to do against it, but beaten jittery, they've gotten a couple of kills in return, and a couple of really good ones at that too. You've got MI7 and Ayan gone. Of course, Ayan having a very quiet map so far, and MI7 also not particularly great performance from him, but they've been pulling up their weight on the support. Beat can't quite find the Thunderbird. He's looking for the angle, but those beams are getting in his way. Jittery as well, trying to find one across the bomb chassis, unable to do so. Beat still taking damage left and right, as now Sparko has made his way down to the first floor, finds the Thunderbird. Can he find it? Second, not quite. Then immediately gets healed. The Kona station was ready. Hasib gets the player on main stairs, west main that is. In the meanwhile, oh no, they didn't know where he was. He finds one, but Jittery comes in at the last 4 seconds and finishes off Hasib, who could have potentially just completely destroyed Hunter's hopes in that round. Not to be. Jittery was their last hope and savior in that round, quite literally, as there was no time. And Sparko, my goodness, unaware of where Hasib was, of course, Jittery really had to pull something fast to get that clutch going. But still, great stuff for the Hunters. 5-1 in the first half. As messy as that last round was, they'll be just happy to have taken it. Now they go on the defense.
Yeah, no matter how that last round was, it's still a victory for Hunters, and like I said at the start of the round, that's all that matters to them. Extend the lead as much as possible, ensure that Mercenaries have a very difficult time making that comeback if they want to, and honestly, for the side of MercenarieZ right now, it's not going to be easy. Coming back from a 4-round deficit, even if they are able to equalize the score eventually, Hunters are just a single round away from ensuring overtime. And overtime seems to be, again, a very high possibility given the theme of the best of 5. Is overtime a high possibility of Chalet as of now? No. Why? Again, MercenarieZ are down a lot of rounds, and Hunters LFO just in general are looking far stronger. Let's see how their, roam holds up. But you've now got on the attacking side MI7 on the Twitch as usual, Ayan on the Lion. That is quite interesting. So obviously Hasib is going to be fulfilling that entry role. He does that on Oregon, he does that on Chalet, and right now he needs to step up when his team, need not only the in-game leader, but like, again, a proper leader who can indeed, mind the wordplay, but lead the charge. But still, regardless of that, you even got great supportive players. It's just a matter of where exactly Ayan is going to be playing. Hopefully it's not a full disconnection for Beat, maybe again a temporary issue. But the rest of the players that are back in the server that are still right here, they are going to be fighting for map control, and initial kills do happen. Mercenaries, they've got a one-man advantage, but Hunters are very well aware of their positioning.
Absolutely. C4 goes out from Sandy. That flushes out the attacker that was in there, but he takes damage from erstwhile alt angles, as it were. Sparko going down. Ayan will be very happy with that. And, oh dear me, there goes Sandy. He tried to force the situation. Rattler's now in a 1v4. How do you realistically even pull this off? He's going to hold down blue stairs for the time being. That is maybe where a couple of players could come through. He does have a shotgun, finds the Twitch. That's a big first kill. Be careful of the main stairs. He's going to smoke it off immediately. Good stuff from Rattler right here. Very good, overall presence of mind. He's going to see one more. Can't quite get the shot off. The stair railing, as it were, doing him dirty in that moment. Smokes off blue just to be able to hold things down for just a second longer.
What?
Beautiful shot through the smoke, but on main stairs. The SMG-11 doesn't hold that much ammo, unfortunately, and that is going to be, unfortunately, his demise as well. MercenarieZ, that was a sloppy execute at best, but they'll be happy to just have won the round at the minute. They needed that second round, and they got it. 5-2. Hunters have now lost a second round against the Mercenaries. So, what is the play here? Beat's disconnection definitely didn't help, right? I feel like Beat was probably meant to be an integral player that round. But it is what it is. They'll simply have to, swallow it and move forward, changing sites immediately, just like the Mercenaries, of course. First floor bar in round 8.
Hunters wanted to try something different, wanted to catch their opposition by surprise. That's why they went for Snowmobile Garage. Almost worked out, but yeah, nice try to Rattler, but still, Mercenaries ensured, no, this round, we are not going to give it away. We are still in the fight. We do not, absolutely do not want Hunters to get, match point as soon as possible. So, what do Hunters do in return for that? They opt for the strongest bomb side, and again, who can really blame them? Hunters want to get over Chalet as soon as possible. because the longer this match gets drawn out, the more it's going to be worse for the side of Hunters LFO, because yeah, they are looking to end this entire BO5 in 4 maps, right? If they push it to overtime, or if MRCZ push it to overtime, MRCZ now have chances of getting the win there. MRCZ can potentially take the map, and of course the overall length of the best of 5 gets drawn out even further, which brings us to a point that's always talked about, that fatigue factor and the players getting tired. The more rounds, you know, Hunters have to play on Chalet, the harder it's going to be later on in the BO5 once we go to Bank and if we do indeed go to Oregon. But with all that being said and done, let's still see what the playstyle of Hunters is going to be. They're just fighting for library and mezzanine control. It's all very standard. Sandy doesn't have a bulletproof shield to aid him, so he's quite vulnerable, and he has been spotted towards mezzanine. Now attackers will be peeking this angle. Yeah, people from K9, people from library hallway, even people from within library can start peeking at this Wamai. Sandy has got to be careful with how he maneuvers around.
Mezzanine balcony is going to be completely swarmed in just a minute here, and that of course is going to be what Sandy is afraid of. He doesn't want to get completely surrounded, but he will be so. Jittery does get another kill, and as he goes down, Beaten Jittery really going off right about now. They need to find one more. There is one more player inside the library still, and that's Rattler to chime in. MI7 goes down to Jittery, and a full collapse from the Mercenaries roster leaves the Lion, the last player, Ayan, all alone now. It all started with a Wamai on that balcony. And of course now it's all probably going to end with Ayan outside the building even. There was an attempt, right? Sandy being taken out on that balcony, you know, mezzanine or whatever balcony you call it, right?
Yeah.
It was a good move, of course. The Wamai going down there would have been huge. But the thing is, there were more than just 2 Hunters players on the top floor this time around.
Right.
There were like 4, all things considered. And all of them, you know, from library stairs to the bedroom side, they just completely fell in that, hey, you took one of ours down, fine, we'll take 4, thank you and please. Now it's all up to the Lion, who gets 1, gets 2, all right. Hunters getting a bit greedy there. You gotta be careful about that one.
Yeah.
You can never really, you know, give away too much.
True, and with Ayan, you never know when he's going to strike as well. Maybe low on HP, but still as lethal as ever. So, Hunters, they pull all the brakes. They stop all activity outside of the bomb site. They're just going to sit, wait, and watch. Ayan, location now known. Hunters holding the angle. Ayan checks the corner, misses where Beat is, and Beat will get yet another kill. Hunters, ladies and gentlemen, now get match point on the map of Chalet. A single round away from cementing the advantage to their name in the BO5. A single round away from further advancing closer to getting their hands on this trophy and on the first place prize of $5,000 as well. Mercenaries hanging by the ropes right here. They have got their backs against the wall. They need to bounce back. Problem for them is they don't have enough time. They need to bounce back right now, and they need to keep the momentum and the pressure going on their opposition if they start indeed do winning.
I mean, it's gonna take, what, like 4 rounds of near perfect siege from Mercenaries, who are already probably feeling the effects of the double overtime map 1 and map 2 that they have already had to slog through.
Right.
Especially, you know, map 2 Villa, which was supposed to be their pick, but they did still lose in the end, right? So that's gonna be playing in the back of their heads as well, that these 2 maps, it's been so long already. And of course, the break in between definitely didn't help, as it were, because it's still in competition mode, right? Even during the break, you're still thinking and, you know, you're still effectively playing the game in your head, even though you're not physically actually in the lobby. All that contributes to more and more feelings of, you know, just the fact that it's been so long and, you know, things can get pretty tiring pretty quickly. For the Hunters, in the meanwhile, I mean, they really still feel like they're all in. At the minute, the way that they've been playing Chalet is such a sudden change as compared to how they were on Villa, and absolutely a completely different team as to what we saw on Clubhouse. It really is just insane to think about how much Hunters have just completely shifted the paradigm, and they are looking to finish this off. Mercenaries, in the meanwhile, I mean, they could snag a couple rounds here, and if they play their cards right, I mean, overtime isn't necessarily impossible just yet. But that's the thing. Another overtime, another 8-something scoreline, which would then, push this match even further, burning the midnight oil, as it were. And I don't know, Mercenaries, while they would love to win a map, at this point, you gotta think, how will that affect them going into map 4? Because, best case scenario for Hunters, one more map and they're done, right?
Yep.
Best case scenario for Mercenaries, even if they lose this map, map 5 is still on the cards. So, length and time, all of that become a big consideration for them. As we go back into the game, folks, it is going to be first floor kitchen this time around from the Hunters. Again, not going by the basement. They don't feel like it. Sparko this time, bring out the Maestro. We've been seeing Sparko Maestro on this site whenever they've been to Chalet recently, which is interesting to me because no other team really likes Maestro here as much. But I would like to see more Maestro. I like that LMG of his.
Yeah, we've seen the Echo plays a lot. And
Yes.
I think the Echo has indeed been chosen by a lot of the other teams as well. But yeah, Maestro, very, very interesting. I mean, of course, I still remember the Maestro ACOG days. I, for a fact, used to be that Maestro. I mean, of course, I definitely play at a level these players don't know of, high in the champions and all that.
Yes.
So there, of course, how Maestro is played is quite different. But no, Maestro, yeah, he's undergone a lot of changes.
Oh, no.
But he still is one of those anchors that can really, hold down a bomb site.
Whoa.
And as I think that's the new David Blaine special we missed on Netflix right there.
Yeah.
But okay, a couple of issues have been happening for the players. The good thing is Ion hasn't disconnected, so Mercenaries still have all 5 of their members. So whatever happened, alright, we can ignore that. We can start focusing on the round. And so far, Hunters in their defense is going to be pretty down standard. They don't want to change anything. It's really up to MRCZ. Do they want to speed things up? Seems like they want to. Amaru, Ash, and Iana all speak. MRCZ are just looking to jump into the bomb site, to just jump and kill as many of these defenders as possible. Whereas Hunters will be the ones looking to slow things down.
Slowly but surely, yeah. Hasib definitely heard that impact grenade from Jittery not too long ago and went for the chase. Unfortunately, not quite able to pull anything out of the hat just yet. Ion waiting for the signal to use the Gara hook, get into one of these areas on Chalet, one of these rooms, one of these windows. But the Amaru can do so well. More impacts being thrown, more bullets being traded as the two opposing sides now get closer and closer to each other. There's been a breach made into the office and a rappel into the bathroom balcony. Shots fired. Ayan is the one to take damage off of that. There is a line of sight in the closet that he's got to be careful of. More shots about to be traded. There's players approaching as well. Piano hallway, but Sandy doesn't miss. Gets 2 as well for his trouble and is more than safe. He is going to fall back. All happy and dandy at the moment. Sunshine and rainbows for that player as oh wait, no, never mind. He's gone on. Triple for Sandy now. Out the breach that the attackers made. Out onto Fluke balcony. Drops down. And he's now right behind where the Ash could be potentially. Not quite. I don't think any attackers are here just yet. There is the Ash MI7 on blue stairs. There is also the Amaru, but Beat will go down in the meanwhile. Ayan takes that. He knows where the Frost is, but not quite, as Ayan will be down, and he's going to be taken off the board as well. And that only leaves MI7, the last one standing. How much can MI7 do here? Does the Frost know?
On the shoulders. Oh my
What?
god!
He got that? Okay.
That's Chalet!
That's Chalet, we're done. Long map, CCV. Very long map indeed.
Oh, it's a lengthy one.
I know, right?
My god.
Hours.
Yeah, Sandy. He saw whatever happened on the previous map and he was like, man, how do I get the revenge of the last map and do even more damage for this one, for the side of, for Chalet? And that's essentially what ended up happening. Good god, I mean, that was, yeah, Hunters overall just in complete control of the entire map. Mercenaries nowhere to be seen.
A full cleanup from the Hunters, really. Going into this third map, it is bizarre almost how clean and methodical they were, even with their, fast-paced plays almost tongue twisted myself into oblivion there. But it really was a surprise to me, right? Given how they were on Villa, given how they were on Clubhouse. Sure, Clubhouse and Villa make sense, right? They are still maps with a lot of defender presence, a lot of things you need to clean up. They are generally longer maps. But we made the same argument for Chalet as well. As we go into the highlights, let's talk a little bit more about the whole nature of Chalet, as it were.
Right.
Because I feel like this match also gave us a couple of good talking points for that, right? In general, I feel like Chalet being what it is as a map, right? Definitely bigger than it used to be. And while teams have gotten used to that, they found ways to sort of circumvent this whole need for clearing utility, you know? We saw that from the Hunters today. They really were not interested in clearing a whole lot. Rather, they were interested in just getting kills, droning out defenders, and just finishing them off as soon as possible. We didn't really see too much of ADS burning or barricade breaking, right? Bar for some of the castle barricades or Kiba barriers that the defenders of Mercenaries were bringing out. Other than that, other than those two operators' utilities, not much from the Hunters for denying anything, really. They were quick, they were fast. Any area they wanted to get into was very quickly cleared out. A couple of grenades were thrown in, and boom, within like 20 seconds, you're done with clearance. And Hunters really just showing like Chalet as a map, just how very quickly it can be cleared as well, is just an amazing sight to see. And I feel like something that even Mercenaries themselves, going back on the VOD, right, maybe tonight, maybe tomorrow, whenever they feel like it, will feel like, yeah, okay, we can actually play this map this way. And not to, you know, take anything away from Mercenaries, right? They tried. There were moments where Mercenaries really felt like they could pull something off, right? When they were getting the early frags, when they were really sort of expediting their own roam clear, their own like sort of roaming as well, the roam clear, if you want to call it that, as it were. But Hunters just, they were having none of it.
True. Yeah, Hunters were playing their own game, and essentially, you know, they looked to enforce their own strategy up against MRCZ, and no matter what kind of a reply Mercenaries were looking for, whether they wanted to be on the front foot or they wanted to play really passively, perhaps wait for the opposition, perhaps wait for these attackers early on to feed them kills, none of that ever worked out. Hunters just very quickly got the initial kill, and again, this time it was the snowball effect working against the side of MRCZ, or, you know, what we saw in Villa, where if Hunters lost a player, then they lost another, then they got so desperate in a 3v5, they wanted to go for kills, and eventually everyone died. Same case, but it was Mercenaries who were opting and who were, you know, going for that kind of playstyle, who just didn't have any other choice, or even if they wanted to play against it, Hunters brought the fight to them. And yeah, polar opposite of what we saw on Villa, really. This has now completely changed. Earlier, it was MRCZ who were in control. Now it's, you know, Hunters who are looking oh so mighty with their crosshair placement, with their just sheer mechanics. So now, speaking of crosshair placement, let's talk about how many crosshairs were placed and clicked. As we have a look at the match summary, we can see the kills per players. Sandy with 14, Jittery's got 9. So yeah, the bottom two players the last map, now on towards the top of the table, means that Hunters LFO in general are going to be a very happy team.
Absolutely, and once again, this is something we love to point out here, right? That it's not just the kills, but the cost and first kill rating and overall player rating as well. Look at what Sandy has done. 78%, which is second best cost percentage, tied with Rattler, who was playing pretty much support for the entire round, right? 2 and 2 on entry, so pretty much breaking even there. 2 entry frags is still pretty good across 9 rounds, and a 1.71 rating. That is by far higher than everyone else in the map. Second is Jittery at a distant 1.37.
Yeah.
A lot was done by Sandy in every sense of the word. 14 and 5, and given his map 1 performance where he had like another, what, 15-ish kills, right? So that wouldn't be surprised if by the end of this we have Sandy in the player highlight, right? It's player spotlight, excuse me. Looking over the Mercenaries card, though, of course, things looking a little bit sad over there, as Hasib really tried to pull the team up by the shoulders. 8-8 and 78%. 3-0 on entry as well. Best entry fragger for the map, by like just for between everyone, right? But then you look at the bottom there, and you have Ayan at 5.867%. Okay, not too bad there. But then Taha, 4.9 and 33%, really just not getting off the ground. And, well, MI7, 2.8 and 22. Probably the quietest I have ever seen MI7 in like all the years I've watched and casted Siege.
That is true. I mean, you know, we talk about the bottom players of Hunters now becoming the top fraggers for this matchup. You have Taha, the star fragger of Villa, now down in the ditches, you know, with only 4 kills to his name out of 9 rounds. Still, he put up a performance. He did whatever was asked from his side for his team, both on attack and on defense. It just wasn't enough. And overall, Mercenaries in their performance, they will be disappointed in this, but they can only hope Bank goes their way. Now, we do remember Bank being played between both of these teams, right?
Yes.
It was in the Summer Edition Grand Finals. Yeah, the 3-1. The Summer Edition Grand Finals. Mercenaries and Hunters, both of these guys, my apologies, they had gone to overtime, I think it was. Yeah, I think it was overtime. Then Hasib had disconnected.
Yeah.
Yes, and that is how MRCZ had lost on Bank back then. So keeping that in mind, something tells me that Bank is going to be spicy once more.
I mean, yeah, absolutely. And you also have to factor in, the group stage match between Hunters and Mercenaries, where Bank was once again played, right, in the Nationals.
Yeah.
And that was a 7-5 affair. Again, very close between both teams. And really, given the side choice, I remember this is very, like, a very active memory in my head. Because the site was first floor open area. And, you know, they had the extension, right, Mercenaries on the defense, had the extension to archives, had second floor. They were finishing everything up. Suddenly, 3 people dead. Why? Chidri just barged in.
Yeah, and that's how the map ended.
Yeah, that's how the map ended. We'll see if that happens. We'll see if that kind of play or an overtime play happens, folks. Until then, we'll be taking a quick break. We'll be right back with Map Bank. Stay tuned.
Someone to save. I wanna tell you something new. You drove us both into a wall. I drive away into the night, and I contemplate for a while. Don't you think you wanna be more the best if I ran my stuff like you sooner than this? Don't you think you wanna be more the best if I pack my stuff like you sooner than this? Don't you wish I would've been someone else? I wanna feel your gap without making a mess at you. Won't you tell me something new? I wanna tell you something new. I wish you all the best I can, then I stop myself for a while. I'm staying faith, I don't believe the panic's rising up in you. Won't you tell me something new? Don't you think you wanna be more the best if I pack my stuff like you sooner than this? Don't you think you wanna be more the best if I pack my stuff like you sooner than this? Don't you wish I would've been someone else? I wanna feel your gap without making a mess at you. Won't you tell me something new? myself for a while.
Alrighty then, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back once again to the South Asia Nationals, presented by Ubisoft, powered by Zotai Gaming, hosted here at the Esports Club, and of course, alongside our broadcast partner, Loco. I'm your host, Blackjack. Joining me is my co-host, Baba Gusta, back again, as we are back as well for this grand final. It is an exhilarating match, isn't it, Baba? As we look at the map veto to have a refresher about what we've seen so far between this game of Hunters versus Mercenaries, the age-old conflict. Hunters currently lead 2-1 on the map count, as Mercenaries won Clubhouse 8-6. Villa Hunters fired back with an 8-6 of their own, and Chalet, my goodness, it was a steamroll by the Hunters as they took Chalet 7-2. It really was a game and a half, and now we're going to be going to Bank. Mercenaries have picked this map. I really want to see what they have in store for us going into this particular site.
Yep. Map number 4, Hunters LFO. If they secure map bank, and that's all it, Jack. This could be the end of the SA Nationals, but for Mercenaries, they still have a chance, and I'm pretty sure that this could definitely help for the side of Mercenaries to bring them back, because first things first, map bank is a map being picked by Team Mercenaries. So I'm pretty sure that when you see places like Hunters LFO, yes, they've already secured series point for the grand finals, but the main question of all is that can they secure the map on bank, or will we get to see map number 5 Oregon? Well, we're about to find that out here, Jack.
Absolutely we are, folks. Let's not waste any more time. Let's go into map number 4. It is time for Mercenaries on the attack, Hunters on the defense for Bank to be brought out. Now, a little bit of history here. Bank between these two teams has been played twice so far in this competitive year, twice that we can currently remember off the top of our heads. Once was Pro Series Summer Edition Grand Finals. Hunters had won that 3-1. Bank had gone all the way to overtime, and Hunters then took the win. Unfortunately, Hasib in that engagement had disconnected right at the end. It was a bit of a somber finish for the Mercenaries. Now, the second time we've seen Bank was in the Nationals itself. Group stages, Hunters versus MRCZ. It was 7-5. And the last round, when Hunters were 6-5 up, Mercenaries were preparing first floor open area, extending into archives, doing the whole 9 yards about, setting up, roam, and yada, yada, yada. Jittery just said, watch me barge into Fax hallway, and he did. And he got 3 people, and Hunters just, cleaned up after that. So, we'll have to see how things go here. Hunters have won this map twice now in the head-to-head, and we have already a couple of bans here. Flores, no real surprises there that Hunters would ban Flores. They really do not like Flores' overall utility clearing abilities, as it were. Osa, on the other hand, very annoying with the talent shields, requires explosive utility to be pushed back. And in the meanwhile, Echo. Now that's an interesting one. We've seen Bank and Echo bans before, when Bank still used to be, old Bank that is, used to be part of Rainbow Six competitive. Echo is very strong here. Plenty of areas for his drones to hide in, and that is exactly why he will be banned. Speaking of powerful operators on this map, Valkyrie will be our final ban for Bank, and that means we're going to be getting right into the action. Round number 1 is a go.
Yep, map number 4. This could potentially be the end of the journey for MRCZ if they can push themselves back up all the way to the decider map, which will be on Oregon. Bans itself, it's actually really interesting to look at it here, Jack, especially from Mercenaries's end. Osa and an Echo ban. Yokai drones, very powerful on defensive side, can have the possibility of denying default plans. And then also you have the Valkyrie, again, information gathering operator, which means that Mira is still available. Will be very powerful on the site, like we're seeing it right now on round number 1. A basement supply room is currently the site where Hunters LFO will be defending on. And last thing I remember is we've seen a lot of rounds still being in favor for Hunters, despite the hatches in towards vault still being uncontested at the time. So the defenders could just usually play in those particular places, but I have to know why Mercenaries picked this side in the first place, especially on a map like Bank. I am very much rooting for them, because if they cannot succeed, if they cannot secure this map, then I could say that Hunters are this much close. They're one map close on securing the win on the grand finals, and I'm pretty sure that Mercenaries, they're not going to let them have it.
Let's see how the two sides decide to play this out right now, as Jittery has taken the first bit of damage. At the minute, he's still taking damage. Where is he peeking? Okay, this is an interesting place for the Mozzie of all players to be in. That is, of course, the balcony of Skylight, big Skylight, so to speak. And you have the extension on first floor, open area as well. Hatches are open, and these areas... Excuse me, these areas are being watched. Jittery will go down, trying to re-aggress onto Stocks. Will be taken care of. MI7 cleans him up on the mid-stair Skylight, and that means that the first player from the Hunters has been cleaned up on. Whatever utility on this second floor exists will be cleaned up as well, as they slowly but surely make their way down to the first, which means going to what is supposed to be, at the very least, a... how should I put this? A little bit of a fortress, not a full fortress, but more like a fortified location for the Hunters, as they have a pretty good hold on this first floor. Drones have given away the fact that there's a shotgun mute right next to that open area hallway door, office hallway door, excuse me, which means that things will not exactly go too well if they just dry peek at Smoke's location given away. But of course, Rattler is long inside the site. He doesn't need to worry about much of anything. Taha getting a few pre-fires done, trying to see if he can catch a head or open up a line of sight in the meanwhile. But again, not much going the way of the attackers. Time is being wasted. Red pings are happening, but until they get that mute out of there, they can't do much. Sparko will go down, but there's the shotgun to find one, and Taha in the meanwhile will get beat, so the down unfortunately will not be acted upon. However, Sandy comes up, as Rattler will find one, but he goes down as well. Sandy gets another. He knows somebody's going to be chasing him. Pre-fires the stairs, but he is now alone in the stairs. Oh my goodness, that was a kill and a half. He gets that, and he could potentially go for a flank right now if his mind so feels like it. Now he knows where the Ying is as well. Inside the site, no less. Shots fired. He really wants this. MI7 is so low on HP, but no, not to be. Hasib will shut him down, and MercenarieZ again, sloppy on the execute, but it doesn't matter. They get themselves round one.
Yeah, once again, MercenarieZ, my god, despite being a 1v4 situation, Sandy almost clutched the round, and that even playing as the castle at that time. And let's not forget, Rattler, who was currently playing as
the
Mute
smoke.
at that time? The smoke at that time. The whole site was specifically made for defending the site itself, not trying to roam around. But turns out they want to go in for a different approach. And since Jittery, who was the only one roamer for Hunters LFO, he had to do everything all by himself, right? Since he still had the C4 so that he can get an explosive kill from below if he's playing from the first floor site. But if you take a look at round number one's, operators composition, Sandy beat Sparko and Rattler. All four of them were very anchored operators. They had Castle, they had Mira, they even had Smoke, and plus Beat was also playing as the mute at that time. So every single player that we've seen was heavily focused on the site, but they decided to extend it just a little bit in a way that they could at least secure a kill or two. Turns out, since Jittery was picked out very early in the round, MRCZ got a hold of it in that current situation, and once they realized that Rattler is currently playing in towards open area, they had to figure out a way, and that's the main reason why Mercenary had to waste a lot of time in that particular place. Once they got a hold on that place, it was Sandy 1v4, they had a lot of problems, but in the end, they will secure the kill nonetheless. But now, as we focus on round number 2, we will see the Mira being brought out once again, and Sandy playing in a very risky place, all the way from the west main stairs. Actually, from east stairs again, apologies. We still got to be careful that there is still two players, Jittery and Wamai, who's going to be being played by Rattler, who is in the hallway side itself, contesting the window side of the entryway that's been connected towards stock. So every single, particular place has been taken care of, but how can MercenarieZ be able to secure this place, knowing that there is a lot of, attention that's been gathered around, knowing that there is two players on towards second floor, and there is one roaming player, Sandy, who's currently playing as the Jaeger at this time.
Sandy right now sitting pretty chill on the bottom floor. Not really too much done against him. They do know where he is. Yes, his position was given away. He has taken a little bit of damage. But I feel like he can just afford to chill out for now. Not like that though. Jittery trying to get aggressive will be shut down by Taha. That's a big kill as well, as they will open up the wall of stocks, allowing for another player to get into that room. Ayan finds Sandy. That's a second kill this time, as Mercenaries really seem to know what to do on bank. Hunters, on the other hand, not so much. They're kind of getting taken out of the equation, as you have the Candelas being thrown in. MI7 has only used one so far, and that's to try and clear the hallway, I feel like, alongside the 8. Shots will be fired, and that's Taha taking damage, as there we go. Rattler gets one, pushes out in his stocks aggressively. Beat is down as well. Rattler's the last one, standing very quickly. He finds Din, but Ayan will clean up on that final kill. Rattler has to do something about this. It's a 1v3 again that this player is now caught on. Afraid of the window rappel from both sides, really. How much can he pull off here is the question. Tries to rotate out into the meeting room, can't quite do so. Mercenaries take a second round now.
You have 2 rounds and a crucial one for Mercenaries to put themselves back up on their feet in the first half. A job well done by removing players, especially from Sandy and Sparko, who usually are especially Sandy, who's been currently roaming around all the way from the east stairs, where it was causing a lot of problems for Mercenaries. So since they took care of that in the early rounds, all they had to do was just focus on the rest of the players holding in towards the side. There were 2 players from the hallway, and there was Jittery playing from stock, and removing Jittery from stock really did give the morale boost Mercenaries required to push in from the side, and they did ended up securing the win nonetheless. So this is looking good from Mercenaries. But for Hunters, they're heading back to the same side, basement site itself. Once again, they want to give a try. They will make some minute changes. This time we will see Sparko bring in the Warden, mainly because they want to counter MI7's plays as the Ying, the Candelas that can, blind a lot of lines of sight if they catch at the right moment. But the perfect counter for it will be the Warden nonetheless. The only difference is that instead of having a C4, you'll have a deployable shield that has good cover, good protection, and plus you'll be able to make your own personal angle in a way that MRCZ could not expect. So round number 3 is a go, with Jittery once again bringing in the Mozzie this time. Last thing I remember in round number 1, Jittery's plays, especially his spawn pick, didn't quite work out well as it expected it to be. And since Din is bringing in the Jackal, if he misses his spawn peak, and if his location has been compromised from the Jackal's track scans, then things will not look well from Jittery's end, because he's all by himself all the way towards 2nd floor. He will be detected from the attack drone nonetheless, so he's just gonna keep on distracting all the way from 2nd floor. And once he realizes that all the players from Mercenaries are trying to converge himself into that particular position, he'll fall back safely and see whether if he could get an initial pick or not while he's trying to make that distraction.
For the time being, we just have to wait and see how the Mercenaries again continue to play out this round. Now, Warden sitting inside of garage with a with his cool guy glasses, as they were, trying to get a peek or two out on garage door, as Ayan is taking a bit of damage. Interestingly enough, Beat is just staring at the ceiling like a hawk, and Sandy's here trying to protect him as well. There's the Mozzie on 2nd floor, 1st floor, excuse me. Nobody really over-aggressing this time around from the Hunter side. They're more than happy to just sit still for the minute. But Ayan will still get the first kill. That's Beat now gone. And that, of course, puts things into a little bit of a questionable situation for the Hunters. They've lost their first player. They need to get a trade in, but the Mercenaries have just not let them do that. They are just not letting them get these trades. Prone peek here from Sandy. Of all the things to be doing in this map, I don't know if there's a wise decision. He will choose to opt out of it. And I feel like the rest of the Hunters would do with just falling back into the side, but they can't. Hatches are open, and that will, of course, make things so much more difficult. Jittery does get a trade. Hasib going down, but again, that's 2 for the price of 1. Smoke's position now given away. Open hatch, of course, will be spotted. Then gets Mozzie's position. That's Jittery now given away. Rattler smokes out the main stairs, but the hatch drop is still very much viable at the minute, as we have the Warden with his glasses already in position, trying to catch something, but not quite yet. The Candelas need to go off first, as another canister will be thrown in the second year from Rattler. There you have it. And shots are about to be fired. Taha already taking damage on entry right now. Sparko unable to quite get the kill there. Ayan taking damage as well, but Rattler's the one who goes down. Drop right in front of Sparko, and both he and Jittery will get one each. Taha's also been down. That's Diffuser drop. 10 seconds remaining, and the Ying now has to pull something really, really magical out of her pocket at the minute, but not to be. Sparko will confirm on one, kill the second, and that is going to be Hunters' first round.
Yeah, Hunters will bring back the round with Sparko having the cool, having the cool guy glasses in hand, making sure that he doesn't look at explosion and secure the win for Hunters without facing any issues. Round number 3. 1-2 will be the score line, and still with MRCZ being the ones in the lead, they've got to make sure to secure a lot of attack rounds in order for them to survive in the second half. Although I could say that Bank is almost a balanced map, as I could call it, because, let's face it, when it comes to group stages, when it comes to playoffs, we haven't seen Bank being brought a lot in quite a lot of situations, right, Jack? Usually, yes, group stages we did get to see Bank being picked in the map veto, but most of the time it was just, it was just mainly used as a decider map, right? So since we're seeing map Bank, and since we did talk about, MRCZ and, Hunters LFO's brief history in this map, Hunters have already secured 2 match wins in the map Bank. So in the third time, you could say that MercenarieZ, despite, facing a lot of issues from their end, the first 2 rounds that we've seen, the way how, Ayan and MI7 are going in for those opening picks, removing Jittery from, for those past 2 rounds is an actual good thing for them, because they figured out a way to shut down the roam from Jittery, which is, definitely causing Hunters LFO a lot of problems, because they're having good access towards second floor site, knowing that they only have, around a minute and 30 seconds or maybe 2 minutes left at that time, knowing that the room has been taken care of. They just have to focus on the first floor, and once they head in towards the site, they will have ample amount of time to proceed with the post plan. And so when it comes to conserving time, MercenarieZ are doing an excellent job. But once it comes to the execution phase, the amount of denials that the side of Hunters have, that's the main reason why there's a lot of time being wasted around on that particular moment. And let's not forget, the side that we are seeing right now is Hunters, in towards what? The first floor open staff area, I believe. That's the
open area.
Yeah, open area and staff. That's the side where Hunters is going on to. And this is actually the third time we're seeing them pick a different side here, Jack. And this is definitely going to, catch MRCZ off guard.
Maybe, maybe not. We've seen open area a ton of times on Bank before, so it wouldn't surprise me if, MRCZ were still pretty prepared for this particular site. We've got a player trying to push into stocks. We've got Sparko inside of the janitor's closet as well. Sandy taking damage and goes through yet another wall, as the Oryx is wont to do, of course. But Sparko decides to flee down to the site, leaving it up to the other 2 players who are in the top floor. The Castle, Rattler, and the Oryx, Sandy, who have still a pretty good amount of control on the top floor, I feel like. It's not as wide as it was a second ago, even a few seconds ago, but it's still good enough. They can hold off the attackers without too much of an issue, but Rattler decides to fall back to site as well. They've got to be careful. There is a player trying to approach open area, and Rattler will fall all the way down to the bottom, actually. Now, that's interesting. Where does Rattler want to go? Maybe up the blue skylight stairs. I feel like that's actually what's happening here, as he will slowly but surely make his way all the way around up blue stairs. Now he's going to walk as well, so as to minimize the noise. But Ayan goes down first. That's a big drop as the Candelas start popping. Beat getting that first kill, getting that first drop. And that, of course, is the Twitch taken care of. So any utilities that were taken care of, they will be done for. But in the meanwhile, long angle by Sandy. Can't quite get the shot. Haseeb, as good as ever, on the Thatcher with the L85. Beat taking damage through the wall in the meanwhile. Needs to fall back. Jittery peeking the hatch as MI7 finds Beat. MI7 finds Rattler. Huge drops right now. And all it is down to now on the lead. 3-2 is the scoreline, as we will be going into round number 6, the last round of the first half. Hopefully we get a bit of a cleaner feed right there. I feel like production needs to look into this, and I think they will. Technical pause has been taken as we look into the issues currently happening, folks. Don't you worry. Once we get all things sorted out, we will be going back into the game. But I gotta say, Hunters, that last round, they still looked pretty good, all things considered. isolating these gunfights, taking out players when they were able to, and then sort of shutting things down as and when required. I have to say, good stuff from them, but they need to continue this as a performance in total if they want to win this map. It's only 3-2. We haven't even finished the first half yet. So we'll have to see how it goes from here.
Yeah, but always depends on the second half, right? And I'm guessing that, at this end of the round, we're pretty sure that Hunters have secured the round on defense. So second half, since we are not we haven't come to an end of the first half just yet, this will be round 6. So knowing that Mercenaries are in a bit of a trouble at this point, it is 3-2, right? So all they've got to do is figure out a way into, when it comes to the early rounds, we see how confident they were when it comes to playing those trade games, right? Although we didn't get to see a lot of action that was happening on mid to late games, I'm kind of guessing that it usually ended up with MRCZ being in the side, while Hunters were almost in a 2v3 situation once again, where they did ended up securing the round with, with both Chitri and Sandy being the only 2 players alive. That's what I'm guessing at this point, but let's just focus on the next future rounds here. Round number 6. They've secured a second floor CEO. They could go back to basement site where, it is still a 50-50 chance for Hunters to to win that particular site. But they could go back to first floor open area, or can they not? Because we did see them go into a first floor open area in round number 3. So since this is round number 6, they could go in with the same side again, confuse Mercenaries in a way that they would have a lot of issues once they push in towards the side. But just like you said, Jack, we have seen Mercenaries go in, first floor open area side while, for them being in attack. So there's high likely a chance where they could adapt to the situation and, surprise Hunters in their own way. But all in all, it just comes down to speculations, right? And since that we are taking an admin rehost, we will be taking it might take a bit of a time for us to, understand what exactly is going on from our end. But too long to read. MRCZ are currently facing a lot of heat. They're currently facing a lot of problems. And for Hunters LFO, they are very close in securing map number 4 bank, which it could end the whole grand finals of the South Asian Nationals. So 3-1 could be a possibility unless and until MRCZ could bring it back. But what are your thoughts about this, Jack? Do you really think that MRCZ could bring this back on the second half, knowing that MRCZ are going to be on defense next?
Given what we've seen Given what we've seen so far, I'm not really certain. MercenarieZ, don't get me wrong, have looked good on bank so far, right? There have been some pretty good moments from them. And the first couple of rounds, they actually did give me a performance that made me think, yeah, they might actually push us into decider map. However, at the same time, Hunters, with the way they've come back, they seem to have just read into what MercenarieZ were, doing, as it were. But we'll just have to wait and see in the meanwhile, as we have gotten the call that we're going back into the game. The feed here is still a little, stuck, as it were, folks. Don't mind us, just, signaling, as it were.
We're just signaling the observers. Don't worry about us. I mean, at this point, we still don't have the, just the video feed just yet. But once we get a hang of it, we'll be able to check it out and make sure to proceed without having any issues at all. But yeah, all in all, I've got to say, when it comes to, the rounds itself, MRCZ, with them facing a lot of issues, I'm pretty sure that we might be able to see them come back.
Yeah, I'm almost sure of it, as, of course, we're going to be going into the game in just a short second, folks. Don't you worry, just had to get a couple of things nice and quickly evened out as we now move back into the match in just a short moment. We've got the technical difficulties sorted, and we're going to be going back into the match here and now. Indeed, there you go, folks. The ready confirmation for both teams is here as well, and we're going back straight in. Round number 6, the last round of the first half. What? Sandy?
Wait, what happened?
Locate and defuse as many bombs as they can.
That's a Kavera.
Sandy?
Baba, pinch me right now. Pinch me right now.
Okay, just make sure it might hurt a bit.
Ah! Okay, that did. That's a Cav.
Yep, it's a Cav.
And he's actively... So he meant to pick this. He is hiding in the elevator.
This should be an accident, right?
No.
This is an accident.
No, it cannot have been. He picked this intentionally. I'll tell you what, it is mega brain from Sandy right now.
Oh.
Galaxy tier big brain plays, right? He is hiding because he doesn't want his, operator to be revealed. What Cav mains normally do, right?
Yeah.
But the reason I feel like is because he's seeing, maybe, Hunters might be seeing that there may be some solo plays happening from Mercenaries, right? Odd operators in odd places that could be ripe for the taking, as it were, for Sandy. And for the Caveira, with interrogation being such a powerful tool, as it were, we'll just have to wait and see. But for now, let's see what happens as the round continues to progress. Sandy so far hasn't really moved from where he's been so far. The Jackal can still give his position away as well. So the Cav, can counter by going into the silent step, right? But still, Jittery's here to protect as well. All right, they really don't want the Cav's position to be given away right now. But no, Jittery will go down. That's a big drop right there. And Sandy still hasn't moved. Not sure what's going on right there, folks. But we'll have to just wait and see. Sparko now all the way back into Garage. Again, holding down the position to see what he can get out of this, realistically speaking. But you've got the Jackal. You've got the Hibana. You've got the Thermite as well. Charges are going to be put on the hatches. And the hatches, of course, will since be blown wide open. And there we go. Sandy is in silent step. So position will need to be held down. That's the Captain whose location is revealed. And yes, Sandy has since moved away. He's going to get a... No, do it, Sandy, do it! Yes! Okay, there we go. He's got one. MI7 down. But now the call will be given that, hey, there's a Cav in the server, guys. What is going on? You have another player, another attacker who's trying to hold from pillars, but they will know that there is this Cav, and oh dear me, Hasib, just so good on the count, Get Sandy, no interrogation sadly, but it is what it is. You had the meme pick, and of course the meme pick still paid dividend with MI7, the Ying, mind you, going down. Those Candelas, they have been a nuisance so far, but they will no longer be in play. Then holding down mid-stairs, expecting a push-up from somebody or the other. As, all things considered, still this 3v4 is possible for the Hunters, but they'll have to work a little bit extra hard for it.
Yeah, this is a risky decision being made from Hunters. Bringing in the Cav really is going to put MRCZ on a much more good state. 4v3 breach will be done with the help of Thermite exothermic charge, which will be used from Taha. The denials will also be made from Sparko's gas canisters. Now all you have to do is just wait for the perfect timing to see whether if Hunters will secure those important peaks or not. MI7 is currently the one who's been picked out quite early, so they don't have any Candelas to proceed with the push, nor they have the smoke grenades, in which Din will be able to use it right about now. Taha just sprinting all the way. He's not going to plan it all over from the default plan, but Sparko will get away with the kill. So does Rattler. Here comes the denial, but where is the plan? It's not happening. Both Ayan and Hasib are so low on HP that it's a difficult task for Mercenaries to bring this back, and turns out Hunters will end up securing round number 6 on a 4-2 scoreline. I believe Sandy's main goal was to remove MI7, Jack, because MI7 used to be a pain in Hunters' back, mainly because he used to get a lot of opening picks. He used to get around like 2 to 3 kills with the LMG, and plus with the help of those Candelas, he'd been able to block a lot of lines of sight. And since Sandy, once he got the opening pick, the explosive entrance that MRCZ was supposed to make was already gone. And MI7, since he's been removed out of the equation, when it comes to those important pushes, they don't have the lines of sight being blocked nor being stunned both at the same time. It was easier for Hunters to hold their ground once the execution had happened, and it was a really great plan that it did ended up winning for Hunters 4-2. As we proceed with the role swap, we'll see them on attack, but would it be more than enough for them to secure map number 3? Let's find out.
Let us find out indeed, as we now have Hunters going into this second half. They're on the attack, of course, and Mercenaries will be the ones on the defense. Let's see what both teams have to show for at the minute. As looking at the Mercenaries' picks overall, I don't really see anything too particularly different from them. That's like non-standard, I should say. You do have the Goyo. There will be a presence on this first floor, probably even second floor from, say, Taha, or maybe even Din, or Hasib. Hasib's just been popping off left and right? But overall, it's very like protect the hatches, make sure they don't get destroyed kind of playstyle that the Mercenaries picks so far seem to be indicating. Now, whether or not that's a good thing for them, of course, is entirely up to how the round goes. We'll simply have to find that one out. As Rattler, in the meanwhile, is just going to hop into second floor. I think he's already droned it out and cleared it. This is going to take a couple of pot shots around the place to see if anyone is here. As, you know, a bit of a straggler, a bit of a late roamer, as it were. Jittery as well, coming up to Skylight door. Ion will go down. That's Sandy with the first pick. That's your Goyo taken care of. And I think that's your first floor player as well, as Beat makes his way into the admin office. That's everyone gone from the first floor, aka Ion, already off the board. That leaves 4 players of Mercenaries remaining to try and weather the flow of this Hunter's attack that will be coming their way very, very soon indeed. And Hasib will start things off by taking a trade. Sandy to go down.
Yep, Hasib, good counters to remove Sandy. If he was alive in the mid-rounds, he could have caused a lot of dangers towards the side itself. Removing him would have been a very good idea, and Hasib, a good job at getting a headshot of that too, especially with the weaponry like that. Secondary hard breach will be used to see whether if they can succeed in breaching out the hatch. One of them will be used. Second EMP will be tossed, used, and destroyed. Both of the hatches will be taken care of. And since you still have those Candelas, you still need to be careful about the roams. That roam will be none other than Taha. I'm not quite sure exactly where his location is, but the Candelas, once Rattler head in for that drop down, I'm pretty sure one of them at least have to go in for the denial. Oh, there he is. Taha all the way from the side will secure the important kill. There goes Rattler, 4v3, and now Beat is trying to get the information on the kill, but turns out he won't be able to secure it. Will be forced for a reload. He still have the grenades to try to flush Alibi out of that particular place, but will he get that important kill? No, he's going to pull it out and let Jittery do his work all the way from the hatch. Will secure the kill. 3v3. They don't have any hard breach to open up the line of sight, so they need to make do with the Hibana's Excaros pellets. Not a lot of time left. You still have the denials. 2 C4s from Din and MI7, and let's not forget the Vulcan shield is still available. So in a span of 20 seconds, they haven't popped off that Vulcan shield. So how will they go in for the plant? They're currently in the site. Cooked nade will be given from B, and turns out Hasib is still alive and kicking. 2v2 as a quick trade will happen from their end, but turns out they're losing a lot of time, and so does Hasib. Still holding on towards the side as best as possible. It's all up to B to secure this 1v2, in which he will flinch back, but in the time, MI7 will come back to the rescue and give MRCZ the win that they require on defense. Such a close round, and Beat, even with the amazing flicks that he did, he cannot get away with that trade that had happened from MI7. Hunters, they were this close on securing this round, but for MRCZ, they are hanging on, and they don't want to give a single win on defense, not just yet.
4-3, Hunters still in the lead, but they will need to make sure that things go their way. That last round could have been theirs, but again, like you said, the Ying going down and no hard breach remaining kind of stopped them in their tracks because they couldn't open up lines of sight. They couldn't open up any other avenues of entry, and I feel like that's really what kind of did them in there, something that they really should have probably planned for now that we look at it in hindsight. But it is what it is. Hindsight is 2020 after all. And right now we're going to be moving into the second floor office side coming out from Mercenaries. They're going to bring this out, a side that we have seen pretty like 50-50 overall, I think we can call it. You know, Hunters won it in round number 5, but Mercenaries won it in round number 2 as well. So both sides have currently won one round. Now that was in the first half. This second half, Mercenaries opening it up on the defense. It will be, how should I put this? It will be quite the show, I feel like, from Hunters here, to see how they now cope with the Mercenaries' playstyle, how they now play against MRCZ in this map site, I should say. As the jammers have been placed, the ADSs have been fitted, and of course the castle barricades are up and guarding those important thoroughfares and windows and doors in the map. Rattler giving away the position of the shield in the middle of the hallway. That is exactly where Taha is currently playing. Shots are fired. Jittery already taking a bit of health off of Taha, as the drones did force that Wamai back just a little bit. And that, of course, made for what could have been an entry, but not quite to be so. He's going to go for a little bit of a breach, you know, opening up a line of sight, taking a flashbang as well to try and deny intel, as it were. There you go. That's going to keep the hallway players occupied. for the time being. Sandy's drone giving away position on players in the middle of the hallway. In the meanwhile, the banana hallway, as one likes to call it. But again, intel is one thing. Getting the kills, getting the trades, that is what really matters for the Hunters right now.
And the main cause of the problem has to be the hallway itself. They don't have the secondary EMP to deny mute jammers, but turns out Taha has been dealt a major damage, but Jittery has been down. What just happened? Don't tell me it's because of the trap from the frost mat. But we might just have to wait it out and watch. Yes, it was a frost mat. Oh no, this is not good. And Haseeb takes use of that advantage. And a second headshot. Haseeb is bringing it back for Mercenaries as it's a 5v3. That's the opening that Mercenaries required. Just by the use of the Frostmat trap that had been caught from Jittery, he will still be alive, but at a loss of Rattler and Sparko. And let's not forget, Diffuser has been dropped, so Haseeb has exact information on knowing exactly what to do. All they have to do is just wait for the attackers to push in right in towards the hallway so that they can lay their traps. As Din gets a headshot, so does Din. Goes out of the hands of Sandy. 4v2 beat. Does he have any idea on player all the way towards the banana side? Yes, he does. He finds the head. Can he secure the kill? No, he does not. MI7, he's down for the count. 3v2, 35 seconds. Time is ticking for Hunters as they're trying to figure out a way to recover this round back in a 2v3. The main problem has to be Haseeb because he's still alive. He's still in that courtroom, but now they've got control on the side. Sandy is pushing in. So does Beat. This is 2v3. Only 20 seconds. Beat still pushing on to, but talk about Mercenaries, they're just playing it on towards the diffusers end, and Haseeb is going in for a very long fan. He will secure one. That's triple kill. It's all of the hands to the Beat. 1v3. Can he find one? Yes, he does. Can he find the second? Almost. So low on HP, but the trade will not be done nonetheless. Not a lot of time left, so he needs to proceed with the plant. Does the player from the side of Mercenaries know exactly his location? Yes, they do. Taha arrives just in time to waste a lot of time, and for Haseeb, what an amazing play that we've seen. It all started with the Frostmat trap and it ended with Haseeb securing a kill. Actually, it was Taha who did secure the kill nonetheless, but what a play from Mercenaries to secure the round, and they'll be able to equalize on a 4-4 score count in round number 9.
4-4 the score count at the moment. Round number 9 will be in play, folks, and we are edging closer and closer to overtime as we speak. Every single round that goes one way or the other will spell doom or will spell joy for one of these two teams. Again, it all depends on how they play. The site has changed, of course. It is going to be first floor open area once again. And it is, in its own way, open season, technically speaking, as the Hunters are struggling in this second half for the last 2 rounds now. They haven't quite been able to get their foot in the door. At least on basement CCTV, they still very nearly had the round. This last round, not so much. Again, very kind of, I don't know, they're giving away too many 1v1s, I feel like. That's been their main issue, the Hunters, that is. And they've kind of just been going at it with almost without a plan. I'm not sure as to why or how that is happening, but it is. And for the time being, that is not something that the Hunters will be liking. So we'll have to wait and see for the moment as to how things do end up going from here. Jittery going all the way back up. Jittery in the second half has been a little bit quiet, a little bit stumped, as it were. But Beat's already here on second floor. He could potentially find a kill or two if the drones are in the correct positions. There we go. Mid-stairs will be called out. Shots are already fired. Ayan will fall back responsibly. So Jittery as well coming in. Is there anybody on the second floor? I'm not seeing any defender outlines here for the time being. All the members of the blue team, Mercenaries, have since fallen back. And the Hunters, of course, have pretty much been given second floor control in its entirety. And yet, they need to secure a few things there. Verticality, which is, of course, the most important. They have to deal with the 1C4 that Din has brought. So that, of course, will be a, point of concern for them as they go for the opening of the hatches and, opening of the floor, so on and so forth. They have to find kills as well. Once they get a couple kills flowing, it will be all good for them. As there you go, Ayan will be taken out. That is your Jaeger, who was on the first floor, kind of lurking around the site. And Jittery as well in office hallway. His position should be given away as he's taking out the cam, taking out other utilities. MI7 taking damage from the vertical angles as well. Shots are fired all over. But the Oryx from below could still do something, and he has done a big thing right now. He's found Sparko, and he's going to retreat back downstairs. The call will be there that, hey, there's an Oryx around the mid-stairs. You guys have to be careful about this, and they will be so. But again, that trade is really important for Mercenaries because, again, it's just stumping the Hunters, right? They can't quite do what they want to do, and because they can't, because they keep getting traded on, it gets harder each and every time. There's a mute currently playing inside of Archives. One Candela has been thrown out, and you have the Zofia Sandy trying to push in. Hasib gets one, but he goes down as well. Taha comes around. Again, this Oryx has just been a nuisance, and MI7 gets one in the meanwhile. He's in the 1v2. Make that a 1v1. Diffuse has been dropped. 30 seconds remaining, and the castle needs to be found. Beat needs to know where this castle is. Shots are fired. His position is given away. They don't know exactly where the other is, but Beat can go for a plant right about now, since he could potentially go for this, but no, he needs to take out that cam first. There you go. But again, the call-up will be given that, hey, cam's gone. Somebody's probably trying to go for a plan there, and Beat will get it done. There's a red ping as well still, and the castle could aggressively peek this, but not quite. Beat had the angle. He had the advantage. He gets the kill. Hunters back on the lead.
Yep, Hunters are back on the lead, folks. 1v1. And in the end, it was Beat who will secure that clutch nonetheless. What a close encounters. And let's not forget, they even had a red ping from MRCZ, which means that they already had information. So even though they had one bulletproof cam, there was another camera around somewhere that it did indicated Beat's location. So round number 10, Hunters 2 rounds away on securing series point for the grand finals of the SA Nationals. And for Mercenaries, it's also the same thing for them. They could have one more chance to secure map number 4 bank and put us to Oregon, which will be the final decider map for the SA Nationals. Things have been getting heated up quite a lot recently, folks, and I've got to admit, for the side of Mercenaries, Hasib has been doing a lot of work while playing as the Frost on defense. 11 kills. He's the one who's been doing a lot of work. Early kills, removing both Jittery and Sandy while he was, while the side was on second full side. You even did get to see Hasib get a very impactful kills. So I'm pretty sure that Hunters will be heavily focused on making sure that they would, get information on Hasib's whereabouts as best as possible and eliminate him as soon as they can get. So most of the time Hasib will be playing around the side. Maybe he'll be playing in towards the garage. So you might expect Sandy or Beat, to push in towards the garage entrance. So forcing the defenders out of the garage area could help Hunters LFO to secure the round, but turns out Beat will, make sure to get control on second floor CEO, since there won't be a lot of contests being made. Vertical lines of sight from Beat, with the help of his hammer, will be able to provide good amount of information and control in towards first floor tellers. And look at Sandy all the way from basement. So you have one player from the second floor, one player from first. They even have the attack drones that could give vital information, and that's the main reason why Sandy decides to get control of that as fast as possible. So rotations has been blocked from Mercenaries, since they're at a very tight positionings. All they've got to do is see whether they could secure a kill or two, but Sandy will get an opening pick this time all the way from server room. This is looking good for them, as they will eliminate Taha.
That's 2 now for Sandy as he gets a second, and now he will quickly rotate away to try and meet with his teammates. Jittery finds Ayan. There's a very big collapse right now for the Mercenaries as they are simply getting taken out left and right. The Mira was brought in this round as they went all in, but it is not working. Triple for Sandy. MI7 the last one, but Sandy with the quad allows for Hunters to get a flawless round, and it's all smiles once again as the Hunters, folks, they have secured championship point. They now have 2 instances of this remaining before overtime becomes a thing. And boy howdy, Mercenaries, you really need to pull yourselves together, because this is now dire straits. There is no 2 ways about this. There isn't. Folks, what Hunters are now on, right? It is 6-4 in their favor, right? That means they are on map point, obviously. Sure. They're on match point, since they're 2-1 up. They are also on series point, since it'll be a 5. And last but not least, championship point for the last game in the tournament. This really is pressure for the side of Mercenaries. This is truly where it all goes. Is Sparko flashing an easy on his screen? Come on, man. Come on, you haven't won the game yet, Sparko. Give it a minute. But all that being said and done, Mercenaries have taken a tactical timeout. They need this. They need this pause. They are probably pretty perplexed by the overall, how should I say, pointed nature of this map so far, in the fact that it really has not gone their way. Even though they've made some really great round performances, they just haven't been able to string enough rounds together, I feel like. And their overall problem has kind of been similar to the Hunters, where once they get stuck in doing one thing successfully, they keep doing it. But with the Hunters, the adaptations are always there. With Mercenaries, it takes a second. They get there, but it takes an extra round. Unfortunately, they don't have an extra round, not anymore.
Not an extra round, because Mercenaries, this is do or die situation. Because if they lose a single round on defense, it's all over. It's game over for Mercenaries. And for Hunters, oh boy, still it's in tactical timeout. So Mercenaries are just trying to have a normal conversation, see what kind of methods could they, bring things back up in their favor. So with the timeout coming to an end, there you go, folks. Match point, Hunters LFO, 6-4. And all the hard work has gone in the hands of Hasib, Jack. Every single round you've seen on Frost, he's been making a lot of collateral kills. I wouldn't say collateral. He's been making a lot of initial kills, right? 2 to 3 kills. Hasib has been trying to put Mercenaries back on track, and no matter how many times that Hasib is trying to do it for more than a half on defense, it's usually Hunters who are bringing things back up, and it's Sandy who had made a devastating blow in the previous round, folks. 12 kills. This is championship point. 6-4, and looks like a rehost will be requested. Yeah, no need. No rehost will be made from the side of Mercenaries, so everything is looking out well in their hands. So yeah, folks, there it is. Match point for Hunters. 10 seconds after the action phase comes into play, and for Mercenaries, this is pressure for them, Jack.
It really is. It really, really is at the minute. Mercenaries, only one round separates them from finishing second. Only one round separates them from having to bow out of this competition, concede to the Hunters yet again in this competitive year. Something that they will definitely not like to do as we now move in properly into this match point round. And Hunters right now, they've got a couple match point rounds here. This round and the next round. And after that, of course, is overtime. There's a pulse in play. Ion really bringing in everything that he possibly can here. But this drone from Sparko is going to be so influential right now. Beat has to be careful as to where he steps foot, as a C4 should go out, but again, it will miss. A second C4 is also in play. Ion taking damage in the meanwhile as he falls away back to the side. But here's the thing. There's a drone that's constantly giving away your position.
Oh, no.
Jittery comes in to find a second. That's 2 down already. And the rest of the Mercenaries are fleeing back into the site, leaving the castle. MI7, the last one in archives. He is so low on HP. He's trying to pull something out here of the bag. MRCZ, they need a magic trick to win this right now. What will it be? As you have, I think that was a smoke grenade thrown into the site, or a Candela, one of the two. Jittery finds another, and this could still be dire straits. Din and Hasib, they have to weather the storm right now. Hasib getting kills. He could be the one to pull this out the bag. He's done a lot of work right now, but in the meanwhile, the Hunters ever so quickly close in. They are closing their fist on this matchup. All they need to do is find these final 2 players. Castle barricade is going to be broken open on the hallway door. There you go. Kitchen is now just a little bit more exposed. But where's the breach? It's not coming in just yet. Admin office has been opened up, and there could be a drop into that room. Rattler is the one with the diffuser. Shots are fired once again. Admin office drop is being watched right now. Din is watching this particular entry like a hawk, as he will do whatever he can to stop this team, to stop the Hunters from making a play for this. Din's position was probably given away by the drone that just passed him by. Hasib shot it, of course, but how much will that really do for right now? There's another breach that Mercenaries now have to be careful of. These 2 players are all that stands between Mercenaries and total defeat right now. Here's a flashbang, maybe a second. Haseeb's the only one in the sight. He's going to find Sparko. Din coming around, but he misses the shot. Can he still get this? Rattler gets one, but Beat goes down. It's all down to the 1v1. The SMG-11 in the hands of the Ying needs to come out now. The Candela forces Din away, but he's going above. Could he potentially stop the plant from happening? He's going to drop in, and he sees where the Ying is. He gets the down! He gets the down, he confirms it. It's not done yet, folks. Then Haseeb with the 2v5. Mercenaries, they are not out of this. Not just yet. 6 and 5. As Hunters, they had it. They had that round. They're going to be livid. But there's still one more chance. One more chance before overtime. The last round of regulation. Round 12 is now in play.
Oh man, this is nerve-wracking for Mercenaries. My god, Haseeb, the hero of the round. 2 kills, and then with the 1v1 clutch, Rattler was forced for a plant, and the idea of going all the way towards the stairs was the accurate decision for him to secure this clutch. 5-6, we're back at the round of 1, ladies and gentlemen. 1 round for Mercenaries to put this to OT, and 1 round for Hunters to secure the match and also the championship for the SA Nationals. This is it, ladies and gentlemen. This is it. The moment of truth, despite having huge advantage from Hunters, especially in the early rounds, the drone works, the denial of pulse, everything was set in motion, but it was Haseeb who brought this match back. It was Haseeb who brought MRCZ back for a chance to put this match on overtime. Just like we said, one single mistake from MRCZ could cause the whole championship for the SA Nationals. And this is it, folks. Action phase is in. So does Beat bring in a surprise pick. It will be 0. August cams will be in play, folks. A lot of changes in the attack places, and I'm pretty sure that for Mercenaries, they will be in a lot of pressure for this.
Absolutely. Zero's Argus cams are no joke, folks, as they are very similar to Valkyrie cams, just for the attackers, right? And they can be placed outside, of course. How can you forget that part? Side being second for CEO, this is, of course, what could be the final resting place for Mercenaries. Or, on the other side, it could be what really pulls, Hunters in for a loop. It really just all depends on how MRCZ play this. It really just depends on how Hunters try to attack this and how the counter is from Mercenaries. Here's a Selma in the middle of the site, no less. I don't think they're going for any sort of clearance anywhere else. They're just going to make sure Janitor is completely emptied out. That's where Haseeb is. He's going to drop down into first floor in the meanwhile. Smart decision right there from Haseeb, as he needs to stay alive. He has been the team's backbone today, but then will go down. That's a huge drop as Jury starts things off on the Lion, no less. That is your mute gone. And then one of the heroes of the last round, of course, is going to be taken care of. You have the smokes in the site already. Are the Candelas going to go out? Not quite yet, but Rattler, wait, he's already in here.
What?
He hasn't thrown a single
no.
Candela. He's going for the plant. This could be huge right now. Somebody needs to deny it, and somebody will. It's Ayan who gets the kill. Taha as well, finding Jittery. 2 huge drops right now, and Hunters, they tried for a surprise play, but it didn't work out. They haven't gotten the operator advantage anymore. There's Sparko onto 1. He gets 1 kill, and there's Sparko down. Taha comes back around. Hunters, they tried something very risky, and they're paying the price for it at the minute. 2v3 as Sandy and Beat have to pull this out of the bag. Once again, a clutch situation. MI7 should see him, and that's Sandy DB, and oh, it's all up to Beat. The last one standing. All on the main hallway, reception area, main lobby, whatever you want to call it. He's going to send out a drone into the hallway as a distraction. That should give him a little bit of time, but the positions are given away. He comes in, he finds one. Can he find 2 more? One's behind the bomb chassis. Could peek him any minute. He's got the ping as well that, hey, this is where the Jaeger's playing. You've got to be careful about this. He will cross through. Could he see him? No, he doesn't. And folks, it ain't over yet. Mercenaries have brought this back. They're going to be very happy about this. Round 12 goes to them. It is 6-6. So folks, say it with me now for what could be the last time in the Nationals. We don't know yet. Ladies and gentlemen, are you ready to rumble? Overtime is in play.
Oh boy. Hunters, they will be so furious about this. 2 rounds back to back. They have lost up against MercenarieZ, and they have finally brought it back, folks. Overtime is opened. Round number 13, 14 and 15 will be opened up, which means that MercenarieZ still have a chance to put this to decider Oregon. That's the main reason why a timeout will be requested, and this timeout will be so crucial for both Hunters and MercenarieZ, because they need to think about this. This is the second time. I mean, 2 times have Hunters made a risky decision to proceed with a plant like this, and they ended up failing it. Hasib was still there, especially on the first floor open area.
No,
right?
but that's the thing, right? That's the thing
And then
I
the
don't
second we
get.
had Taha.
No, but that's the thing I don't get. Why weren't the Kendelas used, right? You had access to them, and if the Kendelas were used, like, I personally feel like the plan could have gone off. Because Ying was in a very powerful spot already, right? And because of the fact that the Ying was already in, despite the shots that were already fired, mind you, he had the Kendela in his hand, but he decided not to go for it. I think what Hunters thought was that they opened the castle barricades on the hallway, the 2 big hallway windows, right, facing the smaller ones, banana hallway windows, whatever you want to call it. Those were opened up, so they had line of sight there. They opened up janitor, but here's the thing: there was also a player in the hallway behind the shield that Jittery did not clean up on, right?
True.
That player was there. Hasib had dropped down. He was still active on the map, and the Kendelas, what they would have done at the very least is kept the defenders away. The plant was very nearly done as well. If you know, just thinking about it right now, there was what, like a second remaining on the plant, like 60 seconds, not 60, 60 milliseconds or so remaining on the plant. It could have happened, but unfortunately, it didn't quite so. They didn't use the Kendelas. They should have used it. They really, really should have used it. I feel like that Candela play or misplay is probably what ended up causing them the round, because after that they had no recourse. Their single plan was to get in, get the plant done, get out. Probably sacrifice the Ying in the you know, heat of the moment. Oh boy. In the meanwhile, of course, pause has been taken, this time by MercenarieZ, as it would appear that one of their players, Din, has disconnected. What a time for a disconnection as well. Hopefully Din can come back without too much of an issue, as we have a good look at the scorecard as well. My goodness, Hasib, he really did pull out all the stops so far, as things have just not been going MercenarieZ's way too much, but when they have, Hasib has been there at the forefront to make it work, you know, to really pull things together for his team, to really make sure that MercenarieZ are never more than a step behind at the very least. Oh, we're just waiting on Din here, folks. Once he comes back, we will, of course, go back into the lobby. MercenarieZ, in the meanwhile, looking at what they've got themselves into. They are attack, I believe, on overtime. Attack first. Not attack, it's going to be defense first on overtime. Which, if you ask me, is probably the best possible outcome for them in this second half. In this overtime, you know, thirds, I could call it. Because defense so far has been what Bank has favored tonight, right? So for them, this is good. This is what they want. This is what they need. And again, you can see, you know, MercenarieZ, despite the fact that the pressure is enormous on them at the moment, Taha, Ayan, they're still sharing a joke. MI7 probably in the back. We can only see his arm for the time being, but he's also probably laughing along with them. We've never really seen Hasib's face throughout this tournament, but he's probably...
The smile is more than enough, yeah.
Yeah, he's probably still smiling, right? Maybe
yeah, I mean,
even...
he has the constant smile for like the whole 4 maps.
Maybe even wider
including
than
playoffs,
that picture, right? But it
including
is what it
the
is.
lower brackets, yeah.
Yeah, but right now, let's just wait for Din to reconnect. Hopefully it doesn't take too long, as it were. And as soon as he's back, we'll go back into the lobby as well. But I gotta say, folks, I really have to say that Hunters, they will be livid right now. You can see, you know, the faces are also fallen just a wee bit here. Sandy, head down, thinking about what to do next. Beat as well. There's a lot of thought going on in those heads of theirs. Jittery, the IGL, he needs to lead them through this. Those last couple of rounds. Again, why didn't they use the Candelas? They really, really should have. They had the opportunity to as well. You had the cover of the sofa. You could have gone prone if you really wanted. So much could have been done. So many ways you could have played that plant play, but not to be. As we are now still waiting. I feel like Din has a bit of a big issue going on at the minute. Probably a power cut or maybe an internet disconnection. One of the two. Hopefully it's nothing too serious. Hopefully we can resume the action, right into this into this overtime phase, as it were. I keep going back to second half because that's where we were for so long. But it's not the second half anymore, folks. It is overtime. We are sitting here ready to rumble. So are these players. And again, apologies for the pause here, but again, it's just out of our hands, as it were. Hunters, they are on the attack. How can they fix the situation that they are in? Well, it really isn't all that difficult to really think about it. Just use your utility when you have the chance. Look at that. Beat has his hands on his head. So does Sparko. In a way, I feel like they can't really believe that it's gotten this far. And I feel like that is also probably what played a part in this, right? They probably got a little bit ahead of themselves, thinking, oh yeah, match point, we've got this, tournament point, it's going to be over nice and quickly. It's not that simple.
Yep.
It's the mercenaries you're fighting, guys. You
never
have
simple.
to give them due respect. You have to use your utility. You have to give it everything you want. When you've got the cash, spend it. When you've got the utility, use it. If you're going to save for something post-plant like that, it's not going to work. It simply is not. I know hindsight is 20/20, folks, but it's not that easy. Sparko, I know the timing of that was impeccable, but I really didn't mean to say that it's not that easy in that moment. I was more like, it really isn't that simple to play against mercenaries, and Hunters, a team like the Hunters, really should know this. But we'll just have to wait and see for now, folks, as again, continuing on the pause, seems like Din still has not reconnected. And we're waiting on the communication about what has gone wrong for Din in the meanwhile. But hopefully they can get him back. MercenarieZ, if they have to play a 4v5, man, that would be so bad for them. So saddening as well. It would be probably one of the worst ways to go at the moment. But you've got to do something. Hunters as well. They've got to pick up the pace. They've got to pick themselves back up. They cannot afford to feel bad about this for too much longer.
Most of problems that we talk about from the side of mercenaries, connectivity issues has always been one of them. Remember the map on Bank where we had a 4v5, a major disconnect happened to Asib?
Summer Series Finals, yeah.
Yeah, Summer Series Finals. And now, especially in the Grand Finals, oh man, this is not going too well. If this gets agreed on a 4v5, then my god, all that effort that mercenaries had put up onto, all the way from Summer, Series, Spring, qualifying for the playoffs, arriving at the Grand Finals, only to have a major disconnect from Din, it just hits a lot, And like when it comes to their morale itself, if it's a 4v5, then it just hits. And there are so many situations that MercenarieZ had to deal with a 4v5, where they had won even with a man count disadvantage. And I still remember, I believe it was when they went up against Team MLT, right? Militant Esports. I believe that was the map where they had ended up on a 4v5 and they...
Map 1,
yeah. Map 1, yeah. MercenarieZ had won a 4v5. They always have these connectivity issues, and I can understand that because, in the place like Bangladesh where you have a lot of problems regarding with load shed, where it's either a power cut or a connectivity issue, we don't know that yet properly. And this is actually hitting a lot from the side of mercenaries, and unless and until if there is a player who can swap back in, I'm pretty sure that Ashrit could swap in from then, but I'm not quite sure. Mid-match,
the rulebook
I'm
does
pretty
not
sure
allow
that
for a
that's
mid-match swap, though.
I don't think
that's
a mid-match
issue.
swap that's going to happen, but yeah, this is we're still waiting on then for now, folks. Again, apologies for the delays. Then unfortunately have a I think this is a major issue coming in from mercenaries' end, but hopefully I just pray that then would come back into the series and make sure that we'll be able to proceed with map number 4 itself, folks. Again, apologies for the delay. We just have to wait for then. We have no other choice but to wait for the player on the side of mercenaries so that we can resume our overtime matchup round number 13.
I mean, worst case scenario, it's a rehost while we wait for them to come back, right? But even that has a timer, of course, as it were. And yeah, it seems like a rehost has in fact been confirmed. So we will be going into that, folks. Apologies, but it is what it is. Like we've said many, many times before, very, just sincere apologies for the pause in the action as it stands now. But we can't really do much about this. Neither can the players. They've got to get Din back in the lobby. They've got to get their player back in because guess what? It's grand finals. There's no two ways about it. They need their player. They need everybody available. If not, then this map might as well be lost. 4v5 against the Hunters is a near impossible task. Even with however good Hasib is playing, even with however good Taha is playing, they need all of their players here. And without it, it's just, it's, like I said, near impossible, right? Who knows? It could still happen. It could not. We will, of course, have to wait and... my throat got caught there. Sorry about that. But we will have to wait and see about whether or not this grand finals goes any further at the minute. But for the time being, folks, let's talk about this. Let's talk about the map we've seen so far. Bank has been a mixed bag, I feel like. A mixed bag, not in terms of quality. The entertainment value is through the roof, right? Content per minute is just up there right now. But from what we've seen from both teams, their performances have been a mixed bag for both. Hunters have kind of been on and off. Mercenaries have also been kind of on and off. I think it's a symptom of the fact that they're starting to lose steam. They're starting to lose energy. They're starting to really, just slow down, as it were. And the more that happens, the more it really starts to feel like one of these two teams can just pull ahead, find a little reserve, something, and just pull ahead, right? But it could not also happen as well. The rounds have been getting sloppier and sloppier as well. Mistakes are being made more and more and more frequently. I feel like at this state, if this goes to decider map, it'll be a clean sweep for one of these two teams. No doubt about it. There's no overtime in decider map. The reason I feel like that, again, is because how the rounds are going so far. One team will pull ahead. Whichever team finds it in them to do so, again, entirely up to them. I can't really say how that will go from here. But let's not talk about deciders just yet. Bank, overtime, this really is the pinnacle of this competition. Sloppy or not, tired or not, this is what it's all been coming down to. And if it goes to Oregon, well, then Oregon has been what it's been all coming down to, right? It's kind of just how it happens. But we'll just have to wait and see, folks. Again, we do apologize for this video. I know it's getting late. It's already past 11 p.m. IST, and, everybody's waiting at home to, where's the winners? Who's the winners? We need to, we want to finish this game and then go play our own, right? Of course, great game that is, of course, Rainbow-Six-Siege, Ubisoft, the publisher of which also makes other games as well. Might as well check them out. Links in the description as well. Of course, mind you, the players in the SA Nationals, they are playing for a cash prize, and this little trophy over here, this shield, as it were, big thing that it is. I don't know how big it looks on the camera, but to us, this thing is massive, I'll tell you what.
Really big, man.
Also pretty, yeah, not exactly too, just keep your hands away from it, as it were. This belongs to the players, folks. But that is all, of course, there. You have, again, if you're going to be playing Rainbow-Six-Siege and you want to play it on its most beautiful settings, highest textures, ultra settings, all that stuff. Even if you're feeling brave, you might even go for the Ultra HD texture pack that's available on the platforms, right? Well, you're going to need a beefy rig to run it, and guess what? Our partner, Zotai Gaming, the box is over there next to Baba. Yep, Zotai Gaming is your go-to for some great gaming hardware. Speaking of gaming, of course, if you want some more content, the Esports Club is more than happy to provide not just Rainbow Six, but other esports as well that are played very regularly indeed. Make sure to hit the notification, hit the subscribe button, hit the notification bell, follow us on all our platforms and on Twitter and on, of course, Instagram and all the other platforms as it were. Speaking of platforms, make sure to follow R6 Esports SA on Twitter for all the updates for South Asia Rainbow Six. Finally, we do have Loco to thank as well, our broadcast partner. And if you're looking for some more content, live streams about games and just general stuff in the South Asian region, Loco is where you can find some great content creators, live streaming, uploading, all the like. Make sure to head on over, subscribe to them as well as you see fit, as it were. But that is all the sponsors talked about. That is everything that we can feasibly say already said, as it were. But I do have to give credit where credit is due to both Hunters and Mercenaries. You know, there's been pause-wise, we haven't really had one massive one yet. Right, this is the first and hopefully only massive disconnect from one of the teams. And again, it couldn't have come at a worse time, arguably speaking. All that hype into the overtime, and well, here we are. But all things considered, other than this, of course, we've had the long break in the middle with the, what was it, the maintenance, right? Infrastructural maintenance that was conducted on the Siege servers, as it were. There was some update post about it on social media. I haven't quite gotten around to seeing it yet, but that one is probably pretty important, all things considered. So there was a break in there. There were two very long maps before that, both 8-6 victories, to 1 to Mercenaries, 1 to the Hunters. So the players are pretty tired at the minute. I'm pretty sure there will be some frustrations as well about the fact that this just had to happen now. But it is just kind of, you know, how things are, right? With conditions around the globe as they are, and with the fact that winter is approaching, some things are a little out of place, as it were. And we'll just have to kind of deal with them as they come around. How will these final few rounds of overtime go? It's hard to tell. If Ayan comes back, and we really do, not Ayan, if Din comes back, yes, thank you. If Din comes back, and I really do hope he does, it will be a very close call. Either side could win. We could go to overtime. We could go to, not overtime, we could go to map 5, which is in its own way an overtime, right? Or we could go and finish off this entire tournament. One of two things, it's really a 50-50 at the minute. Each round is a 50-50. Each gunfight is a 50-50. But I have to give credit to Hasib. He has played exceptionally tonight. Truly, I mean that. You know, Hasib, before the playoffs, how he used to play in the Pro Series and whenever he would play in the Nationals, he played rarely in the group stages. But mostly he stuck to his guns as a primarily flex support player. He would stay on the back foot, let his team do whatever, and then come around if his team needed him. The playoffs, he has been playing for entry. He's been playing entry frag, he's been playing secondary fragger, he's been playing flex support type operators and using them to frag out of his mind as well. So it's really great to see Hasib really just pull himself up into a whole new level of performance. And that kind of speaks to Mercenaries as well, as a team. They've really shown us some great stuff this time as well. And I really gotta say, all things considered, it is great stuff from them. It is great what we have seen from them as well. And from the Hunters, I mean, what can I say that hasn't already been said? Hunters truly are just a special team in this regard, right? 2-time Pro Series champions, and of course, multiple-time South Asian top team as well. And all things considered, there's just so much that they've already been through, so much that they've already done, that they will now look to do even more. As you can see, they're still discussing some final strategies. They're still discussing some final bits and pieces that they can put into place. I'm pretty sure Jittery and Sparker probably have a headache right about now with how Mercenaries have been playing so far, right? But on the Mercenary side as well, things will be a little grim. Things will be a little bit questionable because of, again, just the sheer nature of this match, right? You can see Sandy and Jittery kind of going back and forth on strats, back and forth on what they want to do. And Taha, back to, the wry smiles, as it were, MI7 as well. Mercenaries just kind of chilling while we wait for Din again to reconnect. Soon as he does, as soon as we get the confirmation, we'll go in, folks. But again, you're just going to sit tight until then.
We've talked everything about Hunters and Mercenaries, and the first thing that I mainly have to talk about is the August Majors. I know, I've been talking about August Majors for a very long time, but here's the thing. The ironic part about this is that in the August Majors, I believe it was the match where Mercenaries had won the matchup, right, up against Union Gaming, right? Was it
that was the November Majors.
Yeah, the November Majors. The main reason why I'm bringing this up is because on map number 5, it was map Oregon. This map number 5, is also Oregon. So if map number 4, if Mercenaries ended up securing map number 4 itself, we could say for Hunters LFO, they might have a worse nightmare in itself, mainly because of how Mercenaries took control of that situation. It was 5-1 in the first half, last thing I remember. So it was 5-1. Mercenaries had so much control in that position. Back then there used to be Doctor. Back then there used to be, Fatar, Hasib was there. They were so powerful in that moment that they didn't let Hunters LFO even proceed in the matchups. Back then they were formerly known as Union Gaming at that time. So in the ASEAN Nationals, I'm pretty sure that Hunters, if they lose map number 4, they will be heading back to the same map where Mercenaries had defeated them in the first place. So you could understand the amount of pressure that both of the teams are going through, knowing that MRCZ, yes, they haven't secured first place on all 3 seasons, on fall series, summer, spring, you name it. You could even include on the playoffs itself, where Mercenaries had a lot of problems. Yes, I can guarantee that. But there also comes at a moment where Hunters LFO needs to face their fears. They need to conquer their fears. They need to understand that they will be in this situation no matter what, and they've got to figure out a way to push things forward and succeed in winning the matchups as best as they possibly can. And once again, folks, I do have to apologize for this, mainly because we're just waiting on then. We just need to have the confirmation on the side of Mercenaries to see whether they could succeed with the 5v5, or we might end up on a 4v5 matchup with map number 4 Bank being on board. But pretty sure I have to say the rivalry that we always talk about between Mercenaries and Hunters, they've always been back and forth from certain reasons. 2019 and 2020 usually was MRCZ's moment. And then after 2021 and 2022 happened, once Union Gaming had to change their name to Hunters LFO. The org had a bit of a problem, but still Hunters LFO decided to play on their own. They're still looking for an org, folks. Again, organizers, if you're interested on looking out Hunters LFO, please make sure to check out their team. But to talk about this whole journey that Hunters have been through, they've been consistent. They've been practicing on a daily manner. Sandy has been an absolute beast with the fragger role. You even see Jittery. You still see Sparko supporting his team as best as possible. Sure, we do get to see him, make some, good. How can I say this? Like a cocky feeling, as I like to call it, from the side of Sparko. You still have that, Joes. You still have how do you call it? The taunt style that he'd always love to get from the opposition team. But yeah, all in all, you still got to understand that when it comes to a situation like this, it's still not over yet. And for Mercenaries, they still have a chance to bring this back up. So I'm pretty sure that once we get the confirmation from the admin side that we will be able to see then coming back from the scene, we'll be able to continue it, or this could go on an unfortunate 4v5 situation, folks. At this point, we still don't have the confirmation yet, but once it does, we'll be able to see it right through, folks.
Again, just kind of waiting in the wings. All of us are at the moment as things continue to develop or not, depends on your sort of view of this. But we'll just have to wait, folks. I'm so sorry about this. But really, there's nothing we can do either. We're just kind of waiting, as it were, for, this particular round to continue to get started. I do feel like Din is at a power cut, which is probably the worst. Which is probably the worst thing that could have happened right about now. And man, oh man, I am just, I really don't know what is gonna happen here. But I will say this game has been nerve-wracking. It has been heart-stopping, and it has really, like, I swear, some of these rounds, man, my heart really can't take much more of this. Yep. And at the risk of sounding old, I'll tell you what, all this excitement really gets to me sometimes, And when the day ends and, late night when me and Baba were like heading back to our place of residence, we're just like, bruh, tired but happy with the matches as well. The matches are really great. These playoffs have been something else, and it is really wonderful to be able to cast them from the office, sitting here at the headquarters of the esports club as well. I gotta say, it's just been a fantastic experience. But all good things eventually come to an end, as they say. And this grand finals is pretty much the last match of the South Asia Nationals, the South Asian competitive year, that is to say, for 2022. After this, of course, there's SI, There might be some other tournaments here or there, but nothing too big will happen because after all, after this point, after the November majors, which is, by the way, in Sweden once again this time.
Oh, yeah.
We had the Sweden majors earlier. We're going to have the Sweden majors again for November. After that, pretty much every region is gearing up for SI. There's no two ways about it. And I gotta say, SI is going to be pretty exciting as well. Sure, would I have liked to have seen a pathway for our teams here in South Asia to be able to go to SI? Yes, absolutely. I'm pretty sure everyone in the chat can agree. But competitive rulings have already been put in place for the year. There's no real changing of them that can happen last minute like that, right? So it is what it is. But for now, let's again continue the wait as we see what happened to Din, as we wait for the admin confirmation about the condition of the game. And once we have that, we'll pass it on to our viewers and we will continue into the match depending on what is going on. At the moment, as you can see, even Taha and MI7 are getting tired of waiting. Ayan, camera off for the time being, probably using his phone as it were. Yeah, for now, again, hello, we're back to us
Hello.
again.
We're back.
It's taking a while,
Yeah.
I know. But we'll just have to kind of continue with this for the time being. Again, apologies for this, folks, but it looks like we will have to unfortunately take a break. The issues are a bit longer than we had anticipated, and they are not quite gone yet. So we'll take a break, we'll sort everything out. We'll be right back with Overtime on Map 4. Don't go anywhere.
Alright, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the South Asian Nationals. And again, we do have to apologize for the issues that's been made around from the side of MercenarieZ. But hopefully, with all the confirmations being made, I'm pretty sure that we will head back into the match right away. Map number 4 bank overtime has been opened up. It will be round number 13. And I've got to say, for the side of Team Hunters LFO, they are 2 rounds away of securing map number bank. And without having any further delays, folks, let us head on into our matchup. We're not going to have any more delays whatsoever, folks. We've been make sure to fix the issue as best as possible, but we are back. Round number 13 will finally be opened up. We'll get to see Hunters prepped and ready. So does Team MercenarieZ. So let's see how well it turns out for them in overtime.
Here we go, folks. Let's hope you are indeed ready to rumble. Round 13 is now going to be in play. It's been a long time coming, and we've had a long pause in the middle. But Technical issues have been taken care of. Plenty of time for both teams to figure out what they want to do. And they have done so. First floor, open area, is going to be the site of choice. Mercenaries on the first defense in overtime. And we are about to get set, ready, and go as we have the picks coming in. The Mira this time from Haseeb. He switched over to a far more aggressive operator. Last I checked, Haseeb was sitting at, what, 14 and 10, right? So, you know, Mira, being the kind of op she is, she gets a lot of info. The black mirrors are great for one-way gunfights. And Mira is usually the helm of one of those black mirrors. And that, of course, will be something that Hunters will need to watch out for. You've got the castle as well. Denial from the mute coming in. You've got the alibi. And Jaeger, of course, for utility denial. The usual stuff, as it were. Hunters, what is the decision making here? Jittery is back on the Nook. Sparko is back on the Hibana. So hatches will be important, as it were. But I feel like the Nook could sneak in and do a lot of damage as well.
Yeah, absolutely, Jack. But this time, it's round number 13, folks. No more delays, no more issues. Let's just head on in to our action phase. We're eager to see the players on the side of MercenarieZ go in with their expected hold all the way from first staff area. And turns out Jittery wants to make a play here, still at the window. He's still trying to gain some information with the help of the attack drones, and this Beat is just currently waiting for the opportunity to see whether he can get an information. But turns out Jittery, I believe, is already in the site. He's removed in, and now since the mute has been gone, Jittery hasn't been entered into the place yet. But Sandy, he's all the way towards the backside where he could have the surprise pick where MercenarieZ wouldn't have an idea of here, Jack.
He could very well indeed. But the question is, where are they going to be going from here on out? That is the question right now. Dane going down first, not great, but it's still a manageable position to be in. It's not entirely all lost yet. They can't exactly, you know, all five-man rush through the, you know, printer quarter window, as it were. So that's how to wait, but no, Rattlers found a second, and that's the Haseeb gone. There's Taha as well. They're flooding into second floor, and everyone who could have done anything about this is gone. It's only Ayan remaining. The site, second floor, all cleared out, and with those shots fired, Ayan's position is given away. Grenade from Jittery. Is this how it seals? Yes, it is! Flawless from Hunters LFO. Jittery can't even believe that he got that. The first overtime round goes to Hunters LFO. They are back on championship overtime point. One round before the win. MercenarieZ, this is it. Once again, one round. You have to win. If you don't, Hunters walk away with the top spot.
There it is, folks. Overtime match point. Hunters LFO. They only need one win on defense and they will lock in to basement lockers and CCTV room. This might be the final round where Hunters could secure championship for the South Asian Nationals. But for MercenarieZ, they can still bring this back up, especially when you have a powerful player like Haseeb, who will always figure out a way to make sure that MercenarieZ could bring this back up. But this is all or nothing. We have the Breacher brothers, Haseeb and Taha. You have MI7 who's bringing in the Ying, and this time we won't be able to see a calf pick being made from Sandy, which means that this is serious moment from both Hunters and MercenarieZ, because this is championship's point. But wait a minute, what is Sparko doing all the way? He's actually thinking of a spawn pick, but this time he's just supposed to fall back all the way from the blue stairs. He should be fine. But for now, folks, action phase is opened up. MercenarieZ, your time is ticking. Only 3 minutes, and they've got to make sure that they would bring this back up if they want to open up round number 15, or else it's just all over for them.
It really is. One round and then another is what could realistically separate MRCZ from Decider map. It's going to take everything they have right now to be able to finish off this situation, to be able to win this matchup right here, right now. As for the time being, we'll just have to wait and see. Again, it comes down to this Jittery. Oh dear, that's a big first kill. That's your Ying gone on the second floor. Jittery couldn't have asked for a better opener to this gunfight. Do they know where he is? They do now. Ayan fires back. That's Jittery gone. But the side push will have to be done in a much more traditional way, as it were, without the ying, without all of that. Beat is really going for it right now. C4, shotgun, everything. He somehow survives that escapade inside of admin office. And of course, all he's done is really just waste a bit of time, take it away from the attack, and give it to the Hunters themselves. Hasib in the meanwhile coming around the main lobby, the main front side. Needs to be careful about this. So does Beat. He's trying to just stay away from any verticality that could give him away. The rotate in and out of office hallway is spotted. Hasib is coming up close. He's got the Banshee to worry about there. But no, Beat has since fallen back into the site. Smart move right there. Can't afford to get himself caught. Not just yet. The castle's position is given away. Did he see the drone? He should have. Sandy cannot afford to sit here for much longer. And there you go. He's going to fall back again. Hunters conceding room, respecting their opponents where they see fit, but it is still on their own terms, largely speaking. 60 seconds remain.
Yep, 60 seconds, the moment of truth for Hunters. They can secure championship point. Everything is prepped and ready. It's 4v4, man counts equalized. They are using the Ibanez X-KIRA spellers to open up those important hatches, provide a lot of distraction, and cause a lot of distractions at the hands of Rattler. But the main thing, problem is, can Mercenaries put us to an equalizer once again to proceed to round number 15, or will we see Hunters secure it? The breach has been done. Every single thing is set and ready to stone. Mercenaries, they're almost pushing in towards the side. So is Sparko. The denial is present. So is the C4. Will we see any changes being made from Mercenaries? Only 20 seconds. Time is ticking out from Mercenaries as Ayan will pick out yet another one. There goes Pete. Sandy is in a low amount of HP, but looks like Mercenaries, they're bringing it around. 4v2, Sparko and Rattler. 2v4 situation. The pressure is on. 45 seconds. Sparko still low on HP. He's still alive. Only stay alive. Just stay alive, Ayan. He's going in for the crown. Rattler, he needs to run. He needs to find the player, but the protection is still being made. He needs to deny post-run, but no, it's not happening. 40 seconds. Sparko is just 2 HP. 40 seconds left for Hunters to secure this clutch. They knows exactly what's happening, and Ayan gets it. Ladies and gentlemen, we are not out of it just yet. We are heading to the final round, round number 15. My goodness, Mercenaries, they have just brought it back. And now, I'm pretty sure that this map could go all the way to the deciders, folks. Hunters, my god. Round number 15. The site will be on second floor CEO office. Mercenaries, they're just still bringing this back.
They really have so much to say right now, Mercenaries, don't they? And they should celebrate that round. That was a hell of a round and back that they have just taken. MRCZ, my goodness. Baba, you know what actually happened there, right? They made the most last second possible rotate
all
that
the
they
way
could
from
have.
Vault, yeah.
Not just Vault. Taha dropping Vault was one thing, but they had the Ying and the Thatcher Hasib, right? Pull out of that push that they were supposedly making for CCTV. They took that and they decided, no, we're going to go back instead. And they just rushed in to lockers. And it worked. In a way, it very nearly didn't, but Sparko had to run away, right? Getting the kill on the diffuser planter already was such a very Herculean endeavor for him. He barely walked away from that alive. But the diffuser was still planted. 7 seconds was just barely enough for Mercenaries to get the diffuser on the floor. And with that, we now are in maximum overtime. Hunters are on the attack. Mercenaries are on the defense. Jittery's already in open area. This man wastes no time. As we now move into what could be the final round, what could be the deciding round that puts us into decider map as well. Round 15, there's no more after this. This is all there is. Well, for this map specifically, I should probably point that out. All things considered. But my goodness, this has been a game and a half so far. It's had everything. Ups and downs, kills and trades, clutches, disconnects and pauses. Joy and jubilation and heartbreak. Everything has happened so far. Sandy trying to clear out the hallway. He will do so. Shots are about to be fired. He needs to be careful. He's watching Janitor right now, but of course his gun and his sight could give him a blind spot that he cannot see, but that's a seam!
Oh no!
That's huge! Hunters dodge it with 2! This could be huge right now. As the Candelas are about to come out, the rappel will be in. Shots are fired, but Sparkle goes down. B finds MI7 in the meanwhile. Din is completely blinded. Sandy finds Taha, and it's all down to Din, the last one standing. The Mute has to find this Rattler taking damage, but he goes down! Hunters LFO will secure this, and look at Sparko. He's going ballistic over there. My goodness. What a game. What a grand finale. Hunters LFO take a bow. Championship is theirs, and as you can see, everybody's got the easy up. Sparko, V, they had this ready, Baba. They had this ready. What a game. Let's hear it, folks. For one more time, your champions in the South Asia Nationals Grand Finals, Hunters LFO.
Man, oh man, there've been a lot of ups and downs, but finally, Hunters LFO will be the champions for the South Asian Nationals. It's been 4 months, Jack, and we have finally here the end of the series. Take a bow for Team Hunters LFO. My goodness, Jack. Wow. 3 times have we expected a maximum overtime. 7-2 on map Chalet, map number 3, folks. And we all know who this trophy goes down to, folks. Hunters LFO. Take a bow. They are the champions for this region. And my God, what a long match that we've had. What a long best of 5 match that we've had here, Jack.
Absolutely insanely long, as it were. I have to give credit where credit is due. Hunters, my goodness, it took a while for them to get things sorted, but Bank is still theirs. They are now 3-0 up on the head-to-head with MercenarieZ on Bank as well, and they will truly put their name on the trophy, on the crown, as the very best of South Asia. Mercenaries, do not be disheartened. I know it's going to be hard to really, accept this, as it were. But you guys fought very admirably. Very, very admirably. I don't know what happened in Chalet. Chalet was probably an oddity, all things considered. But they, you guys at MercenarieZ played it so well. Hasib, Taha, MI7, Din, Ayan, and of course, you can forget Nadi Ashret. All of you, take a bow. You guys really, really pulled out the stops for every single playoffs game. Fully applause to them as well. They deserve it. I'm not even kidding here. They really, really do. But unfortunately, only one team can win, and it was ultimately the Hunters. Hunters LFO, what can we say about them that has not already been said? They are a powerhouse for a reason. They truly are a team to be reckoned with. They truly are a team to be feared. Even now, at the very height of the competition, they did not let go of what made them a great team. Coordination and fast-paced aggression. Get in the faces of your opponents. Finish them nice and quickly. Do not give them room to even breathe. And mind you, that last round, Baba, Din, who was playing the mute right at the end, he nearly did it. Right, because the Ying, once she swung in, right, Din nearly got the kill as well. That was diffuser carrier. He probably would have still gone down, all things considered. But the diffuser being dropped probably would have caused a bit of a panic in the Hunters camp. Who knows what could have happened at that point. That's how close that was, folks. That's how close that was. Round 14 could have gone to Hunters. Sparko could have pulled out a massive clutch, for all we know. Round 13 as well could have gone to MercenarieZ. If anything, right, when Hunters confirmed map and series point in round 10, it could have gone to them. Round 12 is probably the one that they will have the most regrets about, as it were, because again, they could have used at least a Candela or two and finished off the entire game. It was very possible. We talked about it a lot in the break that we had, right, before overtime as well. So all things considered, great game, great matches. Again, full, just absolutely, kudos to all the players from both sides. I can't really clap too much. I don't want this thing to fall over. So
No, I don't really have the power of levitation, right? You can just, just clap. I mean, should I just hold it? You don't wanna? No?
I'll hold on to this. Thanks.
All right then.
I don't know where the whole levitation thing came from. That's the first time I'm hearing that I apparently have the
I thought
powers
you had the force,
of.
Jack. So maybe I thought you just use the power of levitation. No.
Anyone know what he's talking about?
I love English.
If you can't tell, we're probably a little tired around here, as it were. It's been a long night, folks, and of course, we don't want to extend it for too much longer, but we've got a couple of things coming up as well that I think everybody at home will like, of course. It's the grand finals, so we've got to get someone from the Hunters to, have a chat with, have a couple of questions, as it were, to be asked. And that is, of course, one of the big things that I personally am looking forward to. I don't know who it's going to be from the Hunters. It could be anybody, for all I know. But it will be an interesting thing to sort of talk about, to sort of ask, because Hunters so far, right, looking at it, all things considered, they've played, 7 games in the group stages and 3 games in the playoffs, upper bracket throughout. In the 10 games they've played, they have only dropped 3 maps. And all of them were only in playoffs. Group stages, flawless run. The very closest they came to dropping a map was against MercenarieZ, and that was a very close game. Hunters MercenarieZ, this time around, has been close every time we've had it. 3 times in the Nationals. 3 times in the Nationals, folks. All 3 times has been close. All 3 times either side could have taken it. The first time it happened in groups, we nearly had an overtime. The second time it happened in, playoffs round 1. It could have been MercenarieZ's game. It was overtime on the last map. Oh, actually, it was overtime in map 2. MercenarieZ could have still won it, but they didn't. And, of course, Hunters kind of ran away with the game in map number 3. Here as well, MercenarieZ, there was a very good chance of them winning map 2. A very good chance of them winning map 4. It could have been 2-1 to them going into map 4, right? It could have been 3-0 to them as well. Had, Villa gone their way, Villa. Had Villa gone their way, I truly feel like they would have been more confident on Chalet and maybe even have taken it. But it is what it is. MercenarieZ simply were not able to close the deal when they absolutely needed to. And so here we are waiting for one little piece of confirmation. Once we have it, we'll go into the next scenes, as it were, folks. But the game truly has been great. This is why we love Rainbow-Six Esports around here. Games like this, Sure, there are some odd matches, as it were. Sure, there's some odd inconsistencies from the top teams as well. Let's not get into the specificities of that, but everybody knows what I'm talking about. But when it comes down to it, when all the chips are down, when the cards are on the table, they really give us a show. And this really was one of the best, right? I mentioned on social media last night that the Shaheens MercenarieZ game was now one of my most favorite Rainbow Six games of all time. Well, this one has just topped it. I have to say it. Like, Shaheens, no disrespect to them, great team. But this game, with the history, with the context, with everything that goes into it, with the fact that this truly is the biggest stage possible in the South Asian region, I should say, it just kind of tops it, all things considered. 3-1 to the Hunters. They have won. Any closing thoughts, Baba?
I predicted right.
He did, actually, believe it or not.
3-1. Remember day 1 where
the day
Jack
we
made
got
a tweet
here.
about this.
Exactly, yes. I put a video up on Twitter and Instagram on my Twitter, right? At blackjack_cast, by the way, if you're interested. Shameless plug. But... But all of that aside, that was a video we made for the memes, right? We were getting ready for the dry run, and I just said, Baba, what's your prediction? I put the camera in his face, as it were. But anyway, with all that said, you've seen the video, you've seen the predictions, it's all done. We are ready as well. And in a moment, of course, we'll be going into a little segment, a teeny tiny little segment that you guys might be interested in, as it were. And that, of course, once we have it, we will let you know exactly what that segment is. Again, we're just kind of you know, just how should I put this? Pulling the taffy. That's not actually a thing. You get the point. We're stretching the suspense.
We're just
as it
stretching the
were.
rope in a way that it could end up filling the whole entire room.
It could snap as
could
well.
snap.
You never know. Yeah.
But still, the rope has a good tensile strength, which means
That
that
it does.
it's very durable. So no matter even if you try to use scissors or if you try to use a very sharp material to try to cut the rope, it's still durable, folks. Don't worry about that.
With all that said, folks, let's get into it. The segment that we have been talking about that Baba made that absolutely scuffed an argument. It is an interview with Jittery of the Hunters. Jittery, how are we feeling? How do you do tonight?
Yeah, I'm feeling good, man. Of course, we had a very good year. And hopefully cover year as well we do good and keep the momentum going.
Absolutely. You know, so here you are. We've got a couple of questions for you, of course, as it were. So starting things off, you know, in the nationals, in the group stages, you guys had a flawless group stage, right? 7-0, not 7-0s, but you get the point. 2-0, 2-0, 2-0, 2-0, all the way
Not
to
a
the
single
playoffs.
decider, yeah.
10 matches in total, only 3 maps you guys have dropped. What was the mentality when you came into playoffs after that flawless group stage?
To be fair, like we had a very good start, obviously, but we went to Thailand. We had a bit of a rough showing, so I'm not gonna lie. Like we felt even more confident after the smacking we got in Thailand, because we understood there's a huge gap between us and the other region, right?
Right.
And we also understood there's a huge gap between us and the other teams in our region for the most part as well.
Right.
I don't know if I mean, I feel like I can say this right now. After the year long, I feel like there is at least like maybe top 4 teams are good, but I feel like the other teams after like the 4th and 5th spot, I feel like have been pretty much like pickup teams, right? Like they're not teams who like they're not teams who practice and they don't like, you know, they don't take the game seriously. It's more like a hobby for them. So I don't know. The 4 teams in nationals have always been repetitively like the same teams. It's been like us, MercenarieZ, Shaheens, and KIRA. So even then, we managed to beat all of them in the group stage. So that was a good feeling.
Indeed, indeed. So going into, you know, this finals, right? MRCZ, you'd seen it, right? They had definitely had a massive pickup in their performance compared to group stages. Hasib came in, the team was fully stacked once again, and their match against Shaheens yesterday was one to really, really watch for, right? So coming into the finals, what were you guys feeling? Were you a bit nervous going up against Mercenaries once again?
Oh, I mean, to be fair, we are scared even when we are facing like any team, because we don't really take teams too lightly. Because there have been so many instances in the past when like 2021 where we couldn't even qualify for the nationals at one point, right?
Yeah.
Back then the BO1's qualifiers were a bit of a scare for any team really. So we've had past experience of choking, if you could call that. So I don't really think we are particularly like afraid, nor do we take like teams too lightly these days.
Right. Well, now once again at the very top, or I should say back at the very top, right? You guys are 2-time Pro Series winners after all, and here now at the Nationals 3-1. How's the excitement in the team at the minute? Like, you must have been in the VC for a good while, right? Just celebrating this victory. How is everyone feeling now?
I mean, they're sitting in a FaceTime call with me right now. So they just want to get on to the interview, but they said they can only one of us can. So I thought I might as well just get on a FaceTime call with them. Can I just show them on stream right now?
Yeah, sure.
Yeah, sure. Go ahead.
Yeah?
Go ahead.
Yeah.
There you go.
Just turn on your video cams, boys.
All right, folks. We're about to see the
I'm
whole
increasing
team
the volume,
here.
okay?
I'm pretty sure that they have the easy side once again for the face cam. Yeah, there you go.
Yep, there they are.
Screenception, folks. There you go. Sandy, hello.
Hello, everyone.
Hey, congratulations again, folks. Congratulations.
Congratulations. Massive congratulations. Everybody on the Hunter side, you know. You guys deserve it. You really do. You guys have given it your all. All right, we won't keep you here for too much longer. We know you want to go back, celebrate with the boys, celebrate with people in the back. One final question. this whole competitive year and the years that you guys have struggled to now get to the top, now that you're here, what would any words you have for your fans, for your followers who have been supporting you this whole time?
Oh man, the support has been insane actually. Because I don't know if you guys have noticed this, but there have been multiple times that I just get on Twitter and roast myself and cry about how
Yes,
bad I
yes,
am.
we
And
have seen.
Oh,
Yeah.
yeah.
the response is always has been like incredible. And I'm pretty sure the same will go for the rest of our teammates as well. I'm sure they all appreciate every single one of them who message us, support us, and a huge shout out to our support staff in Halki and Leo.
Yep.
I think they do tremendous work in just letting us play the game, right? Like that's all we gotta concentrate on. Everything else is being taken care by them. So, like every single support, every single person who's supported us, and like we appreciate you, man. Like I really want to let this know we appreciate you every single time.
Absolutely. Great words, of course, from now the champions of the South Asian Rainbow-Six Nationals, folks. Jittery, once again, big congratulations to you and your entire team for this victory. We're going to let you go now, of course. You can go celebrate with the boys. Wish them the best from us as well. And of course, folks, remember, anyone watching this interested in picking up a team in the South Asian region, Hunters are still looking for orgs. So keep that in mind the next time you think about getting into South Asian Siege. But Jittery, we'll let you go now. Thank you so very much for joining us. And of course, once again, big congratulations for the victory
Thank
here
you.
in the Nationals Finals.
Thank you.
Congratulations again, Jittery. Oh man, there you have it, folks. An interview with the champions for the SA Nationals. Man, it's been a while, right, Jack? 4 months.
It really has.
We're finally here at the studio, and now we're witnessing the end of South Asian Nationals. Man, what a ride! What a journey! And finally, let's take a look at the stats itself. The final grand finals matchup between MercenarieZ and Hunters LFO. Boy, oh boy, was it an amazing journey. I know I got to cast alongside with Jack, with CCV, with Aggressive.
Oh, yeah.
Man, it's been an amazing, time co-casting, co-casting myself with Jack. I know it's been a while, it's been, 2 years that, me and Jack, we've been casting, Rainbow-Six-Siege for a very long time. But yeah, once again, let's take a look at the match summary itself. 7-8, Hunters will secure map number 4 bank, 15 kills to beat, 15 kills to Jittery, 16 kills to Sandy. And as you take a look at the initial kill itself, 4 first kills to both Jittery and Sandy. But still, we still need to know who is going to be the MVP of this tournament here, Jack. Do you know what the guess is?
We'll get to that.
We
will indeed get to that.
I'm
I know,
impatient,
Prediction
Jack. I'm
Master. You
impatient,
want
alright?
to do a prediction. I know, Prediction Master. Calm yourself for a little bit. As MercenarieZ, let's have a
Angry
look at their
Bob.
scorecard, folks. I mean, no faulting MRCZ tonight. Okay,
Yeah.
sure, MI7 didn't really have a great game. I think he will agree on that. Din as well, not too great on the support. Got a couple of important kills where he could, but again, not the best as it were. They were all being pulled up by their shoulders by Ayan and of course Taha and Hasib as it were. But it just wasn't enough right at the very end as it were. And there you have the player spotlight. It is beat, interestingly. 50-34 going on 4 maps.
That's half century.
76% cost. Yes, it is a half century, but we'll get to that in a bit. And nearly 1 kill per round guaranteed and a 1.23 rating. Sledge and Mute mained by this player. Man, beat. I gotta say. You know what? Deserved. 100% deserved. We'll have the entire team statistics as well in a short bit here. But 50 and 34 across 4 maps, right? So running a quick calculation, that's like 1, then you carry over the 1 there, that's 2, basically 12-ish kills every map he's averaging.
Yep.
And then some, because there's like a decimal point here they're missing. So you gotta say, that is a lot. And Beat really pulled out the stops tonight.
Yeah, especially on map number 2 where it was on Villa. Remember that MRCZ did secure map Villa, but turns out it was Beat and Rattler who had to bring things around and ensure that they could win it out. I mean, at this point on map number 2, Beat and Rattler were currently the MVP on that particular map itself. I'm not quite sure who was the proper MVP, but I'm pretty sure that it was Beat nonetheless. And then we witnessed map number 3, Chalet. My god, what a performance that we did get to witness here from Hunters LFO. And also map number 4, the final map where Hunters did secure the final win and also be the champions. 50 kills, 1.23 rating, 76% cost, and kill per ratio, it was 0.98. Even though Beat usually play as the support role most of the time, he just usually let the flex players like Sandy and Jittery do the work. But when it comes to balancing out the equation, when it comes to, you know, holding out the fort, then Beat and Rattler, these two are the ones who usually, you know, strengthen the hold on both defense as well as on attack. 2v4 situations, Beat has got it covered. The same thing can also be said for Rattler. And also, how can I forget about our, you know, Sparko Dada right there. 24 kills, 0.46 kill per ratio, and a 63% cost. When it comes to supporting teams, when it comes to providing useful information, Sparko's the man, and that's the main reason why you have Team Hunters LFO being the best team in the South Asia region, folks.
Absolutely, and of course, how can you forget Sandy as well? Look at that, 51-36. Again, very similar stats to Beat overall. And I think Beat just has the highest player rating. Yep, that's the one thing he's got going over at the moment. And a higher cost percentage as well. But Sandy, 51-36, 1.13 rating and a cost of 65%. Rattler mostly playing support, interestingly enough, 35-39 and a 0.67 kill per round. Cost is 67.31% as well. Jittery, you know, kind of between Beat, Sandy, and Rattler. Sparko, 45-32 to him, 67.31 percentage overall. But folks, that, of course, concludes the team statistics as well as it were. But there's also the map veto. And yes, there will not be any Oregon in the best of 5. We no longer have any need of it, as Hunters have taken a 3-1. 8-6 to Mercenaries on Clubhouse, 8-6 to Hunters on Villa, and then Chalet 7-2, as it were, to the Hunters. And finally, you have Bank at 8-7. What a game, what a night, what a series, and overall, what a tournament. The championship has been won. This beauty of a prize now will have the name of the Hunters etched on it as the first, as the Nationals champions for 2022. Again, huge shout out to the entire team, of course. You know, Sparko, Jittery, Beat, Sandy, and of course Rattler. And then, like Jittery said, how can we forget their support staff, Hulky and Leo, doing such great work behind the scenes, letting the team just play the game, focus on themselves, while those two take care of everything in the back. But big shout outs to Mercenaries as well. They truly did play a fantastic game. Of course, Ayan, Din, you know, MI7, Hasib, and Taha. Great games to them. If you wonder why the pauses are, my throat is about to give out. So let's not dilly-dally any longer, folks. This is, or has been, the South Asia Nationals presented by Ubisoft, powered by Zotac Gaming, hosted here at the Esports Club, and of course alongside our broadcast partner, Loco. Huge shout-outs to, of course, R6 Esports SA and the Esports Club for having me and my co-hosts here in the studio for the playoff broadcast as well. I've been your host, Blackjack, joined by Baba Gusta, the real CCV at the studio, and of course in group stages we had, you know, Aggressive and even Bullet chip in every now and again for casting. A huge shout out to everyone. Huge shout out to Assassin47, our producer, and everyone, all the admins, all the support in the back end as well. Fantastic work by everybody to get this going the way we envisioned it, to get this production as clean as we wanted it to. Fantastic work, everybody. Fantastic. Thank you to all of our viewers at home for tuning in. But this is going to be it for South Asia in 2022. We are done for the year, and we will be signing off. Until next time, stay tuned, and good night.
Back out fresh on the scene. 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 Back out fresh on the scene.
Back out fresh on the scene.
Back out fresh on the scene. Franchise best on the team. Franchise best on the team. Franchise best on the team. Franchise best on the team.
Franchise best on the team.
Back out fresh on the scene.
Back out fresh on the scene.
Back out fresh on the scene. the scene. Back out fresh on 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 the scene.
Back out fresh on the scene.
Back out fresh on the scene. Franchise best on the team. Franchise best on the team. Franchise best on the team. Franchise best on the team.
Franchise best on the team.
Back out fresh on the scene.
Back out fresh on the scene.
Back out fresh on the scene.
Someone to say